a 23-year-old heavyweight. He's a massive, massive prospect. Someone that there's loads of excitement around. He is about to make his way down to the ring. He's not had many fights, Johnny Fisher. He's taken on Dominique Musil, and he's not had many fights. He's had 6 fights. He's won 5 by knockout, so he's got 5 finishes. His last fight, by the looks of it, was back in not that long ago, actually, a couple of months ago. And he got the victory, obviously, in that one, undefeated at the moment. Got that one 39 seconds, apparently. Yeah, Johnny Fisher has got incredible support. And Fisher is going to be making his way down to the ring very, very soon. So, yeah, as I said, he's got a hell of a following. Hell of a following. He has fought at Wembley Arena before. I think his first fight was actually at Wembley Arena going back last year when he made his pro debut. But he's got a great following. He's sold loads of tickets. We're going to be here watching the undercard for Katie Taylor. We'll work our way towards the Katie Taylor fight, and obviously we'll be watching that. And then I don't know if there's a gap, or I don't think there is, to be honest, but we'll go straight in to Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. So we will be obviously covering that. So we're here for a long time. We're here for many, many hours. It's a big, big night tonight, and cannot wait. We need to put in the chat as well the question about Jake Paul and see what people are thinking. Let's go. Johnny Fisher's just making his way out now, and there's a massive roar. The Romford Bull, Johnny Fisher. Sirens are blaring. There's high hopes for this guy, man. He could be the real deal. The Romford Bull making his way down. The UK has got a great history of producing heavyweights. And this is one that I think the UK is very, very excited about. As he said, he's only had 6 fights. He's won 5 by knockout. He's got a hell of a following. He really could be a name that you hear more about in the future. Johnny Fisher making his way down to the ring. It's like the main event. The fans are all singing along to his entrance music. Country Roads. Yeah, brilliant. Jake Anderson in 7 hours. We've got the... I mean, that might be when the actual main event is, but the fight card is meant to be starting at 1 a.m. It's going to be a bit tricky because we've got, obviously, the clocks going back in the UK. So, to be honest, I don't know how that's going to affect things. But the Jake Paul Anderson Silva card is meant to be starting at 1 a.m. here in the UK. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Mr. Meme said, I've got a feeling that this fight's rigged. I think Jake is going to win. Right, let's go. They're still singing. This is amazing. Jake Paul win. Is it going to be an Anderson Silva win? Or is it going to be a draw? Right, we'll put the poll in the chat, see what you lot are thinking. I've got a feeling the fight is rigged. I don't think it's rigged. I don't think it's rigged because I don't think that that's what Anderson Silva would lower himself to. Anderson Silva, I mean, he has been caught cheating before. It is true. But, you know, to my knowledge, it was once and, you know, didn't get found to be cheating after that. I don't think he would come in and lower it. I'd hate to think that he would come in and lower himself to take in a bribe, if you will. So I'm hoping, I feel like it's going to be clean, but I mean, you never really know, do you? You never really know. I just don't want to think that of Anderson Silva because he is my favorite MMA fighter of all time. It's going to be a big, big fight tonight. We've got so much to talk about. There's so many fights to go through. Of course, we're going to be talking about Jake Paul, and we're going to be talking about Anderson Silva. Of course, we can talk about the Bray bomber, Katie Taylor. I really want to watch this one, though, because this one is one that's really, really got my interest. As we say, oh man, the Raw for Johnny Fisher. It's like Tyson Fury is out there. It's like Anthony Joshua is in the ring right now. Johnny Fisher getting a fantastic reaction. Fighting out of Romford, London. 6 wins, 5 coming by knockout. No losses on his record so far. 23 years old. He carries some very impressive power. He's got nice movement in the ring as well. Certainly for a heavyweight. And as I said, you know, high hopes for the Romford Bull, Johnny Fisher. So let's see how this one goes. We're going to watch this. As soon as this one's done, then we can start really getting into some of those other fights, including Jake Paul. But Fisher and his opponent face-to-face. I don't know much about his opponent, to be honest. I know a bit about Fisher. Let's have a look at Dominique Musil. He has got 7 wins, 4 losses, 5 knockouts on his record, in all fairness. So he's not completely useless, this guy. Heavyweight action, though. About to get underway. Great crowd in the Wembley Arena. It's 6 rounds. Big heavy shot there by Musil. Nice jab there, though, by Fisher. Fisher in black shorts with white down the side. White band around the waist as well. Standing his ground in the center. They were talking to the pundits beforehand, and they said that if we were to sum up, oh my God, that's a great left hand by Fisher. Little hook onto the inside, seemed to get through the guards. They said if we could sum him up in one word, it would be bosh. Bosh. Oh, he tasted some power there, Fisher. Lovely uppercut. Nice. Good work at the moment by Fisher. Little jabs coming in. Lots of action already. Starting to see Fisher really starting to let the hands go. Nice jab there by Fisher. Fisher getting backed up a little bit. He needs to be careful that he's not getting too backed up. Couple of double jabs there. Can't get through. Love that right hand. Musil down. Big right hand. Oh, he's wobbly. Oh my God. Bosh. Bosh. Ref's having a word. He's happy for it to continue. Fisher's knocked him down again. Referee telling him to go back. That's 2 knockdowns within the first minute and a half. Yeah, the boxer's already up. The referee's having a word. He's going to let it continue. Oh, Fisher, a bit reckless. Almost getting caught. Big hook shots. Someone's going down, and I think it's going to be Musil. Musil smacked with a big right hand against the ropes. Refs called it. Refs called it. 2 minutes of action. 2 minutes of action. Musil got put down twice. And we said that he was an exciting fighter. 2 minutes of action from Johnny Fisher. Absolutely incredible. Remember the name. Remember the name. Wow. That was amazing. That was amazing. This guy, this Musil that he's going up against, is not like completely useless or anything. He's got, he's not like a journeyman like Norton 50 or anything along those lines. His record's not too bad. His record is 7 wins, 4 losses, right? He's got 5 knockouts on his records. He's coming off a victory back in June. It's not that he's not been active. It's not that he's not been getting wins. But, yeah, that's not a bad result, that. Less than 2 minutes, around 2 minutes for Johnny Fisher to get the job done. Big overhand right clipped. Musil right on the kind of side of the head. Johnny with a... Oh, man. He just absolutely clubbed him. He did get caught, though. He got caught, Johnny Fisher. If he was in there with someone like a Deontay Wilder, it would be good night. He's certainly not ready for that level, but at 23 years old, he now goes, 7-0? He goes 7-0 with 6 knockouts. Making a name for himself, man, Johnny Fisher. Making a good name for himself. How many rounds is Paul versus Anderson Silva? So Paul against Silva, I think, is going to be 8 rounds. Been watching all the coverage for that. I mean, my notes are just... I've got so many notes, I don't even know if I can read them. But yeah, I believe it's 8 rounds. It's going to be a 187 catch weight. But obviously, it's pretty close to cruiserweight. So you've got Jake Paul, who is 186, coming in at 186.5. Anderson Silva coming in at 186. Obviously, the big talking point is the fact there's 22 years difference between them. Anderson Silva, 47. Jake Paul is 25. My feeling on this is that I think it's going to be Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul's going to win, and I've got a horrible feeling that it could be by knockout. It's my worst case scenario because I love Anderson Silva. I think that Jake is a boxer, to be honest now. I think he's a boxer. We've been waiting for him to face a real boxer to really crown him as a proper boxer. But looking at this fight and how I'm feeling going into it, considering Anderson Silva's one of the best strikers in the history of UFC. And when we say one of the best strikers, we don't just mean with his hands. We mean with everything, with his kicks. I mean, his front kick to Vitor Belfort was just... Oh, God, if you've never seen it, watch it. Just Google or go onto YouTube and have a look at Silva Belfort, Belfort, and just see that finish because he basically kicks him in the face whilst they're standing, right? It's a front kick to the face. It's amazing. It's amazing. And it was something that we hadn't seen. We've seen it a few times since, but it was something that I'd never seen at the time. And so, yeah, not just with his hands, but with his kicks, with his legs. His overall striking just puts him as one of the best in the history of the UFC. He really is. I mean, for those of you that don't watch UFC, he really is a GOAT. I don't know how to word that any different. If you don't watch UFC and you don't know anything about UFC, you will have heard a lot about Anderson Silva in the build-up to this fight. He really is the GOAT. He really is. If you're doing a Mount Rushmore, Anderson Silva goes onto it for the history of UFC. You can argue about John Jones. You can argue about George St. Pierre. You can argue about Mighty Mouse. You can argue about several different people. Hoist Gracie, right? You can argue about their impact and all that kind of stuff. You can't argue with the numbers of Anderson Silva. I mean, Anderson Silva's numbers are insane. I think he had 16 title fights or something along these lines. He had that middleweight championship for, 5, 6, 7. I have no idea how many years, but it was years and years and years and years and years. And he just kept giving highlight match and highlight fight and highlight finish after highlight finish. Some, not always. There was definitely a few that were a bit of a sleeper, but they were just dotted in amongst an incredible career. I think maybe part of the reason why he doesn't get the respect he deserves is because I think it was, I can't remember the year, about 2015, something like that. His career took a real nosedive. He actually breaks his leg. And when he never seems to be the same after that. I think he wins 1 fight after he breaks his leg and he loses 7. So he's not really the same fighter. And obviously age catches up with him as well. So his career sort of fizzled he was always Anderson Silva, but his career certainly fizzled. But I remember his final fight, and I remember doing the watch long for it. It was just a normal fight night. That would get about 10,000 views, a normal fight night. This got about 70,000. That's how much he meant. 7 times what we would normally expect to see from a fight night stream. It did 7 times more because it was Anderson Silva and it was his goodbye fight, even though he'd lost about 7 fights before it. people just love him. People just love him. So, yeah, I've seen people laughing when Jake said he's the A-side. There's plenty of people that think Anderson Silva's the A-side. But I think probably in the world of boxing, Jake is the A-side. And I think that Jake's made some really interesting comments. He's spoken about how he knows what he needs to do. I think he has studied tape. I think he's found some, or maybe his team have found some patterns and have found some holes in Anderson's defense. And I think that Jake's got a powerful shot. No one can deny that. I mean, he put down Woodley and obviously he put down Ben Askren, and that was ages ago now. He's obviously improved a lot. He says that his power has improved. Obviously, he's going to say these things, but I believe him because I think that he is constantly improving and constantly learning. And I think that you'll see the best version of Jake tonight. I think that he is going to potentially have to just survive a few shots coming in. He's going to have to survive. I mean, you got to remember this. If you think that this is just a YouTuber against Anderson Silva, Anderson Silva wins. But I think we have to give Jake props in saying that he definitely has shown that he's got some skills of a boxer. I think we have to give Jake props and say that he has definitely shown abilities within the ring. And there's definitely things that he doesn't do well. I just don't know that boxing Anderson Silva, the boxer, is going to be able to exploit them. Anderson Silva is someone that's an amazing mixed martial artist. He's someone that has shown he can hold his own as a boxer. He's going to be Jake's toughest challenge by a mile. But I don't know that he's good enough to exploit the weaknesses of Jake. And I think that there's going to be openings that are going to be left by Anderson that Jake's already spotted. And I think Jake knows. I think he knows. I think he knows that he's coming into this fight with an opponent that's very good. I think he's been picked at this stage for a reason. I think that there's weaknesses to Anderson's boxing game. This is not Anderson Silva, the MMA fighter. This is Anderson Silva, the boxer. And I think there's holes and there's gaps, and I think Jake Paul is going to exploit them. And with his power, if he can get a big shot through and he can knock out Anderson Silva, that will resonate with people. I mean, Dana White has actually added a lot of fuel to this fighter because Dana White, you might remember that famous interview where Dana was like, Jake, how about you box Anderson Silva, Jake? Are you there, Jake? Yeah? I don't see you boxing Anderson Silva, Jake. And now he is. So everyone knows that Dana White values Anderson Silva's boxing. Everyone knows that Dana White thinks that this is a test too far or a bridge too far for Jake Paul. And that has added extra spice to this because this is maybe the first time that we're getting a fighter that Jake's going up against where we know that Dana White and people within like the combat's world actually are giving the other person props. This is the first time. I don't know that anyone was giving Ben Askren props, for example. I thought Ben Askren was a good test at the time because he was a fighter, an actual fighter. He just was never any good with his hands. And so loads of people are like, he's not a boxer. Then he went up against Tyron Woodley, which, again, I thought was a nice step up. I gave him props for that, but it still wasn't a boxer. Tyron Woodley, you know, he was someone that did have knockouts on his record, but he was never really known for his striking. He was someone that was known for like his grappling, his wrestling. He's kind of all-round game. Striking was a part of it, but it's not a boxer. And again, I don't know if he was really getting props. Anderson Silva is known for his striking. Yes, not just his hands, but he is known for it. And obviously the stances are very, very different in MMA to boxing. You have to be careful of takedowns in MMA. You don't need to worry about that in boxing. So the stances are very, very different. I think that Anderson Silva has really been working hard on getting his footwork right, his stance right, generating power, his movement. It's a different sport. It's a completely different sport. But I think Anderson Silva has adapted well. But it's just, has he adapted as well as needed to take on someone that's living boxing. I mean, Jake Paul lives it. He lives boxing. He lives it. He breathes it. He is absolutely all about boxing these days. That's all he tends to do. So, can Anderson Silva match that? I just worry. I don't think he can. I think Anderson Silva's coming in and taking this as a payday. I don't think he's going to take a fall, but I think he's taking this as a payday. I think that what will be for him. If his boxing is not to the level of Jake's, then, well, so what? Do you know what I mean? So what? He's not bothered. He's had his career. His career was MMA. This is him having fun now. This is him. He doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the money. He doesn't need to be fighting. He does it because he enjoys it, and he does it because he wants to. And, he just really, really enjoys himself. But that's a bit of a problem when it comes to, like, trying to bet money or something, because I don't know. I feel like Jake's definitely hungrier. And to be honest, I've seen quite a few preview videos, and I've seen the sit-down interviews and all this, and I've seen the press conferences. I don't know that is a point that people are making enough. I don't know that is a factor that people are really taking into account, that Jake is hungrier. This means more to Jake than it does Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva might not agree with that, but it's true, because Anderson Silva has had his career. His career is done. It's over, right? He's not going to go on to be a champion boxer. I don't even think that's his dream. He's doing this as something to do. This is a hobby. That's what this is. It's a hobby, right? He's spoken about maybe doing a kickboxing fight after this. He's talking about maybe fighting Roy Jones Jr., right? He's not talking about climbing the ladder and trying to be a world champion. Those are the kind of noises that Jake is making. Whether he's being honest or not, I have no idea. But I believe he wants to be a world champion. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that he wants to have a world championship. And it's just a case of, can he get his skills to that level? It's going to be very, very, very difficult for him to achieve that. Very difficult. He might be able to go after like a regional title, though. There could be a regional belt out there. No, I don't see a world title in his future, but one step at a time. But he's got that hunger. The one thing about Jake is he sets a target, he goes after it, right? He's very good at that. He's very good at kind of like, constantly pushing himself. He said, like, he's got a great girlfriend. He's got more money than he ever needs. He's just got everything he needs. He doesn't need anything. Jake Paul does not need anything, but he needs this, right? He's putting the work in because he needs this, whereas Silva doesn't need this. So that's why I'm leaning more towards Jake over Anderson Silva, even though I love Anderson Silva. What I would love from... I think if Silva loses by decision, there's no shame in that. There's no shame in that. If he can get to decision and he ends up losing it on the scorecards, I think that's a win-win, to be honest, because I think Jake gets his victory over Anderson Silva, and it's a good, credible victory as well. I'm sure the haters will still hate, but it's a good win, right? Anderson Silva keeps his pride. Yeah, all right, he's lost to Jake Paul, but I think Jake's going to keep developing. He's still, 25? I mean, that's still quite young in the boxing world. Ideally, he would want to be younger, but he'd want to be a few years younger, of course. We just saw Johnny Fisher, who's 23, just win his 7th fight. Jake's having fight number 6 tonight, I think. And he's 25, so, ideally, he'd like to be a few years younger. But either way, it doesn't matter. He's late to the party, but not too late. And so I think he's going to keep leveling up. And, Anderson Silva, right, he beat him on points. I mean, so what? There'll be plenty, when we look back at Jake's career, there's plenty of knockouts that people will be looking at first before they look at a decision win over Anderson Silva. So I think that would be a win-win for everyone if they were to agree something. But I just worry about the knockout. I really do. I think Anderson Silva does have gaps in his game. Jake does as well. Absolutely, Jake does. And we can talk about those later. But Anderson has got them as well. And I think if Jake has identified them and can find a shot through, then I think it could spell trouble. Jason Williams, shout out to you, dude. Appreciate the support. It's going to be it's going to be a long night this evening. We've got lots to talk about. I know, like, I go off when we're chatting away and everything, but there's so much to go through. I mean, we haven't really spoke about anything other than just a big overview. But we can talk about their strengths. We can talk about their weaknesses. We can talk about what they need to try and do for getting the victory. I'm leaning towards Jake Paul knockout, and I wish I wasn't. I wish that it would be. I can't see Silva getting a knockout. I think Jake took a few shots in his past few fights. I rewatched the Woodley fights. Jake's chin is all right. It's not been tested. We haven't seen him get cracked hard, right? But we know that there's a chin there of some description. So I don't know that I can see. I just can't visualize Anderson Silva putting Jake down. I think if you're hoping for that for me is like the real outside shot. That's the real outside shot, is the fact that we'll get a knockdown for Silva. I think if Silva wins this, it's going to go decision. I can see Silva getting, because he's very good at working angles. I can see him finding those angles, getting shots through, and giving Jake something to think about. And I can see Anderson winning rounds. The problem is I can't see one of those shots landing hard enough to put Jake down. I think that Jake, in response, he might not be as accurate. He certainly will not have the volume. The volume advantage is with Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva threw like 400 punches in one of his fights. I think he's against Chavez Jr. I think he threw like over 400 punches. So the volume is with Anderson Silva. The longer this fight goes, the more that I've got to think that if he's got that volume in this fight as well, he's going to be landing a good percentage of those. And I think that if it goes decision, Anderson stands a great chance. So if this goes 8 rounds, Anderson stands a great chance down to his volume. But I don't know that it goes 8 rounds because he has got gaps. Jake's identified them. Jake has spoken about the fact that they found gaps in the defense and he knows how to exploit them, and he's going to look to do exactly that. So, yeah, it's so intriguing. It's so interesting. There's so much to go through. I've even got like a few images that are like queued up and everything we can look at as we get closer to it, where I can show you a bit about his footwork, how much Jake reaches, how much Jake leaves himself open. But equally, things that Jake does really, really well. One image we've got is the knockout against Tyron Woodley. And that is fascinating because Jake didn't really get the props he deserved for that knockout, because he actually goes for feints for the body and Woodley drops the arm down to protect the body. And as the arm is coming down, Jake switches. I think his intention was to go upstairs all along, but he makes it really seem until the last second like it's a body shot, switches, brings it up, really snaps in the power, and that's how he puts Woodley down. He completely fools Tyron Woodley into thinking that it's a body shot, and then absolutely smacks him. And the power is very impressive, with like a big kind of hook, right hook shot, which puts Woodley down. And as we say, you know, I worry that Silva could be a victim of something similar. I'm sure Silva will have watched tape. I'm sure Silva will be prepared, but if he finds himself in that like position, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how Silva reacts, because his reactions are going to be slow, because he's 47, right? He's nearly 50 years old. He's 3 years away from being 50, right? You can't take that, like you can't talk about this fight without talking about that. And the problem is that if Jake's going to go downstairs again, if he just even momentarily drops his hands, it's going to take a while, just that split second to get them back up again. One false move, one little flinch, right? Like it takes like half a second or so to like drop your hand and then try and get it to change direction. That is enough time for this shot to really, at that speed, have made some good progress towards his head. So this is why boxing is just so fascinating. It's why it's called the sweet science, because we are really talking about just brief moments. We're talking about reactions. We're talking about feinting and throwing people off, creating openings, exploiting openings. And Jake has shown that he can do that. And this is why we have to start thinking of him more as a fighter now. It's one of those things that's kind of snuck up on us. I mean, was he a proper boxer? Was he a fighter when he was taking on Deji? No, right? He was a kid in shorts with boxing gloves that went out there and just spammed overhands, right? He wasn't like setting things up and doing like, anything interesting. So no would be the answer. But as he's gone up against Nate Robinson and he's gone up against Ben Askren and he's had all these training camps and then obviously the 2 Woodley fights, he has made improvements. And also because he's been testing himself against better and better opposition, he's been going longer in fights. And obviously he's been tested with different things. He's had to try and overcome Woodley. I mean, if you stand in a ring twice opposite Tyrone Woodley, then, standing opposite Anderson Silva, I don't know that it's a massive step up, to be honest, because if you've already beaten 2 MMA fighters, then, all right, Anderson Silva definitely is a step up, but it's not like you're going from jobbers to Canelo Alvarez. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's been making some nice natural progression. He went from a basketball player to fight an MMA fighter that couldn't strike. Then he goes to Tyron Woodley, and Tyron Woodley was a good opposition, actually pushed him the distance in the first fight. It was a good opponent, but then look at what he does in the rematch. In the rematch, he's improved his footwork, he exploits an opening, he creates and exploits an opening. Just brilliant work from Jake in that second fight. It wasn't all perfect, but I think he is now. That second Woodley fight, I think, was the arrival of a proper boxer. I think that's where we were really starting to see him set things up, improve on his footwork, and get a big, big knockout. That was a big knockout. That is a massive, massive moment. Didn't it? It won knockout of the year, didn't it? It was someone's knockout of the year. And so, we have to start thinking, even though he's still not faced a professional boxer, we saw when KSI did. KSI faced a professional boxer. It was awful. It was awful. Like, it was a kid. He looked about 12. So, we've got to be a little bit careful when it comes to saying that Jake's not a fighter because he hasn't fought a professional fighter yet. Because Anderson Silva is going to be a hell of a test. Paranormal Presence, shout out to you. We've got our next fight coming up. I must admit, I'm not too taken with this one, but we'll keep an eye on it. Is this the co-main before Katie Taylor? We're here because I want to watch the Katie Taylor fight. So this is Jordan Gill against Martinez. Gill coming in at a minus 450 favorite, so firm favorite Gill. So let's change this over. So this is the second fight we're watching. Co-main event of the evening. We will have Katie Taylor in action after this. We need to talk about Katie Taylor, actually. And we will talk about Katie Taylor. But I also need to get to some comments because once I start talking, I don't shut up. Paranormal Presence said, I hope you're well. Can't wait for the fight. The big fight has got to be KSI versus Jake. But KSI needs to get better first. Yeah, he does. He really does. We did not learn much at all from the fights he had. I wasn't a fan of the 2 fights in one night thing. I think a lot of KSI fans were trying to spin it and make out like this was an amazing achievement. It wasn't. At no point did I think it was an amazing achievement. But I actually thought it was a sham. I think if you're going to fight someone, then fight someone, right? Fight someone that's going to be a bit of a test. He fought a rapper who had no boxing previous abilities or had spent 20 days learning to box. It was an absolute sham. I think he knew that as well. And so that's why he went out and got Pineda, who was a Mexican fighter we didn't know much about. What I will say, though, is props that he went out and got a proper fighter. But this is a kid that's, lost his last 3. He obviously, it was hard to find tape on him And to be honest, as soon as he stepped in there, he was awful. He was absolutely useless. He looked about 12 and he acted about 12. And clearly he'd been handpicked and he was a journeyman. And it was, granted, KSI stepped into the ring after not fighting for years and years and years, stepped in there and took on two different opponents. So I give him props for getting in there, but we learned nothing. What we learned is that KSI is better than a rapper that had been boxing for 20 days. And we learned that he's better than a Mexican fighter who was just about 12, looked 12, acted 12, and was absolutely useless. KSI Jake Paul is a big, big fight. But right now, Jake is streets ahead of KSI. And I do not know how KSI closes that gap. I seriously have not got a clue as to how he closes that gap. If this fight was happening next month, it's Jake Paul. 2 months, it's Jake Paul. 3 months, Jake Paul. 6 months, Jake Paul. I don't know how KSI closes the gap. Jake Paul is clearly, visibly improving. You can actually see the improvements from fight to fight. Compare the first Woodley fight with the second Woodley fight. Jake Paul makes some big improvements, and I expect to see more tonight. So, yes, I completely agree. The big fight is Jake KSI. I cannot see how KSI wins that fight. I don't know how he's going to improve at the speed required to get to Jake's level now. You've got to have been, he's been too distracted. If he wanted to be a boxer, he should have kept on boxing. After he got his wins over Logan and everything, he stepped away and did other things. And that's fine. But you can't just pick this up and put this down. This is not a sport. Like, you can't treat it like a toy. Like, you can't just pick it up, put it back down, come back to it in a few years, have a bit of fun with it, put it back down again. You can do that if you want to face YouTubers, right? If you want to just be facing influencers and facing YouTubers, then you can do that. But if you want to actually do this and have proper fights, you can't do it. You just can't do it. And Jake is someone that's on a very clear path. And it's still the biggest fight, but I just don't know how he closes the gap. I really, really don't. Really don't know how he closes that gap. Right, we are underway with this co-main event. As we said, we are going to keep an eye on it. Let's go down. I'm sure there was another one. Paranormal Presence. Appreciate the support, my friend. Appreciate the support. And Jason Williams as well. I hope everyone's doing well. As we said, we are working our way towards Jake Paul and Anderson Silva. We've started early. We've started very early. But we've started early because Katie Taylor is in action, and I didn't see the point in doing a separate stream. I didn't see the point in doing a Katie Taylor stream, stopping that, and then starting a Jake Paul one. So it just made sense to catch the end of the Katie Taylor card, because I think people are only really interested in the Katie Taylor fight. So we're watching the Katie Taylor fight, and then we'll go into Jake Paul. We're going to watch the undercard. I'm not too bothered by the early prelims on the Jake Paul fight, to be honest. I do like the main card, though. We haven't spoke about the main cards. I do like the main cards. I think the main card's got a lot of really interesting matches on it. So not only do we have the Jake Paul fight, we've also got Ashton Silve taking on Rodriguez. Ashton Silve is 18. Mayweather has actually already had him over and sparring. Mayweather gave him $100 and said, "This is not the last money you will ever get from me. Like, you are going places." Mayweather is really impressed with Ashton Silve, and Jake Paul was so impressed he signed him. So Ashton Silve is actually one of the first boxers, along with Amanda Serrano, that is signed to Most Valuable Promotions. So he's in the co-main. I cannot wait to watch him. I watched one of his earlier fights. He's 7-0. We were talking about Johnny Fisher and the excitement around Johnny Fisher. If you're American, you need to be getting excited about Ashton Silve. This guy, super featherweight, he's going places. Mayweather's excited. Jake Paul's excited. I've watched his early fights. I watched 2 of his early fights. won the other day, and he's good. He's really good. And for his age, he's exceptional. So, yeah, he's in the co-main event. I'm really looking forward to seeing him in action. This will be his kind of coming out party in a way. So, looking forward to that. We've also got Chris Avila taking on Dr. Mike. So, Dr. Mike, 20-odd million followers on whatever. I actually don't know Dr. Mike, but I've heard of him, and I was like, where have I heard of Dr. Mike? And then I remember I've heard of him because he fought iDubbbz earlier this year, and that was the first time I'd heard of Dr. Mike. He got a convincing win over iDubbbz, went the distance, I believe, but he won every round. He looked really good. He's been boxing for 10 years. He's going to step in against a former UFC Bellator fighter called Chris Avila, who trains with Nate Diaz. He's part of the Diaz crew. He's 8-9 in MMA. Not the strongest of records, but someone that's got plenty of fighting experience and someone that can use his hands as well. This is not Ben Askren. This is someone that can throw. This is someone that can strike. This is going to be a big, big challenge for Dr. Mike. I couldn't find the odds on this fight, so I feel like Chris is going to come in as favorite because he's got that fighting experience. But Dr. Mike looked pretty good, actually. He looked pretty good against iDubbbz. I mean, obviously hard to gauge because it was iDubbbz. But Dr. Mike wants to see how far he can go here. He's not doing this as a one-off. And what I really respect about Dr. Mike is he said, I could just make more money by fighting influencers. But this is not about money. And it's not about money to the point where he's actually giving his full purse away to charity. How amazing is that? Anything that he gets from tonight, any pay that he gets, he's giving it to charity. I mean, in all fairness, he's a doctor. He's got 10 million, I think, subscribers on YouTube, 20-odd million in total when you look at Instagram and everything. He's probably not hurting for money. But even so, to give away all of your fight purse to charity tonight, I have a lot of respect for Dr. Mike. A lot of respect. So, yeah, that fight I'm really looking forward to. It's only 4 rounds. I think it might even be the show opener. Then we've got Uriah Hall, UFC fighter Uriah Hall, who last fought back in July. One of the best fighters in the middleweight division. Not ever, never held the title, but he contended for titles. Actually beat Anderson Silva as well in Silva's last fight. It was Uriah Hall against Anderson Silva. Uriah Hall picking up the victory. And Uriah Hall, someone that not that long ago announced he was done with UFC. Kind of did it on the quiet, actually. And it took people by surprise. But now we know why. It's because he's going to be facing Le'Veon Bell. Is that how you say his name? I don't know how you say his first name, but I think it's Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon. Either way, Bell. He is a former Pittsburgh Steelers running back. He started doing boxing for extra cardio. This is going to be a big, big challenge, man. This is a big challenge. He's got one exhibition fight under his belt, Bell has. And now he's going up against Uriah Hall. Uriah Hall comes in as a minus 500 favorite. So that's going to be interesting. Then we've got Santiago taking on Nieves. Not too bothered by this one. This is a proper boxing fight. This is going to be like a grudge rematch. They faced each other 6 years ago. It went to a draw. And that's something that obviously both guys want to try and rectify this time around. So bit of a history there, bit of a rematch in the bantamweight division. Santiago comes in at minus 275 favorites. He's got 26 wins. He's got 13 stoppages, so 50% knockout rate. He's taking on Nieves, who's got 20 wins, and he has got 11 stoppages, so slightly better. I reckon there's a good chance this one will go to a decision. It's 10 rounds. It's probably the part of the card I'm not that bothered by. But as I said, overall, as a main card, I think it's really strong. I think there's some really interesting fights, really interesting stories, extra intrigue in there because there's some names in there. People will know Dr. Mike. People will know Uriah Hall. People will know Bell from the NFL. Some people might know of Silve, Ashton Silve. As I said, I really rate him, and many people do. He's actually coming in as a minus 4,000 favorite. He's taking on a fighter who is 20-4, 20 wins, only 4 losses, right? And this dude has got 17 knockouts as well. So he's won 20 fights, 17 by knockouts. He's faced some big names. His losses have come against people like Ryan Garcia. Yeah, Rodriguez is solid. I mean, we're not talking about a journeyman here. We're talking about someone that's got a decent record, someone that can absolutely hold their own. And this 18-year-old who is 7-0 is stepping in there as a minus 4,000 favorite. That means you would have to bet $4,000 to get $100 back, right? That's how big of a favorite Ashton Silve is. That's how good he is. That's why you should get excited about the co-main event. So the co-main event looks great. Jake Paul, Anderson Silva, super fascinating. Odds have been swinging back and forth. Anderson Silva was favorite. Lots of money has come in, though, recently on Jake Paul. Jake Paul now comes in as the favorite. Jake Paul is now the favorite. He comes in at minus 125. It might even be a bit wider today. I haven't seen the odds today. This was about 48 hours ago. So Jake Paul minus 125. Anderson Silva plus 105. Very close. Very close. Jake Paul by knockout is plus 215. So if you put $100 down, you would get $215 back. In regards to Anderson Silva, a knockout, I think is about plus 300, around that kind of ballpark. So it seems like the odds makers, the bookies, have got Jake Paul by knockout as being slightly more favored than an Anderson Silva knockout. Which, as we said, I think that says a lot. I really think that says a lot because Jake Paul is definitely a fighter now. He's definitely someone that we need to start talking about and considering as having skills. What time are they going to box? So the main event is quite a long way away still because the actual main card doesn't start for a good few hours. So we've got time to talk and look at pictures and have a look at some things. But the reason we started so early is because we are doing the Katie Taylor fight, which is next. Katie Taylor in action, the best female fighter. And I understand there's going to be Clarissa Shields fans that are going to be saying that Clarissa Shields is the best. But in my opinion, having watched Shields and watched her in a very hard fight against Savannah Marshall, I think Katie Taylor's just ahead, personally. I do think Clarissa Shields is a fantastic fighter, though. I mean, like, right up there as in could be the best women's fighter in the world. But for me, it's Katie Taylor, and she will be in action next, actually, after this fight. So we're going to watch that. Then we're going to go straight into whatever Jake Paul fights we can find. The fights we've just spoke about are the main cards, but there's actually, I think, 10 fights in total. And there's another, like, 5, which I'm not as bothered about. We'll probably have them on in the background, much like this. And I'll just, like, you know, keep an eye and then bring you the results. I don't think too many people are going to be fussed on those. But once we get to that main card, we're all in on the main card. We're going to watch all of those fights. And I'm really looking forward to it. That's going to be our main event of the evening. Leighton said, as the card started, the card hasn't started yet. No, it's a really good card. We were just breaking it down, just going through like a bit of the story of each of those fights. But that card hasn't started yet. We're a few hours away from that card beginning. But as we said, you know, so excited for it. We've got so much to talk about. We can break down all of those fights. And we can look at like pros and cons for each of those fighters. And like we can have a good understanding of those fights before we get to them. So it's good that we've got the time. Sam said, you sold the co-main event. I haven't even heard of it, says Sam. Shout out to you, Sam. Yeah, listen, honestly, get excited. If you are in the US, then you've got something very special. Very special. He actually called out Jake Paul You got to remember, he's 18, but he called out Jake Paul and said that would be easy money for him. And he was like, I'm ready whenever his like camp is, but they're never going to make that phone call. He shows real maturity. His dad is his trainer, and his dad, like, I think, does a great job of keeping him on the straight and narrow. And so, look, he gets an allowance. I watched a documentary on him, and that's where, I found out the details about like Mayweather and everything. But he is someone that is kept on the straight and narrow by his dad. Whenever he gets paid, it goes into his dad's care, if you will. But his dad gives him an allowance, and that money is apparently there for him for when he gets older, which, is clever. I mean, a kid of his age could just go out and just absolutely, blow all that kind of money. He's making good money. I think he's got some really good sponsorships. And obviously, he's now being paid an absolute truckload by Most Valuable Promotions. So, he gets this, allowance and goes out and, gets what he needs to get. But he doesn't go crazy. He was talking about how he wants to get a Tesla. That's something that he has got in his sights. He wants to get a Tesla. He's also got a pet monkey, which is pretty out there. They showed you him walking around with his pet monkey. Legit, he's got a pet monkey. Not like he goes to the zoo to visit it. It lives with him. He goes to the shops with it. He's got a harness and he walks around with a pet monkey. So, yeah, his dad keeps him on the straight and narrow, but he does have a pet monkey. We should never forget that. So, just a few fun facts about Ashton Silve. And as we said, very much looking forward to that fight. Sam said maybe following the Katie Taylor fight, if she wins, she gets the big fight in Ireland. Yeah. Okay, so Katie Taylor, this is, I don't want to say a disappointing fight because I want to watch it all the same. But Katie Taylor tonight should win. I mean, Katie Taylor comes into this fight as a minus 6,000 favorite. So that means put 100. If you want to win 100, you've got to put $6,000 down. That's how much of a favorite Katie Taylor is. This should be... She wanted Amanda Serrano. Amanda Serrano apparently didn't want the fight. I've heard a few conflicting reports, though, because I heard that Jake Paul gave Katie Taylor a lot of money, I think about $2 million, to go down in weight, go down and face Amanda Serrano, Amanda Serrano's more comfortable weight. So he gave her that offer, and Katie Taylor turned it down. She's not interested in that. She wants to stay at lightweight. And so she's obviously got this fight tonight, which is a bit of a... People are saying it's just a warm-up thing. She is taking on an undefeated fighter. Carabajal, I think you say her name, Carabajal. She is 19-0. 19-0. She does only have a couple of stoppages on her record, though, so doesn't seem to carry much in the way of power. And obviously someone with the skills of Katie Taylor. I think Carabajal is someone that's going to be good. Certainly from the tape I watched, she seemed like a very competent fighter. She didn't particularly have great hand speed. She certainly doesn't have great power, only 2 wins by stoppage. This, as we said, should be very comfortable for Katie Taylor, and she should get a stoppage. I do expect her to win by stoppage. It is worth saying that our main seems to have just finished, and it looks like Kiko Martinez has picked up the victory. So it looks like Jordan Gill has lost to Kiko Martinez, who was a 2-time former champion, 43 wins, 30 by stoppage. He was a big puncher, and seems to be a big left hook shot that has put Gill down. He did get right back up to his feet, but it seems like they're just showing a replay, man. That's a beautiful hook shot. Beautiful hook shot by Kiko Martinez. And looks like that's a victory for him. Keep showing it again and again and again. But that was our co-main event for this Katie Taylor fight. So it should be Katie Taylor coming up next. I think they did say that the Katie Taylor ring walk is expected to be around about 10 o'clock. So they're probably going to make us wait a little bit. This one finishing a little bit earlier maybe than expected. Certainly Kiko Martinez was not the favorite here. Kiko Martinez was plus 325 underdog. Plus 325 underdog. Jordan Gill at minus 450 has lost this one. So you could have made some good money there. If you'd have put 100 down on Martinez, you would have got 325 back and your 100. So you would have got 425, including your stake. So just on him winning. And he has picked up the victory here. So Kiko Martinez with the win. But yes, talking about what's next for Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor wants to fight at Croke Park, which is a massive stadium in Ireland. It can hold about 80-odd thousand. It's really weird. If you've never seen Croke Park, there's one whole side that's really underdeveloped. I think it's because of a train line, but you've got 3 massive stands, and then you've got this one end that's just like a shed. It's such a strange stadium. It is so weird, but it's great for concerts and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a really weird stadium, one of the weirdest I've ever seen. But if they developed that one side, I'm sure it could be like 100-odd thousand. It must be. It's an 80-odd thousand stadium. It's basically only got 3 sides. So yeah, it would be one of the biggest stadiums in the world if they could develop that other side. But she wants to fight there. She's never fought there. She wants to fight there. Obviously, she's Irish. She's like, could you imagine 80,000 Irishmen and Irish women going crazy? I mean, that would just be insane. That would have to go down as one of the greatest atmospheres in the history of any boxing fight ever. Could you imagine 80,000? You know what the Irish are like. Man, they are so passionate. They are such great fight fans. And we see it whenever, like, Conor comes over. And we've seen it loads of times in the past with, obviously, Irish fighters. But Croke Park, Katie Taylor, she would love to face Amanda Serrano. Don't think Serrano fancies it, to be honest. I don't think she wants... I think she'd do it if the money was right. But she just lost a very, very close call at Madison Square Garden. Going into Ireland, into Croke Park, going into that atmosphere... How are you going to get the win there? If you didn't get the win at Madison Square Garden, how are you going to get the win in Croke Park in front of that crowd? Like, that's going to be a challenge. And I think it's a challenge that Amanda Serrano wants to make sure that she is as prepared for as possible. And I think she wants to make sure that she is getting paid, basically. So, yeah, that was meant to be this time. It could have been tonight. Could have been right now. We could have been watching Amanda Serrano against Katie Taylor, the rematch now at Croke Park, but she didn't want it. So they were also in talks with Cyborg, and they were also in talks with Holly Holm, but they couldn't get those over the line either. They couldn't get any of those fights to actually come through. So that's why we've ended up with Carabajal, who I've never heard of, to be honest. This is, I think, her first time fighting outside of Argentina. She's never fought outside of Argentina. This is the first time. And so, look, this is for Katie, innit? Everyone's here for Katie. After that amazing victory, everyone's here to see Katie Taylor. And it doesn't really matter who she's up against. But yeah, if she wins this, big fights await. The Amanda Serrano fight at Croke Park. The Cyborg fight, which would be a bit of a freak show because Cyborg's obviously not a boxer. She's an MMA fighter. But she's really well known, and I think people would be really into it. I'd be into it. She's bigger than Katie Taylor. It'd be an interesting challenge. Be a problem because of Cyborg's size. And Cyborg is someone that is not going to get pushed around. She's strong. I couldn't see Katie Taylor winning against Cyborg by knockout. I think she peppers her, but I don't think she knocks her out. So that would be interesting. Holly Holm is another one, the preacher's daughter from UFC. She's got former professional boxing experience. So that would be interesting as well. So Holly Holm, Cyborg, Amanda Serrano. If you want to look more in the actual boxing world, then, there's a few interesting fights that she could have. It would mean her kind of moving divisions potentially. I don't know if she'd want to do that. Or not, but I think, is it Cameron that's light welterweights? So yeah, there's and also Baumgardner, who just won the other day, and Mayer, who was in that fight as well. Both of those have expressed an interest in fighting her. So there's plenty of fights out there for Katie Taylor. Chantal Cameron is who I'm thinking of. Chantal Cameron is a female light welterweight. She's got the WBC. If she was to move up to light welterweight, Katie Taylor, then she could finish her career by being a two weight division champion. She could actually go up and, face Chantal Cameron and try and take that WBC light welterweight championship, which would be tricky. But I think they've faced before on the amateurs, and Katie Taylor won. Yeah, back in 2011. Back in 2011, she faced Chantal Cameron and beat her. So, you'd got to think that she would stand a very good chance of beating her as well. Katie Taylor is regarded as pound for pound greatest, along with Clarissa Shields. And Chantal Cameron, since she turned professional, she is 16-0. So 16-0, 8 of those by knockout, 8 by decision, no defeats. It would be a big fight. Big fight. Do that at Croke Park, that would be huge, because that would be Katie Taylor trying to win titles in 2 different weight classes. So I really like the Chantal Cameron fight. Right, let's change this over and go. Let's go to our main event, which is coming up next. It's going to be Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor versus Carabajal. There we go. Liverpool have conceded. Oh, yeah, the Liverpool game's on. Forgot about that. Liverpool in action tonight. I can't remember who they're facing. Is it Nottingham Forest? Are they playing Forest? We've got Eddie Hearn just having a word right now with Kiko Martinez. So Eddie Hearn at ringside. Leeds they're playing. So Salah with a goal, 2-1 Leeds at the moment. Don't know why I thought it was Forest. So, and that's in the 90th minute. So Leeds just scored in the 89th minute. It could be Leeds beating Liverpool 2-1. That would be a big win for Leeds. Leeds in the bottom 3. Leeds have not won a game in their last 5. They've drawn 1, lost 4. That would be big for Leeds. That would be big. Liverpool having a horrific season. Currently 9th in the table, but wow, Leeds scoring in the 89th minute. Wow. If Jake Paul does the imaginable and knocks out the Spider, says Sam, Katie Taylor could fight on the undercard of Jake Paul versus Conor in a boxing match in Ireland next year. Jeez Louise, could you imagine that? Oh, hello, what's this? Oh, hello, they've put another fight in. I don't know if this is... I don't know what this is. I haven't even got this down on my card, to be honest. So, looks like they're wheeling another fight out. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye, but as we said, Katie Taylor is the one that I've got my eyes on. Yeah, in regards to that, good shout. I feel like Conor's done. Apparently, he's not even in the USADA pool anymore. So, Conor is not going to get an MMA fight anytime soon. I don't think we've seen Conor this year, which is, always hurtful because those streams are huge, man. Conor streams are massive. They're some of the biggest streams of the year, and I don't think we've had one this year. I don't think there's been a Conor fight. I don't think Conor is really a threat to the top lightweight division anymore. I don't think that he might be looking at Leon Edwards, licking his lips, to be honest, because I know there'd been talk about him going up and taking on Usman, and Conor had been making crazy claims that he knew how to beat Usman, right? I mean, just madness. But, I very much doubt he could. But Leon Edwards was losing that fight, and he found a way of getting a headshot in that put Usman down, and he wins, and we've got a new welterweight champ. And I would imagine Conor would fancy his chances against Leon Edwards. But the thing is, from what I've heard, he's not in the USADA pool. So he can't fight. He's going to need to go into the USADA pool and he's going to be tested, need to be tested for a few months before he can fight. I don't know what Conor's doing. I don't know what Conor's planning on doing. A fight against Islam Makhachev would be it'd be one of the biggest UFC events of all time. If he took on Islam Makhachev, the new lightweight champion, Khabib's protege, it would be one of the biggest UFC fights of all time. But I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he'll do that because I don't think he wins at all. I don't think he stands a chance against Islam Makhachev. So I don't think he does that. I think he stands a better chance against Leon Edwards. And actually, Conor has been looking bigger recently. He's been working out, and I think dropping the weight is getting a bit harder now that he's getting older. So moving to welterweight might actually not be the worst of ideas. But the thing is, he's not in the USADA pool. So he can't go into the welterweight division. He can't go into any division. He can't do anything at the moment. So, yeah, I don't know what his future holds. But I think if Jake gets a win against Anderson Silva, I genuinely don't know. I feel like it is getting more and more realistic. The more that Jake wins, I think it's getting more and more realistic, the fight with Conor. Because Conor always loves a payday. And Conor is seemingly done with UFC. Genuinely don't know if we get another Conor fight. I feel like we could, but I mean, it's not happening, and it hasn't happened for a while now. He might fancy the payday, but man, he does not want to lose to Jake. He does not want to lose to Jake. I mean, all joking aside, it's a gamble in it for Conor because boxing is not Conor's first sport. Conor is an MMA fighter, and as we've said, the stances are completely different. So if Conor steps in there and goes up against Jake, it's a massive gamble for Conor because he would probably go in as favorite. But, an ever-improving Jake, I really don't know how big that gap is. Conor's had one fight against Mayweather, and he lost it, which there's no shame in that. But, I mean, where's Jake? Where's Conor? Where's Conor in regards to his boxing? Boxing's always, been something that Conor's had and has always been a skill that Conor's used. But there's levels to this game, and I feel like Jake is going up levels. If you did Conor versus Jake, I genuinely don't know how that goes. But saying that, I genuinely don't know how tonight goes. If you do Anderson Silva against Jake, I don't feel like Conor is going to be that different. The only difference is Conor's obviously going to be closer to Jake in age. Anderson is much older. He's going to be slower as a result, even though he was incredible, had incredible hand speed. He still is throwing incredible volume. He's still got good hand speed, but you would have to think that Conor is another level above. So it would be another step, but I don't think it's that big of a step. I don't think going from Anderson Silva to Conor McGregor is that big of a step skill-wise, boxing skill-wise. It's certainly not a step in the MMA world. If you look at Anderson and Anderson's career and look at Conor's, I mean, Anderson's the GOAT. So in the MMA world, it wouldn't be that big of a step. Granted, in 2022, it might be. But, yeah, I feel like Jake's having nice natural progression. If he beats Anderson, maybe wins another fight against a good, credible opponent, good name, gets a victory. I don't know. I feel like we're really close to Conor territory. I think we're miles from Canelo territory, but I think we're getting closer to Conor territory. So, yeah, could you imagine that? Jake versus Conor, Serrano versus Katie. To be honest, Croke Park wouldn't be big enough. I mean, I don't even know where you hold that. I don't know where that is the kind of thing that might happen in the Middle East, to be honest. They might do that for mega money. You could put that in any stadium in the world and sell that stadium out. You could go to India. India have got 100 and some thousand. You would sell out any stadium in the world with that fight. Jake Paul is known around the world. Conor is known around the world. Maybe Katie Taylor, Serrano aren't, but there's enough fans out there that have heard of him now, surely, after what they did at Madison Square Garden. So, yeah, fascinating. Retribution said, Leeds have won. Liverpool are just not the same anymore, said Retribution. Carrie said, Jake has got one lucky knockout. Look back at his fight. He's not a good boxer. He's improving. You've got to say he's improving. If you actually look at his footwork and you look at what he was doing in the first fight, compare it to the second fight, you can see improvements in his footwork, in his movement, in his ring generalship as well. In the first fight, he was being, it was on the outside a lot. He was being bullied a lot by Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley was actually dictating a lot of that fight. The only problem was Tyron Woodley did not throw much volume at all, right? And so Jake was on the outside, but he was, I don't want to say putting himself there, but he was kind of giving up the center ground very easily. The ring was being narrowed down very easily. And his movement was just, he was moving around on the outside, but not really coming in and out of range very well. There was lots of things you would look at and go, wow, this kid's just not great. And I completely agree. But if you look at the changes he makes in the last fight, he takes the center ground. He holds the center ground. He's got a nice combination of shots as well. When he actually does get his combos off, there's some nice combinations that are in there. His hand speed is actually not bad at all. His power, as we saw, is good. He seems to carry, if he can connect, then he seems to carry like a threat. So I actually think that, look, is he the levels of world champions? No. But is he someone that I think deserves to be classed as a boxer? After 6 fights, yes. Yes, because I think what you compare him to are boxers that have had about 6 fights. You compare him to people starting out low-level boxing. Don't compare him to Canelo. Don't compare him to Tank. Don't compare him to Devin Haney, right? There's no point doing that because he's not that level. Don't compare him to that. That's ridiculous. Go down to the people that have had 5 or 6 fights. He said, can anyone name Mayweather's first 5 fights? He's like, no, you can't. You can't name his first 5 fights. You don't know who he fought because a lot of boxers just go up against journeymen. They just go up against people that have got losing records just to get wins on their resume, get a bit of experience, and then they start, working their way up through the rankings. And Jake makes a good point. You can name my first 5 fights. It's not like I went away, just had a few fights against journeymen, and now I'm here trying to, take on people. You've watched my journey. But I think part of that is the fact that people don't give him props for the improvements because you've been just watching him and his whole journey. You watch his first fight against Deji. You watch his fight against Nate Robinson. Certainly watch that first fight against Tyron Woodley. He has made improvements. He has made improvements. One thing I will not say, I don't class Jake as a fantastic boxer at all, right? He's got weaknesses. There's lots of things you can look at with Jake and say, he leaves too many openings, he lunges too much. There's times where he'll take his back foot off the floor as he's really reaching. As he's reaching, he's completely exposed. If someone was to come in with a hook shot, he'd be in big trouble. He is someone that can get pressured and bullied and controlled within a boxing ring, but he has shown a bit of improvement on that front. But there's definitely things that he's got to his advantage. He's got good hand speed. He's got good lateral movement. His footwork has improved. He's got decent power by the looks of it. And I think for his level, he is a boxer. I think he is a boxer. I've been waiting for him to face a boxer to really say he's a boxer. But I think that if you actually do the tape study, you'll see the improvements. You really, really will. So I think that, again, to say one lucky punch is completely wrong. Because if you look at the Tyron Woodley thing, as we said, he goes to the body. He's using feints very, very well. He actually throws to the body. Watch the Woodley knockout. He goes to the body, right? And he goes for it just before as well. This is not luck. He sets it up and he's looking for it. he looks for it before he throws it the first time. So he goes for it and it doesn't quite come off for him. And so he goes for it again, like moments later, and it comes off. He goes to the body, swings it up, gets Woodley completely off guard. So his hand is up and his hand drops Woodley's, thinking it's coming into the body. He brings the arm down to block it, completely leaves the face open, which means that he can then bring it up and smack him in the head. And that was not luck. That was not luck. That was absolutely feinting and throwing a shot that completely threw Woodley off guard. That knockout is beautiful. And Woodley, I mean, you can hear the impact. There's no fake in that knockout. There's no fake. The impact is horrific. It's loud. It's brutal. He goes down. He is out. Like, you can say that he took a dive and that he knew he was going to get knocked out. I don't believe that. I genuinely don't believe that Tyron Woodley would want what happened to him to happen to him for any amount of money. He flatlined. He went down. He never put his hands out. He just absolutely went down. He was out cold. He was properly knocked out. You can see how Jake sets it up. I mean, you got to give him props for those things, man. Got to give him props. You don't have to like him. Don't have to like him, but you got to give him props for those things. He's dangerous. He's dangerous. Do you think Jake's actually improving? I know he's improving. I can see the improvements. You can see the improvements. All you need to do, and I know it takes a little bit of work, but I believe both fights are on YouTube. Sit down, watch the first Woodley fight, and then watch the second Woodley fight, yeah? And tell me if you don't see it yourself. You will. I promise you will. You can absolutely see the improvements. You can see that he's more confident in the second fight. You can see that his movement is better in the second fight. You can see that he takes the center ground more in the second fight. You can see that he keeps his defense a lot tighter. And so he's got a much better defense in the second fight. He is still making mistakes. He's not a great boxer, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's a future world champion or anything along those lines, because he isn't. But he is someone that is making improvements. You can definitely go that far. You can definitely say that. I think to not say that, it would be wrong. It would be wrong. He's definitely making improvements. Miss Clown said, I need to give both props for being tenacious and hungry to be successful. John said, Jake can throw hands. Do you think Jake's improving, or is it that his opponent's getting older? From Ashton to Silva, the opponents keep getting older. I think Jake's improving. I think what we're getting is, again, just compare the first Woodley to the second Woodley, and you will see improvements. And that second Woodley fight, I think, really showed us the changes that he's made. Obviously, the first one went the distance. Second one, he manages to find a knockout. And we've spoken about the fact that it was not a lucky punch. He sets it up and he executes it and he gets Woodley out of there. That's clearly nothing to do with age, because, Woodley in the first fight compared to Woodley in the second fight, there's very little difference in age. The fights are only, a few months apart. Because he was meant to be fighting Tommy Fury. That fight fell through, and so he ended up facing Tyron Woodley. You could make an argument that Woodley was maybe not as prepared in that second fight, but he still had a good camp. It wasn't like he got told the day before or anything like this. And Woodley certainly didn't make any noises about not being prepared. He'd actually been staying in the gym, working, because Woodley wanted another fight. He wanted the rematch, obviously, the whole tattoo debacle. But also, even if it wasn't Jake, he wanted another fight. So he'd been staying in the gym. He then got the news that, he was needed for the Jake fight. He then steps up his training. He has plenty of time. He never uses that as an excuse. I don't see it as an excuse. But if you are a Jake Paul hater, then you could point at that if you wanted to. But I don't feel like that's a factor, to be honest. I feel like Jake has made improvements just looking at the two Woodley fights. I think in regards to saying about age as well, it's a very interesting question, but I think that it's something that is a little bit flawed, because I don't think anyone would deny that Tyron Woodley is a better striker than Ben Askren, irrelevant of age. It doesn't matter about age. It's more about their boxing abilities. Like, Ben Askren had no boxing abilities. Ben Askren's hands were a joke, right? They were a joke. Ben Askren thought that he could go in there and he could get a win over Jake because he didn't give Jake respect. He didn't give him any props. He's a former champion, Ben Askren, but he's a champion because of wrestling, right? So he thought, well, I've been in there with killers. I've been in there with fighters. This Jake kid hasn't. He's been in there with a YouTuber and a boxer. What's he going to do when he stands opposite me? Someone that's been a champion, right? Someone that's been in the UFC. Someone that's stood opposite Jorge Masvidal, right? What's he going to do when reality hits, right? And he's in there with a fighter. Jake was not fazed by that in the slightest at all. Didn't give a flip, right? Went in there, knocked him out. I think it was the first round, right? So that was a test, but it wasn't really a test for his boxing ability. It was, but it was more a test for could he rise to the occasion? You know, that win meant a lot to him because that was the first time he was facing a fighter of any description. And at that point, people are like, you're not a boxer, right? You haven't even faced anyone that can throw hands. And I think that was very fair. But I think you can't necessarily say that about Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley still limited with his striking, right? But a definite step up from Ben Askren, who had no striking ability. Ben Askren's striking ability is a joke, right? It's non-existent. But Woodley at least has thrown hands in UFC and does have knockouts on his records. And this is another step up again. It's another step up again. So he's testing himself against people that have got skills. The age is a factor because obviously that's going to slow their hand speeds and all of that kind of stuff. It'd be very interesting to see Jake take on a 20-something-year-old boxer. 20-something-year-old boxer who's got a decent record, a record similar to Jake's. That would be the test. But I think Jake, at this stage in his career, would hold his own. Whether he gets the win or not, I genuinely don't know. But I certainly don't expect him to be getting knocked out in the first round. From what I've seen, he is putting the work in. He has got some skills. And I would be very interested, as would everyone, to see him in there with someone that's 20-something and has got a record of, say, 5-0 as well. Yeah? That's a that's a proper test. Maybe it's going to take that for people to give him props. Maybe that's what, people want to see. They want to see him testing himself against that. But the problem is, if he loses that, everyone says that he's done then. Everyone's going to say he's washed. I don't know that that's going to be good for him long term. So he is, trying to step up in challenge, but trying to do it in a way that's going to keep people watching. Basically, he is balancing two things. He wants to take on names that people know, but also he needs to step up in skill. It's a problem for him because I don't know quite where he goes after Anderson Silva. I genuinely don't know. I think KSI is the wrong move. I think KSI, if he does the KSI fight, then that's for money. That's all it is. It's grudge. It's money. It is not further in his boxing career. The only thing he gets from it is that he fights in a stadium. I mean, if you do KSI Jake Paul, you do it at Wembley, right? You do it at Wembley, or maybe you do it in one of the big stadiums, one of the NFL stadiums, SoFi or something like that. One of those, 80, 90,000, 100,000 seater stadiums. You sell that out. He gets that from it. But he doesn't necessarily test his boxing skills against KSI. As I said, KSI for me is too far behind. I don't know how he catches up to Jake within the time limit that he's going to have. Because if that fight's going to happen, it's probably going to be next year. You've got to think it's going to happen next year. It's going to be big, big money. It'll be hard for Jake to, turn down. But there'll be criticism there. People going, he's just clowning around now. And it would be hard to argue with that, to be honest, because a fight against KSI, I really don't think is a test for Jake at this stage at all. Whew. John said that's a fair assessment. Appreciate it, dude. I mean, look, it's all opinion. It's all opinion. But my feeling, I was someone that was not crazy about Jake going into boxing. I think, like most people, I was quite fearful at the start that this was going to be an embarrassment, that this was a YouTube kid that was going to mess around. this was a YouTube kid that was going to come in, maybe not take it serious, try and make what money he could, and then get out. But I think that as we've watched and as he has gone up against different skill levels, and we're seeing the skill, I mean, Anderson Silva, you've got to remember, even Dana White, even Dana sat at a press conference and said, why don't you take on Anderson Silva, Jake? Why are you ducking Anderson Silva? This is a name that even Dana wanted Jake to take. Like, you know, Dana was asked, like, who would you like to see Jake face? If, like, you know, you're not impressed with who he's facing, who do you want? And he's like, well, why doesn't he face Anderson Silva? Why is he Why is he ducking? He's certainly not dicking him. Why is he ducking Anderson Silva? And, you know, he's like, Jake, that famous promo. Jake. Yeah, I think that this is going to be one that people will give him respect for if he gets the win. And I expect him to get the win. Osman said, when does the event start? So we are looking at around about 3 hours now. Around about 3 hours. So that's there is like the clock changes, which I genuinely don't know how that's going to affect things. But right now it's 10 o'clock at night in the UK. So it's going to be 5 Eastern, is it? So it's about 10 o'clock at night here in the UK. We're meant to be about 3 hours away from the main card starting. The clocks do change though. The clocks go back in the UK, and I genuinely don't know how that's going to affect things. I genuinely don't know if that means we're actually 4 hours away, or if we're 3 hours away and the start time will change or whatever. I genuinely don't know. So the clocks changing here in the UK is going to really throw me off a little bit. But we'll see. I think we're about 3 hours, but we'll see. Did you hear that Jake is banned from attending UFC events, said Charles Dubronx. Hello, Charles Dubronx. Did I hear that? I didn't, actually. No, I didn't hear his ban. I did hear that Dana had been sending him cease and desists. Apparently, he's been using some UFC footage to build up this fight against Anderson Silva, and he's been getting cease and desists letters saying, do not use our footage. Apparently, Dana is trying to make things as difficult as possible. I'm a bit torn on that, to be honest, because if I was taking on a UFC fighter and I was using UFC footage, I would imagine I would also get cease and desists. So I don't know that we can necessarily say that he's being targeted by Dana there. I think it's a good narrative for Jake, though. You know, it's good for Jake, isn't it, to claim that that's what's happening. But I know that Dana's absolutely fed up with talking about him. The Anderson Silva comment was a little while ago now. Like, he tends to not dwell on Jake when it gets brought up by the media, and it gets brought up quite a bit. The clocks changed in the UK. Don't change what happens in the US, says Happy Wednesday. No, but they do change what happens in the UK. So my point is, the start time for the main card is 1 o'clock in the morning. Right now, it's 10 o'clock at night. So that means I'm 3 hours away from the start of the main cards. But if the clocks go back, then the start time, I'm guessing, does that remain at 1 o'clock in the morning? Do I go back an hour? And now that means I've got to get to 1 o'clock before the start time. Like, I don't actually know what happens. I don't know if the 1 o'clock is going to change to 12 o'clock. I don't know if they're going to change that along with the clocks when the clocks go back. Or is it a case that it's actually 2 o'clock? They've already factored it in, and it's actually going to be 4 hours away. So that's my point. Like, I don't know. I know what time it says it starts. It says it starts at 1. So I know it starts at 1 in the morning. It's just going to take me a while to get to 1 o'clock in the morning because of the clocks, I think. So it's a bit confusing. Jacob said, Jake will have to be smarter. If he follows the game plan, he will knock Anderson out in the 5th. But if he makes any silly mistakes, the fight could go horribly wrong. I don't see Jake getting knocked out. I said this before. I know we've been live for about an hour and a half, and so I'm sure I haven't even seen how many likes we've got and all of that. Likes massively help. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. Because as we said, as we continue to build, it really, really does make a big, big difference. But yeah, I can't see Anderson Silva getting knocked out, to be honest. I can't see Silva knocking Jake out, to be honest. I can see Anderson getting knocked out. I think Jake showed against Woodley that he has got the ability to do that. Find that opening, exploit that opening. But I'm just not sure that I can see Silva doing it to Jake. Hard to see. There were some lovely shots, though, against Tito Ortiz. I mean, he did put Tito Ortiz down, but Tito Ortiz is not Jake. Tito Ortiz was a great MMA fighter, but, man, he just left so many openings. So many openings. It was. I don't think Jake's going to make them mistakes. But it is true. He's going to have to operate at a high level against Anderson Silva. Silva's works angles, he's a wonderful striker, but he does leave openings in the boxing world. I think we just had Sweet Caroline. We need to turn our attention just momentarily to Katie Taylor. We are sneaking our way to the main event. Katie Taylor, 21 victories, no losses, 6 stoppages. She's got fantastic aggression, great volume, great chin. She's got a stiff jab. She's a good combo puncher. She's pretty much stronger than her opponent in every area, in every aspect. Feints well. She's got more power than her stoppages suggest. She goes up against good fighters that are hard to put away. If she was going up against Journey women, that record would look a lot better. But she's taken on a lot of big names. And so, as we say, they're hard to put away. Stays in the pocket a little bit longer these days. Maybe not as quick as getting in and out as she used to be. 36 in age. Taking on Karen Carabajal, who is 32, 4 years younger. She's boxed 60 rounds more, Katie Taylor. And as we said, her knockout percentage only at 29%. But she is taking on Carabajal, whose knockout percentage is only 11%. So she's not known for her power, Carabajal. This is the moment of truth. We got David Diamante, ring announcing. Undefeated challenger, making her ring walk first. Karen Elizabeth Carabajal. Few boos for Carabajal. We're at Wembley Arena. This is the arena next to Wembley Stadium. So she's from Argentina. She's got 2 stoppages of her 19 wins. She had a 3-year absence between 2018 and 2021. She likes to pressure. She's got good hooks. She's got good jabs. She's very, very good in most areas. Not really great, though. Katie Taylor is great. This woman is very good, but she should be easily beatable. Easily beatable. It's a big, big step up in competition for her. She is coming in as a plus 1,200 underdog. Katie Taylor, the Bray Bomber, comes in as a minus 6,000 favorite. Katie Taylor, 21-0. Carabajal is 19-0. And she is inside. There's a nice roar. And there's the reason why the Bray Bomber has stepped out. Katie Taylor is on the entranceway, waiting for her introduction. She's jumped the gun a little bit. But we're going over to David Diamante. Now entering the arena. The IBF, the WBA, the WBC, the WBO, lightweight champion of the world. Katie Taylor, loved in London, idolized in Ireland. Jake would KO KSI. He's a sloppy puncher, said Phantom Tour. When is the Katie fight? Katie fight is in Wembley Arena. She's making her way out. Right now, they're just playing the video package. Oh, man. Incredible atmosphere. Katie's come out a bit early, in all fairness. She's kind of pacing on the entrance way as they play this video package. Obviously, they're showing her training, showing some of her great moments from previous fights, including that win. Historic win over Amanda Serrano. Controversial win. Very close fight. Fight of the year for me. Absolutely incredible fight. But Katie Taylor pacing around. She's in Wembley Arena. This is where it all started for Katie Taylor when she turned pro. How is the crowd? Amazing. Brilliant. Vocal, passionate, loud, boozed up. Always a great atmosphere in Wembley Arena. Same with the O2, actually. I think just Irish fans, man. I mean, Irish fans come over for this. The greatest are known by a single name. It is true. It is true. Whenever, if someone was to say, like, oh, are you a fan of Katie? I would think they were talking about Katie Taylor. She cannot go on forever. There has been talk of retirement, but not coming from Katie. One of the greatest sportswomen of all time. 21-0, undefeated. IBF, WBA, WBC, WBO lightweight champion. Fantastic reaction as she steps inside. Very serious look on the face of Katie Taylor. She said, should be a pretty straightforward victory for her here, but you can never underestimate people. But yeah, I mean, look, this should be as easy gets for someone like Katie Taylor. This is going to set up some big fights. She wants Croke Park. She wants Croke Park. There's lots of talk that that's next. 80,000 in Ireland. Potential opponents include Cyborg, Holly Holm, Amanda Serrano, Chantal Cameron, who we spoke about earlier, light welterweight champion. That would mean that Katie, if she was to win, that would be a 2-weight division champion. The crowd are olaying away. It's not the longest ring walk, of course, inside Wembley Arena, so she's already in the ring. Lovely atmosphere, lovely roar. David Diamante doing the final announcing here. What time is Jake's fight? We think the event is going to start in about 3 hours. We think. That's the main card. There's prelims for us to be watching before that, though. Aaron said, I'm Irish and I'm loud. Well, we know that. Aaron, shout out to you. Little Brandon said Anderson. George said Silva wins by knockout, in my opinion. Yeah, let us know. We've had, whilst they're just doing these intros, let's have a look at the poll and see what people are saying there. So, Jake Paul winning. Wow, this poll's awesome. This poll's awesome. We've had 1,167 votes. Jake Paul winning, 46%. Anderson Silva winning, 49%. There's 3% in it. 3% in it. A draw, 5%. So 3% in it. We've had over 1,100 votes. That's one of the tightest, closest polls we've ever done. So we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. My feeling is I'm thinking Jake Paul knockout. I don't feel brilliant about saying that. My head is saying that. My heart is saying Anderson Silva by decision. I think Anderson Silva's going to out-volume Jake. I think that if it goes to a decision, Silva stands a great chance. A great chance. I do worry that at some point in those 8 rounds, he's going to leave an opening and Jake, with his power, will get a shot through. I think Jake has identified openings. Listening to Jake in some of the interviews in the build-up, he was very excited, saying that he is, they've spotted some stuff. And I believe him because Silva does leave openings when it comes to boxing. And as we said, even in the MMA world where he was a GOAT, he lost like his last 7. I think there was one win in there somewhere, but by and large, after he breaks his leg against Chris Weidman, he's never the same fighter. He's never the same. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was about that leg break. I don't know if his movement was restricted. He always seemed to move quite well. He was very close to getting a win over Michael Bisping in London. Wonderful fight. If you ever get a chance to watch that, incredible fight from the O2. But he ended up losing that on decision to Michael Bisping. And then Bisping would go on to become the middleweight champion. We have got them just doing intros at the moment. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We've had 1,200 votes in our poll, but I think we're only on 200 likes. So we've had 1,200 votes, but we've only had 200 likes. So if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It'd be good to get to 1,000 tonight. That's very much what we're looking for. Trampus Calloway, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Before we go over to Jake and Anderson Silva, we have got the small matter of the greatest female fighter in the world. Katie Taylor getting her introduction. Big roar from the crowd here. The reigning, defending, undefeated, undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Katie Taylor. Massive roar. Crowd are so up for this. Here we go then. About to get underway. Both fighters coming into the center. Looks like Carabajal is a little bit taller. She looks a bit nervous as well. She looks a little bit nervous. First time fighting outside of Argentina. Honestly, don't know if she's fought in front of a crowd this boisterous, this noisy, this passionate. Certainly Katie Taylor has. Crowd are here. They're right behind Katie. Wonderful atmosphere inside Wembley Arena. And we are underway with round number 1. Katie Taylor right out into the middle. So 10 2-minute rounds. Katie Taylor all in black with gold. Lovely hook shot, left hook shot. Staying just out of range of Carabajal. That was a lovely right hand. And she tries to get a left hook through as well there, Katie. Katie staying on the outside of Carabajal's jabs. Carabajal is just throwing out those shots, but they're not landing. Uppercut full short as well. Katie Taylor again trying to find a way forward in the center ground, coming in. Carabajal trying to, cannot land anything, man. Everything Carabajal is throwing is falling short. Katie Taylor's distance management, so impressive. Trying to get in. Lovely 1-2 there by Katie. Fast-paced. Nice 1-2 there by Carabajal, but again, both shots falling short. Oh, that was lovely. Step in and through the big overhand left. Step right back out again there by Katie Taylor. Taylor coming in, throwing a 1-2 straight down the middle. Carabajal. Nice overhand right there by Carabajal. Oh, left jab seemed to get through by Carabajal. So, seems like she is getting a few things through now, but so far, it feels like Katie Taylor has landed more. The hand speed here by Taylor. There was a... Oh, my God, one bang. That was so nice, 1-2. Straight right, lovely, kind of a little hook uppercut. Coming in, Taylor, throwing out a left-hand jab. Lovely pace to this fight already. Again, trying to get a shot off, bouncing out. She looks really sharp here, Katie. Really sharp, really fast. Into the clinch. Into the clinch, over by the ropes. Referee looking, but Katie doing a little bit of work on the inside. Bell sounds, and that is the end of the round. That feels like a Katie Taylor round to me. Carabajal was throwing, but it was all falling short. She got a couple of things through, but I think if we had some stats, it would show that Katie Taylor landed more shots. They said, if you go, that's really interesting. If you go over to the ropes, don't wait and see what she's going to do. Get stuck in. At the end, when we were in the clinch, we were over by the ropes. So they were saying if that happens, get stuck in. Don't just accept that position. Keep your head moving as well, they're saying to Katie. Good round. Good round. So they've told her, good round. They've given her a bit of information. Don't get stuck on the ropes. If you do, don't wait to see what's going to happen. Keep your head moving as well. But we are underway with round number 2. First round, as we said, Katie Taylor round. Carabajal in the center. Lovely sharpness. Lovely counters as well. She's over by the rope. She doesn't accept that position. She comes forward into the clinch. Oh, that's a lovely left hand. Lovely left hand by Katie. Oh, and again, this left hook. She's getting real success with the left hook shot. Couple of those landing. She's landed a third there as well. That left hook feels like she's going to land it all day long. I think if she's going to put her down, I think that left hook's going to be the shot that's going to do it. Couple of shots straight down the middle here by Carabajal. And again, hook shot lands there by Katie. Left hook getting some success. Into the clinch. Into the clinch. They break apart. Katie having a little look, seeing if she can work the body. A lot of stuff going upstairs at the moment by Katie. I'd like to see her try and work the body a little bit. A little uppercut as they get into a clinch in the center of the ring. Some lovely hook shots, though. Lovely, lovely hook shots by Katie. That's the takeaway from this round. Crowd are olaying away. Don't forget, it's 10 2-minute rounds. Carabajal driving Katie up against the ropes. But Katie looking very sharp here. Carabajal coming forwards. Trying to go to the body there, Carabajal, with a little dig to the body with the left hand. Katie is getting backed up against the ropes again, but good lateral movement. Gets out of there. But Carabajal's done a good job of narrowing down the ring. Katie, again, seems to be operating on the outside quite a bit. Lovely head movement. She ducked right underneath the jab. As she came up, she tried to land a hook. Couldn't get the hook through. Those left hook shots were fantastic by Katie in that round. So, for me, it's another Katie Taylor round. Carabajal definitely getting through with a few things. But Katie Taylor, man. Katie Taylor looking really sharp tonight. There was a concern that because this was quite low level, that she was going to coast. We have seen Katie Taylor coasting in the past. She is sort of known for doing that, where she will just take these fights and not raise her game. She will go in there and just do what needs to be done, and it will just drift to a decision. But tonight, she's actually looking really, really good. She's looking really sharp, lovely movement, fast hands, volume is there. Love that left hook shot. She's getting real success with that. She must have landed it about 4 or 5 times in that last round. But here we go. We're going to round number 3. Round number 3 as both fighters come back into the center. I do think there's a bit of a concern at the fact she's getting backed up, but she is throwing some great counters, Katie. Katie looked right up against the ropes and a few shots coming in there by Carabajal. Don't love the fact she's being driven back so easily. I would like to see her hold in that center ground a little bit more, because when she gets backed into the corners and against the ropes, it is a concern. She is smaller, but obviously she was smaller than Amanda Serrano as well, and this is a big, big step down from that. But yeah, she's looking so sharp. Big overhand right coming in there by Katie. There was a lovely flurry at the start of this round by Carabajal, though. Katie in the center, trying to dig into the body. Overhand right gets through there by Katie. Tries for the left hook, but Carabajal ducks underneath it. Katie standing her ground in the center. Goes to the body, goes upstairs. Double hooks. Lovely straight jab there as well. Tries to come in with a right jab also. She's using her right and left jabs really well mixing it up. Trying to throw in a right hand. Carabajal in the center, trying to come forward with an overhand right of her own. Katie Taylor on the outside, again getting backed up against the ropes, but throws in a hook shot. Both fighters, neither fighter has shown that they've been in any kind of trouble. Love that. Little dig to the body by Katie just as Carabajal was coming in. Nice jab to the body there by Katie as well. It feels again like the volume is with Katie. Feels like she is jabbing and actually landing more. That was a lovely little shot. Nice jab to the body again. Right hand jab to the body. Comes in with a right to the body again. As she tries to close in with the left, they end up clinching. Referee just having a word with Katie. I think just warning about a potential clash of the heads. That round felt a little bit, I don't want to say closer because it was still a Katie round, but I thought Carabajal had a lovely moment at the start of it. And that actually hasn't been loads in this fight for Carabajal. But I felt that she had like a really good moment at the start of that third round. Feels like we might be going all the way on this. Depends how much Carabajal's going to get worn down, but it feels like the moment like she's doing all right. She hasn't shown that she's wobbled or there's no kind of issues. Both women looking fine. So as we go into the fourth, feels like we might be going to a decision on this fight, but what channel is this on? This is on DAZN. DAZN. You have to be subscribed to DAZN, but I don't think it's much. I think it's like $7.99 a month or something. I'm subscribed to it anyway, because there tends to be a fair few fights on there that I watch. Right, here we go. Katie Taylor in the center. If you are watching, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we work our way to 1,000. But we've got Katie Taylor getting backed in the corner again. Don't love it. Don't love that, but she reverses the position. Love that. I love that she's reversed it. She's got Carabajal in the corner. Now Katie unloading. Carabajal, though, not accepting that position. She's letting her hands go. Katie not wanting to engage too much in a firefight, but both of these women are getting after it. Carabajal is showing that she can take her shots. Here we go. We've got total punches. Katie Taylor has landed 26. Carabajal has landed 19. So Carabajal has actually got a 14% accuracy compared to Katie Taylor's 29% accuracy. Nice 1-2 there by Katie. So Katie landing more through the first 3 rounds. Not tons in it, but trying to go for a jab there. Katie, trying to get a right hand through, ducks underneath into a clinch. Tell you what, seems like a proper scrap, this one. Seems like a proper scrap. Carabajal showing that she is not here just to be pushed over. Katie in the center, keeping her guard up. Definitely getting a workout at the very least. Katie, though, winning all 3 rounds so far for me. Ducking underneath, trying to get a shot off. Little dig to the body there by Carabajal. Katie, again, trying to get the right hand off, and she does. Gets the left hand through as well there by Katie. This is what she needs to do. She needs to get these shots in. Miss at the end there by Carabajal. Another round, I believe, for Katie Taylor. Nice moment in the corner for Katie where she was getting backed up. I don't love seeing that. But she spun it around and she got a real nice moment. Yeah, some good shots there by Katie. The volume was with Carabajal, but she wasn't really landing it. Lovely 1-2 there. Beautiful. Jake Paul is at 4. I won't stay up for that, says Aidan. I actually don't know what time the Jake Paul fight is going to be. I know that the card starts at 1, and I genuinely don't know what time that's going to be for the UK, because obviously our clocks go back. Right, they're just telling Carabajal, come on. I can tell you that Tony Bellew is scoring this. He has got all 4 first rounds for Katie Taylor as well. So Tony Bellew scoring it, and we just saw his scorecards. He's got all the rounds for Katie Taylor. I've got all the rounds for Katie Taylor. Carabajal, though, showing that she is tough, showing that she's not going to be going away. Katie Taylor swinging away on the outside as Carabajal is edging forwards. Katie coming in. Heavy shots raining in by both women. Little digs to the body. Nice little shot to the side of the head there by Katie. Straight left by Katie. Carabajal edging forwards. Jab coming forward there by Katie. Let us know if you are watching, how you are scoring it as well. What are you seeing? Have you got it all 4 rounds to Katie Taylor? Have you given anything to Carabajal? I don't think anyone would have Carabajal winning. But have you given any rounds to Carabajal? Carabajal on the outside. Nice hand speed by Katie, but didn't land it. Both fighters in the center. We've got about 57 seconds left of round number 5. Carabajal in the middle. Katie trying to find a few shots here. It feels like this round's in the balance, to be honest. Heavy shot there by Katie into the clinch. Katie driving Carabajal over by the ropes. Little dig to the body there by Katie. Katie back on her feet. Nice bouncing movement. Trying to get a left hand through. Katie getting backed up in the corner again. Duck underneath. Gets Carabajal against the ropes. Carabajal against the ropes. Katie driving her back. 1-2. Couple of shots there going to the body as well. It's these little moments. Overhand there by Katie. It's these little moments that are giving Katie this fight. Nice. Couple of little shots to the body and a hook upstairs. Overhand right just misses there by Katie. Katie again having a look. Jab to the body. Katie on the outsides. I feel like these rounds are getting closer and closer. I felt like Katie really dominated the early stages. But the longer it's going, I don't know if Katie is tiring. But it does feel like this fight is getting closer and closer. Days is round boy for the pool fights. Yes. Okay, they're just having a word with Katie. We're going to go to round number 6. Some nice counters in there by Katie, but the volume didn't seem to be that high. I love that. All 5 rounds for Katie for me, but if you see it different, let me know. Right, we've got Carabajal about to come out from the corner for round number 6. Carabajal comes out into the center. Katie Taylor is in the center already waiting, but Carabajal already driving Katie back. Got to the body there by Carabajal. They clinch up. Katie Taylor digging to the body. Little uppercut as well. Hook shot there by Katie. Nice straight by Katie as well. Not been seeing that left hook shot be as effective as it was in the second round. Katie trying to work this out. Nice head movement there. Ducks underneath the jab. Little dig to the body by Katie. Love that 1-2 to the body. Hand speed so impressive. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. And then goes upstairs. Saying that it feels like it's getting closer. Power punches. 36-31. That is not a wide gap at all. That is not a wide gap. But Katie Taylor is landing 37% of her shots. Carabajal, 25. Jab to the body there by Katie. Nice shot there by Katie. Overhand right. Right to the body. Left hook going upstairs. Overhand right again by Katie. Katie's just spamming these overhand rights. I think she's getting some success with them. 1-2. Volumes with Katie here. This feels like a better round for Katie. Yeah. Three shots landed. Gets out of there. And again, nice little shot coming in by Carabajal. But Katie very good at getting out of that. She gets caught with that, though. She gets caught with a hook shot. Katie, as she was moving in. Again, a couple of shots coming back by Carabajal. Katie Taylor just out of range. Katie trying to come in, get a jab off. Feels like another Katie round. End of it. Not the most gripping of rounds, but did feel like a better round for Katie. Hard head movements. Their corner saying, really like your head movements. You're looking good. You're looking slick. I really like seeing the head movements. I like seeing you get off that center line. Yeah, that hook shot again. Just seeing a replay of the hook shot that landed on Katie. She ate it fine, but she did get hit with it. Carabajal looking good, traveled well here. I mean, Carabajal, as we said, 19-0. She is undefeated. Proving to be a little challenge here, Carabajal. 80 coming out. And getting backed up a little bit already. I think she is countering very well tonight, Katie Taylor. Katie on the outside. Lovely left-hand jab coming in there by Carabajal. Right hand coming in. Katie up against the ropes. Carabajal not committing. When she did fully commit, Katie landed a couple of shots and stepped out of there. Katie right into the center right now. We are at round number 7 already here in this fight. We've got Katie keeping her hands up. Hook shot trying to land it. Backing up a little bit as Carabajal comes forwards. Katie circles around. Carabajal standing her ground in the center. Katie on the outsides. We've got 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Need to see something out of Katie here. Katie has been just defending quite a bit in this round. Throws a nice shot there. A couple of shots coming back by Carabajal. Jab coming in there by Katie. Carabajal edging forwards. Good head movement by Katie. Those shots all missing by Carabajal. One, two to the body, and the hook shot lands by Katie. Little dig to the body by Carabajal. Into the clinch. Feels close, man. That doesn't feel like there's loads in this round. Katie hasn't thrown as much in this round. Head movement, good head movement. She's being very evasive. Carbajal's backing Taylor up against the corner, though. Taylor again feinting. Comes out with a jab. Carabajal. Nice shot coming in there by Katie. Lovely right hand. Jab coming in there by Katie. We're starting to see some work now. She needed this. She needed a good final 20 seconds. She got a few shots through. Pressure is definitely with Carabajal. Like, she's the one that's being more aggressive. She's the one that's driving Katie back. I don't think you give Carabajal the round. I don't think you give Carabajal any rounds, but there might be someone out there that has. If you are watching, let me know. 7 rounds completed. How are you seeing it? I've got it 7-0. I've got it 7-0. There may be someone out there that's got it 6-1 and given Carabajal one of those rounds. But I think if this goes the distance, I'm feeling pretty good for a Katie Taylor win. Who's winning? I think it's Taylor. I think it's Taylor that's winning at the moment. Katie Taylor looking very good. We are in round 8. I think she's definitely won some of those rounds. Some of the rounds quite close, but it feels like she's just doing enough to take them. Just doing enough to take them. Katie Taylor on the outside. Again, as I can tell you that Tony Bellew's scorecard has come up. He has got it 70-63. Katie Taylor. He has got every round Katie Taylor. I've got every round Katie Taylor as well. Carabajal is very aggressive, though. Doesn't look like she's going away. Doesn't look like she's going anywhere. Nice shot coming in there by Taylor. Lovely hook shot. Katie Taylor has shown great counters, great head movement, lovely hand speeds, some nice combinations. When she does get in, there's been some nice 1-2s to the body and then a hook shot upstairs. Her left hook shot in particular was causing some damage in the second round. A couple of shots getting through there by Katie. Katie over by the ropes as Carabajal looks for a left shot to the body. Carabajal trying to keep things quite close, tight. Swinging away as Katie steps out. Lovely movement by Katie as well. Comes in, lunges in. Katie keeping her guard up, dropping her hands momentarily. Little dig to the body and little shot to the side of the head. We know that Carabajal doesn't carry much of a power threat. Carabajal has got 19 wins, no losses, only 2 stoppages. So I don't think Katie needs to worry about getting knocked out here. It's obviously always a bit of a concern. Lovely shot there by Katie. That got through. That's a lovely right hand. Nice. Oh, that's a great left hook. The left hook landed again. Great left hook by Katie Taylor. End of the round. And a couple of big moments, most notably at the end. I think we'll have given that round to Katie again. Round number 9 coming up now. Round number 9. 10 rounds, of course. Feel pretty good that Katie's got this. Fun fight, said Miss Clown. Yeah, let me know if you are watching. How are you seeing it? If you are watching, how are you seeing it? Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. We've got 400 people joining us. We've got 300 likes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated as we try to get to 1,000. We tried to get to 1,000 for UFC 280. We managed it. We got there. So big thank you to everyone that's joining us as we go into round number 9. Katie Taylor against Carabajal. Carabajal has been very good. She's been very good. I think she's lost all the rounds, but she's constantly moving forwards. She's constantly throwing. The volume has been with Carabajal. It's just that she's not been able to land. In fact, the stats are showing that total punches, rounds 1 to 8, Katie Taylor, 73. Carabajal, 58. Carabajal only landing 17% of what she's thrown. Katie Taylor, double, 34%. So the volume is with Carabajal, but Katie Taylor is actually landing more and throwing less. Accuracy so much better. Carabajal is throwing a lot of jabs, and Katie Taylor is out of range. When Katie Taylor does get into range, though, she does tend to get through with something. Her hand speed is so much better. Nice into a clinch. Little shot to the side. It's a good round, actually, by Katie. Little digs coming into the body right now. Little digs into the body. Carabajal on the outside. Lovely head movement there by Katie. Little dig to the body. Feels like she's having one of her better rounds here. Carabajal feels like Carabajal is tiring. Katie might have been conserving. But little dig to the body by Carabajal, actually, as Katie goes against the ropes. Carabajal takes a few steps back. Katie Taylor comes forward. Both fighters in the center. Got around about 15 seconds left. Nice shot to the body there by Katie. Katie coming forward with a jab. Is there a bit of damage? I think there's a bit of blood on the nose of Katie. Katie getting caught with a shot, but there's blood on the side of the head of Carabajal. I don't know where the blood's coming from. Carbajal's got blood coming down the side of her head. Katie has got blood on the inside of her nose. I don't know if that's Katie bleeding, or if it's Carabajal bleeding, or if they're both bleeding. But definitely a cut to Carabajal. They're trying to treat it now. I think it's a clash of heads by the looks of it. It's when Katie was over by the ropes and she went against the ropes. I think there's a slight clash of heads. It doesn't look that bad, to be honest. It doesn't look that bad. Carabajal, though, does have blood coming down. So I think it's blood coming from Carabajal. And that's gone onto the kind of nose. The blood has gone onto the nose of Katie. One more round to go in this, then. One more round to go. Katie Taylor, the Bray Bomber, is 1 round away from surely retaining her IBF, her WBA, her WBC, and her WBO lightweight championship. Tony Bellew gave all 7 rounds to Katie when we were at round 8. I feel like she's won the round since as well. It feels like Carbajal's going to need a finish in this final round if she is going to be taking this fight. Lovely noise from the crowds in Wembley Arena. Wembley in fine voice. Crowd are olaying away as Katie is just staying on the outside. Carabajal is swinging away. Carabajal has been second best for most of the night. Shot coming into side of the head there by Katie. Lovely hook shot. They're in a clinch over by the ropes. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Katie again with a big shot. And again. And again. Getting through. Yep, she is looking for a grandstand finish. Got 50 seconds. Katie Taylor in a clinch with Carabajal. Katie bouncing on her feet again, coming into the body. Little digs into the body as Carabajal comes forward, misses with a left hook shot. Katie on the outside, overhand right, misses. Katie against the ropes. Not much in this round. Little dig to the body there by Katie. Katie again, very good at slipping the jab, getting underneath the shots, doing some work on the inside. 20-odd seconds to go. Feels quite close this round. Think Katie, though. Oh, Carabajal getting through with a few shots. Carabajal getting through with a few shots. Couple of jabs to the body by Katie. Final few seconds. Both fighters in the center. Neither wanting to throw anything. Nice right hand by Katie to end it. And blood coming down the face of Carabajal. I feel like that's probably going to be 10 rounds to Katie. Katie seems pretty knackered. Smile on the face of her trainer in her corner. Commentators saying it was a great display by Katie. No one's going to try for their best. Jake is winning, said Faisal. Yeah, I whitewashed by Carabajal, says Miss Clown. So if you are just joining us, we were just watching Katie Taylor against Carabajal. Really fun fight. Some close little rounds in there, though, but feel like Katie likely took them all. Yeah. If Jake knocks Silva out, I won't accept this reality, says Aaron. Just showing some of the shots in that fight. Some nice moments by Katie. Some nice moments by Carabajal as well, though. She definitely did herself proud. Someone's O has got to go, though. Katie Taylor was 21-0. Carabajal was 19-0. Yeah, this wasn't a coasting performance tonight. This was definitely a fight. Katie definitely went out there and, you know, gave it a good go. Leeds beat Liverpool 2-1. I saw, yeah. Big upset. Big upset. I don't think anyone predicted that. Crone's Chosen said Katie is going to win. She goes over, has a word with Eddie. So Katie is likely to get the win here. We're just waiting. Obviously, the belt's being brought in. Scorecards being added up. Carabajal giving a really good showing of herself. She can go back to Argentina with her head held very high. First time fighting out of Argentina. She gave a good showing of herself. Numbers suggest that Katie Taylor was landing more, though. Here we go. 100 to 91. 99-91. 98-92. 98-92. And still. Big roar as Katie Taylor gets the win. It's a unanimous decision win for Katie Taylor. One of the judges went 98-92. Means that one of the judges actually gave Carabajal 2 rounds. I did think that there was a potential round in there for Carabajal. Don't know that I saw 2, to be honest. I don't know that I saw 2 rounds for her. Either way, doesn't matter. It wasn't even close. All the judges giving it unanimously to Katie Taylor by a very good margin. Very interested to see what Katie's got to say. Katie's always very humble, though. I do imagine that she's going to be like, I don't mind who's next. I think she definitely wants Croke Park. Though she's successfully defended her titles. Katie Taylor is almost insulted by the word retirement. Doesn't look like she wants to retire anytime soon, but it's got to be something. It's got to be something that's coming. She's 36. To be fighting at this level, you know, what how much longer is she going to go for? What is she looking to achieve? She says, thank you very much to Carabajal. Carabajal comes over to pose. She did a good job, man. Went the distance with Katie, and she wasn't wobbled. She certainly asked a few questions of Katie as well. Lots of respect between both camps, both corners coming over, all posing together for photos. I was just waiting for the interview. Want to see what Katie's got to say. I'd love for her to call out Serrano. I'd love for it. That's just not her style, though, but I'd love for her to do it. Wild Irish Rover is playing. Miss Can One said that's the type of fight that fighters like another day at the office. Jake starts in 3 hours, but the fight is in about 5 hours, said Faisal. We need to enjoy this whilst it lasts. Going to get the thoughts of Katie Taylor. See what Katie Taylor's got to say. Here we go. I think she'll pay respect to her opponent. I think she'll say that she wants Croke Park. I think she'll say she doesn't mind who it's going to be against. Eddie Hearn's in there as well. Let's see if we can get some answers. Tough fighter. She had everything to gain. She was awkward at times. 22 fights, 22 wins. And that's what it's all about, says Katie. It's been a good 6 years. Thank you to Eddie. Women's boxing is at these highs because of people like Eddie, says Katie. Yeah, women's boxing is in a great place. Eddie Hearn just being asked about the past 6 years. Eddie said, didn't think we'd get the opportunity to get women main eventing. Katie Taylor is a legend of the sport. It's time to return to Ireland, says Eddie. It's time to return to Ireland. Eddie Hearn said, whoever it is, Ireland has to be next. And Kate is like, loving it. Irish fans are incredible. It's time to give Ireland a sporting event they will never forget. Big Raw. Big Raw in Wembley. The Irish fans, very excited about that. Katie, very excited about that. Eddie saying, Ireland next. We want to fight at Croke Park. Big Raw, man. Oh my God, the noise coming out of Wembley. Katie says she wants to make women's boxing history, headline a card at Croke Park. Eddie said we already had everything set with Croke Park. They wanted the rematch against Serrano at Croke Park. We hope it's going to be Serrano. It has to be next. It has to be Ireland. Eddie said, we've waited so long. They show shots of people in the crowd there almost in tears. No one deserves it more than Katie Taylor. Yeah, if it's not Amanda, Bam Gardner, I'd love that fight. Man, we watched Bam Gardner. Was it last week? 2 weeks ago? I'd love that fight. Katie said, I've got no problem stepping in with anyone. Bam Gardner, Maya, Cameron, Chantel Cameron, Cyborg, Serrano, Holly Holm. Irish fans travel all over the world. Big roar again. Anytime Ireland, Irish gets mentioned, there's a big eruption of noise. Katie Taylor said the best is yet to come and I can't wait for Croke Park next year. I think she said to Eddie, no pressure. I think she just said no pressure. Brilliant. Brilliant. Great performance. Great post-fight interview. Couldn't be clearer, could it? Croke Park next year. 80,000 people inside a stadium. Katie Taylor. I mean, I don't know what Amanda Serrano does. They've said it's got to be next. It's got to be next. You can always do Croke Park more than once, though, of course. But, yeah. Oh, God, so interesting. So interesting. Human Gaming, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. I actually don't know where the Jake Paul prelims are being shown. I need to try and establish that so that we can find those prelim fights. I will search for those because that card, the prelim fights, the main card starts at 1. The prelim fights, I believe, should be starting very, very soon. We said there's no point doing a Katie Taylor stream and then changing over to a Jake Paul stream. So it just makes sense to kind of go from one into the other. So we will have a look for those, but let me just have a look and see where we are with things. So Human Gaming, appreciate the support, dudes. Very, very kind. We've got Terence Waldron as well. Shout out to you. Appreciate you joining us as we continue to work our way towards Jake Paul and Anderson Silva. If we have a look at the poll, we've had nearly 2,000 votes. We're at 1819. So not that far away, 100 and some votes. Should hopefully get there relatively soon. So almost 2,000 votes. If you are watching, make sure that you leave likes. Make sure that you are voting as well, because I want to see what you think. Right now, we have got really, really interesting movement in the poll. The poll was, I think, 48-45 in favor of Anderson Silva. That was not that long ago. It was just before the Katie Taylor fight. So it was 48-45. Right now, it is Jake Paul winning 45%. Anderson Silva, 50%. 50% of people think that Anderson Silva's going to win this. So that's half of you think Anderson Silva. 45% of you think Jake Paul. And 6% of you think that it's going to be a draw. I personally am leaning. My heart wants Silva by decision. I mean, I'd love Silva knockout, but I just don't think it's happening. I think that's probably, of all the options on the table, I think Silva by knockout is the least likely. But Silva by decision, I would love. I think that Jake doesn't really lose anything. Yes, he gets beaten, but I think Jake losing is not necessarily what people want to see. The Jake haters want that meme. They want him being knocked out. What they want is they want to see Jake lying on the ground, right? Having been knocked out. So I don't think the haters are going to be satisfied, truly satisfied, until Jake Paul gets knocked out. I don't think that's happening tonight. So I think if Jake takes a loss, yeah, it's a setback, but it's not the end of the world for him. He can absolutely bounce back. You can do the rematch. The rematch would be a big deal. If you did Anderson Silva, Jake Paul 2, that would be very interesting. So Jake could lose on decision. The volume will be with Anderson Silva. But as we just saw with Carabajal, who had better volume and more volume than Katie Taylor, unless you're actually landing those shots, it doesn't matter. So not only does Silva need to throw more, but he's got to be getting through with those shots as well. So I think decision is on the table, definitely for both fighters, but I am leaning knockout. I think that Jake has got an incredible team around him. I think that he's got just one of the best teams in all of boxing. Like, he has gone out and just got the best. He trains with the best. He trains with so many different sparring partners. There's been so many different people that they've brought in to spar with Jake. He's got really great coaches. They know like what they're doing. They know how to fast track him and improve him and get him to where he needs to go. And I think that they have found weaknesses in Anderson's game. I think that they've tape studied. I think that they are fully aware as to what Anderson's going to bring, what his strengths and weaknesses are when it comes to boxing. I think that Jake knows those weaknesses of Anderson. I think he's going to know how to exploit those weaknesses of Anderson. And I think we're in for a real treat, because I think that Jake's going to be a threat to Anderson for as long as this fight is going. I think we could be in round number 7, deep into round number 7. And I think Jake is going to have power. He's going to have power all throughout the fight. And I think that as long as he can find that shot, I think he can connect. We've seen Anderson Silva knocked out. Anderson Silva's got, a good chin, a very good chin. But you've got to remember, he's 47. He has been knocked out before. We have seen Anderson Silva go down, and we have seen him being put away. So I don't think that it's going to be the biggest shock if Jake Paul can find that shot. And certainly if he thinks he's already identified it and he's been training for it and he's been setting traps. He's very good at setting traps, Jake. He's very good at like throwing people off. As we said with the Woodley knockout, went to the body, brought it up, and actually delivered a right hook, which was so vicious, he legitimately knocked Tyron Woodley out. So, yeah, I think that Jake stands a very good chance in this fight. What I want to do, though, is I really do want to find where the undercard is. So let's have a look at Silva, Paul. Where can I watch the prelim fights? Showtime, prelim, undercards. Let's have a look. See what we've got. Streaming live on Fight TV, UFC Veteran, blah, 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 blah. Fight card gets underway later tonight. Prelims will start at 7 Eastern. That is midnight UK time. And feature a collection of exciting matchups and pre-fight banter. Tailored tape. Check out the prelims below. That's what I want to watch, yeah. But where do you watch those? Live coverage of the main card is here. I don't know if it actually says. Check out the prelim undercard below. Don't forget, Paul pay-per-view is here to purchase. Unfold the prelims go collection of matchups. Yeah, but where do you watch them? Where do you watch them? Perhaps they're on Fight somewhere, Fight TV. Perhaps they're buried away in there somewhere. It still says that the start time on Fight TV is at 1 a.m. So I'll have a look, see if I can find those. Prelims are shown on Showtime's YouTube, said Alex. Oh, thank you. Showtime's YouTube. Right, let's go over to there. I'm not too worried about the early prelims, if I'm being completely truthful. I'm not too bothered by those. Yeah, there they are. So they start in 59 minutes. Right, cool. Got it. Appreciate it. So, yes, the prelims start in 15. So we've got 59 minutes. So it has not quite worked out as I thought, to be honest. I thought it was going to be like that would end and then the prelims would start. But we've actually got 59 minutes before the prelims begin. So prelims begin, which should be 2 hours now. But again, the UK clocks go back, so it makes it a bit tricky to know. Right, let's try and jump in. Prelims are shown on Showtime. Appreciate it, Alex. James said, are you feeling oozy today? That was the funniest thing ever. It was brilliant, weren't it, mate? Brilliant. Yeah, if you did watch SmackDown last night, absolutely fantastic show. I did a review of it on the second channel, about 20-odd minute review. God, yeah, you're right. Just one of the best moments. Absolutely brilliant. Katie's fight was too easy. I wish she had had a knockout, said Cito. Sunny said, how is the fam? Is Kia doing good and is she fat? She's actually hurt her paw, but she's doing all right, yeah. She's, I don't know what she's done, kind of cut it, and she's like limping a bit on it. So we're just dealing with that at the moment, but she'll be all right. I don't know what she's done it on. She's cut it on something. Shazad said, both are pretty good fighters. I'm expecting a draw. Jack said, UFC. I was going to try and keep an eye on UFC. I think UFC might be... Is UFC on right now? We've got an hour. The only problem is, once the Anderson Silva prelims start, it's going to be hard for me to keep an eye on both. Because, like, it's just going to be very, very difficult. The problem with, like, UFC is it can finish at any time. And so if you're not giving it your full attention, it's a very hard thing to have on in the background. It's different to, like, a football game. Football game, you know how long that's going to go for. And a soccer game, you know how long that's going to go for. With UFC, it can end at any moment. So it's just really difficult to try and stream that and other things. Really nice main event in the UFC tonight, though. Big fan of Allen. He's taking on Calvin Kattar. I remember Calvin Kattar against Max Holloway. Brilliant fight. One of my favorite fights of all time. I mean, Holloway was just incredible in that. He was incredible. He was punching and landing so much that he got bored and was chatting to the commentators as he was doing it. He was just chatting away as he was punching Calvin Kattar in the face repeatedly. It was like over 400 significant strikes. It was stunning. It was absolutely stunning from Max Holloway. We're not going to see that tonight from Allen. Allen has really gone under the radar. I think the last time we saw him was UFC London. Really good win from him at UFC London. So completely different fight tonight. Great challenge for Allen. Quite a big main event, actually. A tasty main event. So, yeah, definitely do want to keep an eye on that. But, yeah, focus tonight. Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. Vegas got too much money on the line to let it end in a draw, said Michael. Odds are 50-50, but I want Anderson to win, says Man Monkey. Going to be a lot of filler on tonight's UFC, said DC. It's not the strongest cards overall. You do tend to find that with cards that are around big pay-per-views, is that they tend to put everything into the pay-per-view, and then like the card that leads into it, the card that comes out of it, they can normally be a little underwhelming because anything tasty tends to go onto the pay-per-view. It's not why we're not watching. It's just because Jake Paul, Anderson Silva is where the conversation is. And thankfully, we're not going up against UFC 280 or UFC 281. So, yeah. I'm surprised Jake didn't do that, actually. You would think Jake would want to stick it to the UFC and make it as uncomfortable as possible. But I think Jake also is a businessman that doesn't want to hurt his own income. And I think he knows that if he goes up against a UFC pay-per-view, that's going to have an impact on the amount of people that are going to watch and buy his fight. So, yeah. But, he hates Dana so much that it wouldn't surprise me if, like, once he gets a big fight, which you could argue this is, but I mean, like, in a stadium, maybe Connor, something along those lines, he could put that up against a UFC pay-per-view. That would be a way of sticking the middle finger up to Dana once again, which he loves doing. Shazad said the difference between both of them is this is Anderson. He's humble and calm, but Jake has a massive built-up ego, says Shazad. The only thing I would say about that is that Jake has actually been very respectful as he has kind of gone and built his way towards this fight. He's actually shown Anderson Silva a lot of respect. The reason for that is because Jake was saying that one of the first experiences he had of meeting a celebrity was when he actually met Anderson Silva. So he met Anderson Silva and was blown away. Like he's been an Anderson Silva fan for a long, long time. And there's a lot of genuine respect that he's got for Anderson Silva. And so Jake was saying, look, I've faced people before that trash talked me. And so I trash talk back. With Anderson Silva, he's so lovely. And Jake's got such respect for Anderson Silva. We've not been seeing those games from Jake this time around, which, to be honest, it's a really interesting conversation, because is that going to actually have an effect? Is that going to have an effect? Because Jake is someone that I think has to get into a zone. I think Jake Paul is definitely someone that mentally has to get into some sort of a zone and has to mentally get himself into some sort of a mindset ready for war. And we saw that at the weigh-ins. It was so interesting because Jake has just been lovely. It's been great. You know, they did a press conference where they all posed for a photo, right? No trash talking, absolutely nothing. Calling Anderson Silva a legend. You know, he's been having a joke with Anderson Silva. It's all been like Silva's so calm and humble and lovely. And Jake has kind of reflected that, if you will. And Jake has even said, if people aren't going to call me out and make life difficult, then, you know, I've got nothing but respect for these fighters. And, you know, he's got the utmost respect for Anderson Silva. Really interesting that at the weigh-in, though, Silva was lovely. And Jake went over to, I don't know if you saw Ariel Hawani, and he's like, I'm going to F him up. I'm going to F him up, Ariel. He wants to take food off my table. He wants to deny my family foods. I'm going to F him up. And he was getting himself like worked up. I wonder if Jake has to do that now. I wonder if Jake has to get into that mindset. He has to get himself into that mindset. He said before, you know, he's got like Jake Paul, but when he fights, he brings out the problem child, and the problem child is his alter ego who doesn't give a damn, who just goes in there and just, you know, unloads. And I think we saw a glimpse of him trying to like get himself into that war mentality. I think we saw him trying to get himself into that mindset. It's going to be interesting to see what he's like today. I think as we get closer to the fight, he's going to do that again. But I wonder if that will be a factor. I wonder if the fact that he's not been thinking that, feeling that, he's not been like, you know, having to like check and send out tweets to like throw disses back. In all fairness, it could also work to his advantage, because all of that noise and distraction, all of those games, the tattoos and all that kind of stuff, that's a distraction. Like, he's not had any of that during this camp. Like, he could just focus solely on improving with his boxing and not worry about, oh, Anderson Silva's called you out on Twitter. What are you going to do? Right? You don't want to be seen to be taking an L. So what are you going to do about it? He hasn't had to worry about any of that. So in a roundabout way, it could be an advantage that he's not had to worry about those mind games. Equally, I do think he is the kind of fighter that needs to get himself into a certain mindset so that he can, rise to the challenge, if you will. And this is quite the challenge for Jake. Silva said, even a loss won't affect him, said Cito. He has got more fights to do. That's why Paul will win. Silva is talking like Ben Askren. Yeah, very true. We spoke about it earlier. I feel like Silva has had his career. I think his career is done. He was one of the greatest MMA fighters of all time. And he is doing this as a hobby. This is a hobby for Anderson Silva. And so he doesn't need to worry about his legacy. I think the only issue to his legacy will be if he gets knocked out. For me personally, I'm a big Anderson Silva fan. If he was to lose to Jake Paul by decision, I don't think that affects anything. I don't think that affects his legacy. I think Jake, certainly following that last fight against Woodley, with that knockout, I think has shown improvements. And now I am willing to regard him as being a proper boxer. Obviously, people still want him to take on a proper boxer to really cement that. But I think a draw against Jake Paul is not as embarrassing as it was, say, when Ben Askren was fighting him or when Nate Robinson was fighting him. I feel like those Woodley fights have really opened people's eyes as you're seeing the improvements that he's making. So I think if Anderson was to get a draw, it doesn't ruin his legacy. There might be some banter on social media. It would soon go away. And I think if you look at Jake's career at the moment, you're talking about the Woodley knockout, aren't you? You're talking about the Woodley knockout, and I'm sure there will be other knockouts to come. And I think if he takes on KSI, that'll be a massive event, and I think that Jake stands a great chance of winning in that. So, Anderson going the distance would be very low down on conversations regarding Jake Paul. So I think if he did lose by decision, it's not the end of the world. Bit disappointing, but great for Jake. Big win for Jake. And, it is what it is. So I feel like if he's going to lose, I hope it's that way. I think a knockout stings. A knockout is going to sting. That is a bit of footage that can constantly be replayed, constantly be thrown in Anderson Silva's face, if you will. Even though he's a humble, lovely guy and he's had an incredible career, that would sting. That would be a problem. I don't think Silva can go in there just really focused on not getting knocked out. He's got to go out there and be looking for the win, and I think he will. The only problem with that is that Silva does leave openings. He does leave openings. There are definitely openings, and he left those openings even against Chavez Jr. Chavez Jr. just did not look himself, didn't look that great when he fought Anderson Silva. I think a lot of people have put a lot into Chavez Jr. and the victory that Anderson Silva got over Chavez Jr. I think a lot of people have put a lot into that. I don't think Chavez Jr. was looking very good on that night. I think that a bit of that inactivity had crept up on Chavez Jr. I don't know that Silva beat a great version of Chavez Jr., but because it was Chavez Jr., then everyone's obviously got really carried away with Silva and Silva's boxing skills. And he has got skills, and he has got good hand speed, and he has got good volume, and he is going to be the biggest test that Jake Paul has faced so far. No denying. No denying that. It is going to be a big, big test tonight. It's a really intriguing matchup, and it's one that people are really struggling to get a read on. I can tell you that Anderson Silva in our poll was at 50%. He's now dropped down to 49%. So we're seeing this gap between Silva and Jake Paul in public opinion fluctuating. Loads of money is coming on Jake Paul. Jake Paul opened as an underdog. He's now the favorite. You lot had it very close at the start of the poll. Then it went to Anderson. Now it seems like the gap is closing back down again. It's it's one that I think people are really struggling to get a read on. As I said, though, my feeling is it's going to be Jake Paul knockout. If I was to put some money down, I'd be looking at that. I think that he does catch knockout, technical knockout, referee calling it, something along those lines. I don't know that it's going to go the distance. If it does, I think Anderson Silva's got a great chance because he will out-volume. I think he'll out-volume Jake. Jake's fights have not been brilliant for volume. I did have the stats from the second Woodley fight. I don't know if I have those to hand, though. Let me see if I do. I'll see if I can find them. Yeah, here. So these are the stats from the second Woodley fight. You can see Jake there. This is it. This is at the end of the fight. So Jake Paul actually threw 18 jabs to Woodley's 4, threw 25 power shots to Woodley's 39, in all fairness. Paul overall, 43 shots. Woodley, 43 shots. The difference was that Paul had thrown 170, whereas Woodley had actually thrown 184. I mean, you can see how ineffective Tyron Woodley's jab was. He threw 67. He landed 4. I mean, that is awful. That is awful. 6% success with the jab by Tyron Woodley. That is awful. But you can see that Jake Paul was really going for power shots over the jab. If there was to be a criticism, and there's plenty of criticisms for Jake, even in the second fight, this is from the second most recent fight, it's that he wasn't using the jab enough. You know, this, I think, goes 8 rounds. 8 rounds of action. I think it was 8 rounds. I think it could have gone for 10, and we got to round 8 when the knockout happens. And so, like, if you think 8 rounds of action, Paul, like, throws 170 shots, only lands 43. Like, I can tell you that Anderson was around 400 shots when he went the distance. I don't think if this had carried on another couple of rounds, Jake would have got anywhere near 400 shots. So I feel like the volume is going to be with Anderson. The accuracy may be with Jake, though. And I think Jake has made improvements. He's constantly leveling up. He's constantly showing improvements. And the jab is definitely one of them. You know, to be 41% on your power shots is very good, but 17% success rate on your jab. And to across 8 rounds have only landed 18 jabs. That can definitely be improved. So I think volume is a bit of a concern. Accuracy is not great, but it's not the worst. It's not the worst. I mean, look at Woodley's 6%, for example. That's the worst. That's awful. So, yeah, definitely things that Jake can improve on, but he's definitely bringing some skills as well. James said, looking forward to Crown Jewel next week. UFC is on at 9 next Saturday as well. Very good. Very, very good. Whenever Days doesn't stream, I'm on the leaderboard, says Sonny. Oh, keep crying. CEO said, if it does go the distance, I would be a problem, but we know Silva will drop his hands in round 3. Scholes said, when does it start? So we are 42 minutes away, just 42 minutes away from the start of the prelims. So 42 minutes, and then we get the prelims. Those prelims, I believe, are on for an hour, I believe, because the main card starts an hour afterwards, according to Fight TV. So I am under the impression that we are less than 2 hours away. Right now in the UK, it's 20 past 11. Main card starts at 1 a.m. So feel like we're about less than 2 hours away. But as I said, it's going to be a little bit messy because the UK's clocks go back. Lima just made Arlovsky tap out in the first, said James. Painfully obvious that it's fixed at this point. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know because, like, I don't know that Anderson Silva would want to agree to that. I feel like Silva is all about fighting and doing it for the right reasons. You know, he's a real positive guy. He's a humble guy. He loves fighting. He's made his money. I'm sure that if he was to fix the fight, he'd be making a lot of money. But I just don't know. I don't want to believe that Anderson Silva would agree to such a thing. I mean, like, I just don't want to believe that that's the case. So I don't know that I can agree that this is fixed. I certainly haven't seen anything to suggest that it is at this stage. But I mean, look, if Jake Paul beats Anderson Silva and looks good doing it, there'll be plenty of people saying that it's fixed. CEO said, would you become a WWE or UFC fighter? No. I would if I was young. If I was young now, I would be really tempted. I'd probably go into WWE, to be honest. I like the performance side of things. So, you know, I like the talking, the promos. I like the character work, the creativity. I feel like there's a degree of that with proper UFC fighting or boxing. And I would love, like, to learn all the skills and everything. I've done a bit of boxing training before, but as I said, never like professionally or anything along those lines. So yeah, I wish I was young. I wish I was young and I could do it again. So if you are young, think about it. I guess we had a card a couple of weeks ago. That was super easy in the morning. What time is it in the UK? In the UK, it's 20 past 11. 20 past 11 at night. Main card is 1. The prelims start in 40 minutes. We've spoken quite a bit. If you are just joining us, Katie Taylor was victorious. Unanimous decision for Katie Taylor. Great interview afterwards where she was saying that she wants to go to Ireland, and Eddie Hearn agreed. Said that Ireland will be next. Ireland will be next. Croke Park. I think he didn't specify Croke Park. She wants Croke Park. 80,000. Don't know if that would be the biggest, most attended female boxing fight ever. I feel like it would have to be in the run-in. And you know what? I'll just quickly Google that, actually. What is the highest attended female highest attendance female boxing. I feel like Croke Park would surely do it. Women's boxing just talks about what it's like in different countries. The biggest fight in history. Shields against Hammer. Biggest fight in history. Biggest fight in over a minute. Canelo Saunders breaks US indoor boxing. I don't know if it's listed, to be honest. I've just put highest attendance female boxing. Let me just put women's boxing. Highest attendance. Most watched. Most watched was Shields and Marshall, apparently. Did you know Shields Marshall was the most watched? Apparently 1.5 million watched Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, but 2 million watched Shields and Marshall. Wow. So from that point of view, that's the biggest. But in regards to attendance, I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to get close to Croke Park and 80-odd thousand. So that's interesting. But not much for farming. Michael said Days looks terrible for 21 years old. Yeah, well, it's all these streams, to be honest. Constant streaming will do that to you. Do you know what I mean? Constantly talking and thinking, and I mean, it does. It ages us all. So hard work. That's what this is. Hard work. This is what a hard-working 21-year-old looks like. Yeah, drink it in. What time is the fight? Said Taylor. The fight is going to be, well, the main fight is probably around about 4 hours away, ish. But the actual card is going to start in about 35 minutes, and the main card will start in about an hour and 35 minutes. So, yeah, we haven't got long to wait. And as you said, it gives us an opportunity just to kind of go through our thoughts on Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. We were just having a look at some of the odds from the Tyron Woodley fight and just having a look at like some of the punches, the accuracy, the volume, and just talking about how that could be a factor. I mean, what I've got written down for Jake Paul is that he's quick, he's powerful, he's improving, he's got a big right hand. He's very good going forward with his offense. He's not very good on the back foot. We don't tend to see him like getting backed in the corner and like working some nice angles or getting some good counters. That's not his forte. His forte is very much driving forwards, constantly looking for hooks, digs to the body, that big overhand right that he loves. It's still one of his main weapons. He really loves using it, but it's going forwards that he seems to be better. We haven't seen him getting driven back loads. When he has been driven back, he tends to like laterally move to the side. So as Woodley was coming forwards, you don't see Jake looking for opportunities, trying to find counters. You see him move into the side and kind of get into a better position. So it will be very interesting if Anderson Silva is putting the pressure on Jake and driving Jake back to see exactly how Jake responds. My feeling is that you'll probably see him try a couple of counters, but I think that you'll see more movement to the side, more lateral movement as he just wants to get into a better position, which I can't say I blame him for. If he feels more comfortable going forward and not actually being on the back foot, play to your strengths. He's talking of increasing his output. He's talking of increasing the pace of the fight, the pace at times. I don't know if you've watched the second Woodley fight recently. It's so frustrating because so many clinches, so many times where they're both just clinching up with each other. Whenever they were just within even within the same ring, they were just grabbing each other. Just constant grabbing. I've never seen so many clinches in a fight in my life. What was really weird is that Jake had the reach advantage over Woodley. So if Woodley could get on the inside, he could do some real damage because Jake's obviously got longer arms. And so it's harder for Jake to really do anything when Woodley's on the inside. It's advantage Woodley when Woodley gets in close. But what was really weird was that Woodley was getting in close and seemingly panicking, and grabbing Jake. I don't know if it was reflex from UFC. Normally, if you're that close to someone, you'll clinch up. And so I feel like there was a little bit of the MMA Woodley that was bleeding into the boxing, because even when he was his advantage and he was on the inside, and that's where he could really do some work, he was the one that was initiating the clinch. He was the one that was grabbing Jake Paul, which was bizarre, just bizarre. But so many clinches in that last fight. I don't think we're going to see that as much here. But be prepared for it. Be prepared for lots of clinching. It is something we've seen in a lot of Jake's previous fights. But he's talking about increasing the pace. He's talking about increasing the output. He can drop his hands. Jake can get a bit comfortable. So what you'll see from Jake in the first round is he may lose the first round. He will keep things tight. He will stick to the textbook. He will keep things as they should be. He won't get much success. He didn't get much success against Woodley in the first 2 rounds of the previous fights. But he tends to use that first round to look for the openings. So what he's doing is he's looking to see, are the movements of the person in front of me the same as the movements of the videos I've been watching? Like, are the traps I'm going to set, are they going to land? So it's actually a very intelligent way of boxing, using that first round. You never want to lose a round, but if you are going to lose a round, losing the first round because you're downloading data is really not the worst idea in the world. So you can throw a few feints, try and work out, like, how they react. Do they react the same as what you saw on the video? If you go low, do they bring their arm up, for example? Is that going to expose the body? Is that going to allow you to really throw something to the body if you throw that again? And so you can work a few things out. So I don't think Jake's going to look brilliant in the first round. Obviously, if there's an opportunity for him to throw an overhand right and connect and put someone out, he will do it. But I think we're well past the Nate Robinson stage. Nate Robinson and people of that ilk, Ben Askren. I think that Jake, if the opening's there for an overhand or a big power shot to get it through, he'll go for it. But by and large, against good opponents, people that have got a bit of something about them, like Anderson does, I think that first round will be one that will be quite tight. I think that first round will be one that Jake uses to download information, if you will. And then I think that from there, Jake will get a bit more comfortable. I think he will open out a little bit more. You'll find that his defense is not quite as tight. And you'll find that some bad habits will sneak in. So you'll start to see him get a bit too comfortable with thinking that he is in control. It seems like he finds an opening and gets excited, and it's just about, how do I exploit that? And his actual worrying about his own defense sort of goes a little out the window. Not totally. He still keeps a good guard at times and a decent stance, but he is someone that is vulnerable, where as he gets more comfortable and confident, he definitely leaves openings as well. Silva, I think, can exploit those, and I think can land, and I think can definitely give Jake something to think about. I just don't know that a 47-year-old Silva is going to have the power to put Jake Paul down. I mean, we did see him put down Tito, but Tito Ortiz is someone that's got no chin, is absolutely, had the fight knocked out of him. He is someone that's, just there to be put away, basically. I don't think we can take much from that fight at all. I suppose the only thing we can have is we can know that Anderson does have the ability to knock someone out in the right circumstance. But I think a 25-year-old Jake Paul is a very, very different prospect. A very different prospect. So I feel like the first round's going to be quite close. I feel like Anderson might take it. I think that that won't be too much of a concern for Jake unless anything major lands and causes him problems. I think that if there's an opening, Jake will go for it. He does get a bit open and a bit overconfident as the fight progresses, and he kind of widens his stance a little bit as well. He lunges a little bit more, leaves a few more openings. That'll be interesting to see if he does that and if Anderson can exploit that. And so there will be opportunity for Anderson, but as I said, I think knocking out Tito Ortiz at this stage of Tito's career compared to knocking out a 25-year-old Jake Paul, who we know has got a decent chin. He did get clipped a few times by Tyron Woodley. And in that second fight, you might have forgot, but there was actually a clash of heads. There was a clash of heads and there was blood pouring down the head of Jake Paul. So, like, he got clipped a few times after that because they clash heads. Jake, I think Woodley senses blood. Woodley then turns the intensity up and really gets through with some shots. There's a moment where it really looks and feels like Jake's in big, big trouble. He's got blood pouring down his head. There's been that clash of heads. Woodley's on the front foot. Woodley is unloading. The crowds are like shocked on their feet. You can see Jake's girlfriend, really concerned because momentum is very much with Tyron Woodley. And frustrating that Woodley couldn't do a better job at that point. And it'd be very interesting if Anderson Silva can get into that moment. Woodley got into that moment in the first fight. You might remember that Jake Paul was up against the ropes. He was up against the ropes. And people were saying that they called him the frozen one, not the chosen one, the frozen one, because in that moment, he didn't go for the kill. I am going to let him off, though, because when Paul is against the ropes in that first fight, if I was Woodley, I would also be very cautious because Jake does have some power. And if you go racing in, you could absolutely get caught with a counter. So I think Woodley was trying to work out what the best way forward was. And in that moment, you only have split seconds. And so Jake was able to come away from the ropes and carry on. A lot of people looked at that and pointed at that as being an indicator the fight was fixed and all this kind of stuff. I don't think it was. But then in the rematch, Woodley has another moment where he's got the momentum. Jake Paul with a clash of heads, blood coming down his head, and he's there for the taking. Woodley this time is not the frozen one. He goes in, he gets some shots through. He rocks Jake. Jake even gives a little smile after receiving a few of these shots, but he took them. He took shots from Tyron Woodley. Woodley unloaded on Jake, landed about 3 or 4 strikes. Jake had got blood coming down his head from the clash of heads. Jake Paul ate them all, took them all, smiled, and we carried on, right? And actually, Jake, as we know, settled back into a groove, got back into the fight, was quite comfortable, and found the finish at the end. So, yeah, I think that this is going to be a very, very interesting fight. I think there's definitely path to victory for both guys. I feel like Jake can win by knockout or decision. I think that Anderson is probably more likely to win by decision if he is going to be winning. Jake does work the body well. He's got good footwork, can stay in his stance for a long time, which is good. Like, before what he was doing was he was in his boxing stance, but he would find himself kind of coming out of that as he was moving around the ring. The problem with that is unless you've got a good stance, you're not really going to be able to throw anything with much authority. And so actually Jake was not really keeping himself in that ready to throw stance as long as he needed to. What we see in the second fight is that Jake's movement is allowing him to stay in his stance longer. That means that he is able to throw powerful shots and just jabs and anything really that's needed. Anything of significance, he's able to throw it a lot more in the second fight because he's in a better stance throughout more of that second fight. We were talking about the improvements that he had made from the first Woodley fight to the second Woodley fight. That is absolutely one of the improvements, is the fact that he was staying longer in his boxing stance rather than abandoning it at times, getting himself into some bad situations and then trying to get back and reset. There was a lot of resetting in that first fight. There was a lot of in his boxing stance, getting pressured, things not going quite well, getting out of the way, and then, right, I'm back into my stance again. And so there was a lot of that. The second fight, we don't see it as much, and we actually see him keeping his boxing stance a lot more, which is obviously going to be better because it's going to allow him to throw a lot more volume and a lot more things of significance. And I think we'll see maybe more development with that in this fight as well. He is talking about KSI in the future, which for me is a mistake. He's talking about Floyd, which I think could be interesting. He's talking about Nate Diaz, which I think that's a good fight. Nate Diaz is someone that can trash talk. He's someone that doesn't give a damn. I think Jake Paul would own him on the mic, to be honest. But I think in the ring, Nate Diaz is tough as nails. He's someone that is not really the most technical. He can throw. He's someone that, Nate Diaz is like a street fighter. He's someone that, throws with some decent volume. He's got a bit of power to him. He's, someone that can absolutely strike. And I think people know it as well. He's someone that I think people have got respect for. He's a name in the MMA world, very similar to Anderson Silva. I don't know how much we can say it's a step up, but what we can agree on is that the striking would be there with Diaz. Maybe not to the level of a professional boxer, but I think that he is definitely regarded, as a striker and someone that throws hands. But I think the thing with Nate Diaz as well is that he is just a bad man. He's someone that people respect. He's someone that, is a bit of a gangster. He's someone that will go and just take it to Jake. He'll just come forward, keep coming forwards, and just give Jake fire, basically. Just keep throwing volume and just keep on him and no backward steps. Just keep moving forward. Incredible heart. He would be an interesting test for Jake. But I do think that if Jake can get past someone like Anderson Silva, then I think he could get past someone like Nate Diaz as well, to be honest. So Nate Diaz potentially next. KSI I don't love, but I get it. It'd be loads of money. Floyd is constantly looking for people to fight, and Floyd might fancy an exhibition against Jake. That would probably be one of the biggest fights you could do. I mean, Floyd Mayweather's one of the biggest pay-per-view shifters in the world. Jake is, it's a bit up in the air. I always feel like Jake's events do very, very well, but then sometimes you hear the numbers and they're not amazing. But I think the interest, I feel like Jake's fights are probably illegally watched by more people than any other fights. So I feel like Jake is someone that's certainly in that conversation as well. So smashing them two together would be massive. I feel like the KSI one would probably be bigger, but the Floyd one actually hits a bit of a sweet spot because Jake wouldn't be expected to win that. He would learn loads whilst he was actually in there with Floyd. And it'd be a massive, massive show. Massive, massive show. And listen, if you lose to Floyd Mayweather, no one cares. No one's going to care if you lose to Floyd Mayweather. So the Mayweather one I think is very, very interesting. He wouldn't want to do it as a professional, though. That's the only thing. There's no way Floyd would want to put his record on the line against Jake at this stage. I don't think he would want to do that. I think it would have to be like an exhibition thing. And so, that might hurt the pay-per-view buys a little bit because no one's record would be on the line. So, yeah, that might be a little bit of a problem. But, there's definitely openings that Jake can exploit, but there's openings that Jake leaves as well. Silva as a southpaw, we haven't even spoke about that. Silva being a southpaw is very interesting. This is the first southpaw that Jake's going to be facing. Jake has never faced a southpaw before. So that's going to be very interesting. He's got great experience. He's fast. He's rangy. He's got 2 knockouts in boxing. He has got a big, big win over Chavez Jr. But as we said, I don't know how much we can read into that because I didn't think Chavez Jr. was himself in that fight. But still, he's took on a professional boxer, a fantastic fighter, and he's managed to get the victory, regardless as to whether he was on his day or not, regardless as to whether he'd been a bit inactive or not. It's a bit irrelevant because it was still a big, big win over a big, big name. So a great win for Silva. And I think that really helped Silva, kind of get into this position because I think people take his boxing very seriously as a result of that victory. He is 22 years older. You can't look past that. He likes to dictate the pace. He's very much a rhythm fighter. So he likes to get into a rhythm. I think if you can keep him off his rhythm, if you can keep him a bit frustrated, if you can make things a bit awkward and frustrating for him, then Anderson Silva is not as good. He's someone that very much likes to get into a rhythm. And apparently Adesanya was on Jake's podcast and said, be aware of the spider web because Anderson more so in MMA, tends to like really try and like, you know, distract you with his hand movements. It's more in MMA, to be honest. And so like, as you're constantly fixated on what the hands are doing, you can, you know, get a bit too caught up and leave openings. And before you know it, you're being choked out, tapped out, kicked in the face. He's got so many weapons, but that's in the MMA world. That's in the MMA world. This is obviously in the boxing world where your weapons are a lot more limited. And Jake's going to have prepared for that. He said that he's actually brought in sparring partners that have replicated Silva's boxing style, but he's still someone that's very much a rhythm fighter. He's very unorthodox as a result. Like, you don't quite know what you're getting from where. It's not really stuff they teach like textbook-wise. Anderson Silva is someone that throws things from lots of different angles, things that you might not have seen before, things that are very hard to prepare for. Add in the fact that he's a southpaw. Add in the fact he's coming off a very good victory over Chavez Jr. Add in the fact he's got a reach advantage. There's lots to like about Anderson Silva. I can see why people are going for him. But as I said, I just worry. I think the age is a factor. He wanted a bigger ring as well, Anderson. Anderson didn't want a little ring. He wanted a bigger ring, and apparently they gave it him. I don't know quite what the dimensions were and what they are now. I don't know if it was going to be a 16-foot ring and they've given him an 18-foot ring or how it pans out. But he wanted the bigger ring and they gave it to him. I thought that was interesting. Certainly says to me that Silva's going to want a lot of room to operate. And he's going to want to, like, you know, be on the outside, circling around, coming in, getting his shots off, getting out of there. I think he's going to be a very active fighter. Silva's gas tank has always been very impressive. And it's something I think he's probably going to rely on here as well. He really wants a fight with Roy Jones Jr. So that would be what Silva would want to try and get out of this, I think. I think rematch would be potential. Obviously, depends what happens. But he really wants Roy Jones Jr. S. Bassett said, Jake lunges in with jabs to the body with a huge wide step, leaving his back foot off the canvas. Anderson will stay back and wait for the moment. He wasn't doing it as much in the second fight, so it is true. When he lunges in, he does take his foot off the canvas, but that was more in the first Woodley fight. Second Woodley fight, we wasn't seeing him do it as much, and apparently he's been making further improvements. I really don't know how much you'll see that tonight. It will be interesting, though, because I do think that Anderson wanted the bigger ring. It means that he's going to be utilizing it. You don't ask for a bigger ring and then just stand in the middle. So I can see Silva being like on the outside, Jake being in the center. Jake took the center ground in the second Woodley fight. And I think that Jake will look to keep that ground again. So there could be a bit of reaching and a bit of lunging as he tries to get at Anderson. Equally, Jake might just wait for Anderson to get in a bit closer. Jake might wait for Anderson to come in before he then does his work. I think the 1.5-inch reach advantage for Silva is something else that's very interesting because Tyron Woodley was smaller than Jake, and Ben Askren was a bit smaller as well. And so we've just not been seeing Jake taking on like fighters his own size. That's been a criticism, you know, take on someone your own size. And so now he is, you know, Anderson Silva, I think if anything is just a touch taller. He's got a touch on the reach. And that could be a factor as well. James said, did you see the report that WWE is interested in bringing back Tegan Knox? I did, yes. Don't know how I feel about that. I liked her when she was Nixon Newell, but I thought when she was Tegan Knox, she never quite did it for me. Not in NXT. Obviously, she wasn't on the main roster very long. Obviously, the injuries massively got in the way as well, so she never really had much momentum. But I can't say that from what I saw of her, she was someone that I was that crazy about, actually, when she was Tegan Knox. I don't like the name, which isn't the biggest problem. But when she was Nixon Newell, I mean, she was everywhere she was an indie darling. But in WWE, I just think the injuries got in the way. And so, yeah, I was disappointed when she went. But I can't say that she's like on my list of people to bring back. So if she comes back, fine. I'm not down on it. I could just name about 5 people I would much rather have instead. So, yeah, it's one of those, I think, like, to bring her back now is a bit of a shame, considering we just had Clash at the Castle. But, hey-ho, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. I don't know how big of a star she would be. Do you think the bloodline will fall at Crown Jewel, said Reese? No. I don't think Logan is going to be beating Roman. Obviously, Logan Paul is in action next weekend for Crown Jewel, which is a big show in Saudi Arabia. And it's going to be Logan Paul against Roman Reigns. Of course, very different. That's in the world of professional wrestling. But that's Logan's 3rd professional wrestling match. He's had a tag match, and he's had a solo match, a one-on-one match at SummerSlam. And now next week he goes after the title. He goes after the title next week against Roman. But I don't expect him to win. What time does the Jake Paul fight start? Really hard to say, because in 13 minutes, we've got the undercard beginning. And then apparently in an hour and 13 minutes, we've got the main card. And I would imagine it would be a few hours after that. So we might be looking at around about... It's really hard to say. We might be looking at around about 3-4 hours, something along those lines, for the actual fight. But we're working our way towards the start of just the main card, because we've already spoke about the main card, and the main card looks great. Do you think Jake Paul will join WWE, said EZ99? I think no, not whilst he's boxing. I think that if he's done with boxing, then he might look to come in and do something. But, I mean, look, he could always come in and help Logan as like a little, come running down kind of a thing. So he could always do that and get into the ring and, knock someone out, just do a little moment. Could he do a match? Maybe. Maybe, but to be perfectly honest, I think that Jake is improving all the time. He is someone that talks of wanting a world title. He really can't afford, at this stage in his life, to take time out to be doing WWE. He needs to be in the gym, going up against different opponents, improving, learning. And so, you take a month out to prepare for a WWE match. I mean, that's a month you're just not getting back at this stage in your boxing career. So I've got to say no, but I think there is a chance that you do see him around WWE doing something, maybe at ringside, watching his brother, jumping over the barricades. I could absolutely see something along those lines. But actually having a match, if he's taking boxing serious, then it has to be a no, because he cannot afford to be learning pro wrestling when you've got to be learning boxing. I must admit, I don't know, did you hear about the bet? This bet, I can't get my head around it. I think Jake wanted something that was going to grab headlines. And I think he wanted something that was going to get people talking. And so, God, the bet doesn't make any sense. He said if he loses, he will face Anderson Silva in a kickboxing match, right? Why? Why did he agree to that? Why did he agree to that? So he said he'll face Anderson Silva in a kickboxing match. That means that Jake's going to have to spend time learning kickboxing to take on Anderson Silva in this kickboxing match, right? I have no idea why Jake has agreed to that. That doesn't make any sense with his career, trying to learn to be a boxer. I think Jake gets in his own way sometimes. Of course, Jake doesn't think he's losing tonight. Jake thinks he's going to win. So in Jake's mind, it's not a gamble, but it is a gamble. And he's agreed to a kickboxing match. He actually, first of all, said, I'll face you in an MMA fight. He said, I'll face you in an MMA fight, but Anderson turned him down, which I think everyone was gutted about, because Anderson Silva inside an MMA cage, even at the age of 56, is killing Jake Paul. There's no hesitation on that, right? That's Anderson's world, right? That's his world. That's what he's trained. That's what he lived, breathed. But Anderson was like, oh, I don't do that anymore. So how about kickboxing? So I didn't get it, to be honest. If it had been an MMA fight, I don't get why Jake would do that. If it was a kickboxing fight, I don't get why Jake would do that. It doesn't tally with him wanting to be a professional boxer. And if Jake wins, Anderson has to join him in creating a union for MMA fighters, which, to be perfectly honest, I didn't get that either. Because if that's something Jake wants to do it. You don't, like, why does that need to be part of a bet? If you want to start a union for MMA fighters, then start a union for MMA fighters. I understand trying to get Anderson Silva on board might be tricky, but I don't think it'd be impossible. If you said to Anderson Silva, I want you to be a part of this, I want MMA fighters to be paid fairly, I can't imagine Anderson Silva saying, nah, I'm all right, and turning that down. I would imagine that's something Anderson Silva would want to buy into and believe in as well. So I didn't understand. If Jake loses, does that mean that he's not going to do it, the union thing, right? And it also means now he's got to put his boxing career on hold. Like, I didn't get it. I understand that he, like, you know, the tattoo bet and all that kind of stuff. I get that, right? I get that. I get why he does that. I didn't get this one. This one didn't make much sense to me. I thought that this was just to grab headlines, to be honest. And maybe that's all it is, just to try and grab headlines. So, yeah, I wasn't crazy about that one. Don't forget to like the stream, said Happy Wednesday. Yeah, appreciate the support, man. I mean, we've had 2,600 votes. We always try to get to 1,000 likes. So far, we're not even at 400 likes. We're not even at 400 likes. If you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It really is appreciated, as we are not even at 400 likes. I probably should have been banging on about that a lot more. But so far, we've had 2,600 votes. But so far, the likes are only at 400 likes. It's because Silva has pulled in UFC, says Waffle Boy. I mean, look, if he can get Silva, I understand getting Silva would be an advantage. I just don't think Silva would necessarily turn it down whether he wins or loses. I feel like that's a cause that Silva would be willing to be a part of. And actually, as soon as Jake proposed it, Silva accepted straight away. Like, didn't even think about it. He accepted straight away. It actually felt like it was something that they had spoken about before in regards to this union thing, because there was no conversation about, well, how would that work, or what would the commitment be, or, do you know what I mean? There was none of that kind of conversation. It was just, yeah, I'll do that. And it was just accepted straight away. It really felt like that's something they had already spoke about. I could be wrong on that. And certainly Ariel Hawani and no one that was there knew that Jake was going to come out with such a proposal. I didn't get it. I just kind of feel like if you want to do a bet, I think you could have done something that was gonna, I don't know, grab people's attention a bit more. It's a little dig at Dana, I suppose. That's why he's doing it. That's why he's doing. He ain't doing it for fighters' pay, is he? He's doing it because he wants to have another little dig at Dana. If he was friends with Dana, there's no way that he'd be banging this drum. No way. So, yeah, it's only to get at Dana. Warped Island said Anderson Silva deserves to win, but I think the age difference gives Jake an advantage. I agree. Ryan Garcia, is he the best YouTuber boxer? I don't know, to be honest, because I don't really watch like the YouTube streams and whatever of like all the various boxers. I mean, he's not an influencer, is he? He's not like one of those influencer boxers. He's a boxer that has a YouTube channel. Much like how Israel Adesanya or Sean O'Malley are UFC fighters that have YouTube channels. Same as Paddy. He's a fighter, and because of his success, he's got a YouTube channel. Having a YouTube channel, it's pretty standard these days. Most people have YouTube channels. So yeah, he's a boxer that's got a YouTube channel. I'm sure Devin Haney has probably got one. I've never looked to see who's actually got them, who hasn't got them, so hard to say. If Silva loses, his name will be ruined, said Jake FN. KSI or T Woods? That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. I think that's a little bit tricky because at this stage, I think that's a tricky fight for KSI. I feel like that would be a good fight for him to take next, because Tyron Woodley, I think, showed in his first fight with Jake that unless you're at a certain level, Tyron Woodley can take you the distance and actually cause some problems, because he had Jake against the ropes. But I think that if you are going to take Tyron Woodley lightly, then, as I say, it will cause you problems. But if you're going to take boxing serious and you want to face Jake next year, then showing that you can also beat Tyron Woodley is a challenge that I think KSI should be looking at. So Tyron Woodley would be a very good opponent for KSI. I don't think we can learn much from the two fights that we already saw from KSI. I didn't learn a great deal. I learned that he can beat a rapper that had 20 days boxing experience, and I learned that he can beat a child. That's what I learned, right? So where he is in comparison to Tyron Woodley is very hard to say. But that would be a very clever next fight for KSI, for him to show that he can also feel sorry for Woodley. Woodley's just a whipping boy at this point, isn't he? He's just a name that influencers are bringing in to get a win over. But it would be a good match, because if he can knock out Woodley, then all of a sudden KSI looks like he is around the same level of Jake Paul. How long until Silva beats Paul? What time is the fight on, says Chuck. So the fight is going to be on in about, main card is meant to start in an hour. So main card in now, it's a great card as well. Yeah, I know people aren't going to believe me, but it genuinely is a great card. So the card is, it's around 5 fights, I believe. You've got Dr. Mike on the card. You've got Uriah Hall on the card. You've got an 18-year-old incredible prospect called Ashton Silve, who Mayweather has raved about. He is in the co-main event. He's signed to Most Valuable Promotions. So great cards. And then, of course, main evented by Jake Paul and Anderson Silva. So we're continuing to build. We're getting ever closer towards it. Keep getting in your comments. Keep getting in your thoughts as to what you think about how this is going to go as we continue to build and work our way towards these prelims. We're not going to pay the prelims a great deal of interest. All we're going to do with the prelims is we're just going to talk about like who's fighting, and then talk about who wins and kind of take it that way. But yeah, as soon as you get to the main card, I'm going to be firmly into those matches. You got to remember that supposed Charles was a professional boxer and he toyed around with him and he destroyed him, said Joseph. Yeah, the only problem with that, though, is that you can be a professional boxer, but to be a professional boxer, all that means is that you have boxed professionally. I mean, that's it. Like, Deji is a professional boxer now because Deji has got a professional boxing record. So to be a professional boxer is not... It's not like all professional boxers are at a certain level. The only thing it means is that they have been training and they have been practicing. But this kid was thin. He didn't look great. His movement wasn't great. He'd clearly been handpicked for a reason. I mean, I will give KSI props in regards to the fact that he hadn't fought for a long time, right? And he was very honest in saying these are tune-up fights. So this was really KSI shaking off the cobwebs, having a camp, getting in there with some bodies and knocking them around. I mean, he got in there with someone that had 20 days experience, right? Dealt with swarms easy. And then went in there with a professional boxer who I think his last win was 4 years ago. I think he's had, I think it was something like 4 fights within that time. Like, talking about someone that's had a fight a year. Someone that's just, you know what I mean? We're not talking about someone that was 20-0, 10-0. Not even talking about someone that was 5-0. Talking about someone that was, I think, 1-3 or something. Very, very limited. I did give him props for getting in there against someone, though, that at least you would think would know how to stand, know how to throw. But, I mean, he destroyed him, didn't he? He destroyed him. I think he hand chose him because he knew that was just someone that was a professional boxer and that was it. I think they found one of the worst professional boxers they could. No shade. No shade. All I'm saying is, what can you learn from it? What can you take from that? Not a great deal. All you can take from it is that KSI is someone that's, trained in boxing before. He's clearly still got those skills. He was too much for what could be one of the worst professional boxers in the world. And, he needs a challenge now. So it's KSI, job done. We watched it. It was a fantastic event. I really enjoyed the show. But I don't think we learned a great deal. I didn't come away from it thinking, wow, KSI is a killer. Far from it. Far from it. That was, and in KSI's own words, that was a tune-up fight. It was tune-up fights. They're not meant to be fights that blow your mind and make you think he's a killer. They're fights that are meant to shake the cobwebs off and be like, right, I'm back. Jake Paul is what I want. That's what he's working towards. This is the first step on that long journey. Right, we are underway with the coverage, but it is just video packages at the moment. So here we go. We go over to the arena. We're getting our first glimpse. We are in the Valley of the Sun. Prelim show. Beginning. People saying it's going to be 6-0 for Jake. So we are on the Showtime YouTube channel. We've just got some pundits sitting down and sharing a few words at the moment. As soon as we get over to our first fight, we will obviously put that up on screen. But at the moment, there's nothing but a bit of a preview going on. People know what's about to happen. Jake will knock out Anderson in the 8th round, said King Savage. What's likely to happen and draw more money? Tyson Fury against Jake Paul or Manny Pacquiao against Jake Paul? I would think Fury. I would think Fury would, because first of all, is the current heavyweight champion of the world. I feel like Manny Pacquiao is a fantastic name, an incredible fighter, still would be an incredible fighter, but he's been out of the game just a little bit. I feel like his name value would be good abroad, but here in the UK, it's no question. Tyson Fury would definitely. And what with the history that Jake's had with Tommy, also add in the fact Tyson Fury is the current heavyweight champion of the world, or one of, along with Usyk. Add in the fact that people would want to see Jake get smashed, because Fury kills Jake. I mean, actually, literally could kill Jake. I think that it could be an absolute massacre if he stepped in with Tyson Fury, and Jake knows that. That fight would never happen. He did call him out, though. Did you see he put on like a bit of a fat suit, a bit of a belly, and he was like calling out Tyson, just having a bit of fun with it and whatever. But yeah, I think in this day and age, I have to think that Tyson Fury is certainly coming off those Wilder wins, regarded as something special. I think he's regarded as maybe the best heavyweight in the world right now. And so if you put Jake Paul in against the best heavyweight in the world right now, I would say that would draw more than if he took on Pacquiao. But Pacquiao's a legend. But I just think people know that Pacquiao's more likely. But I think people would look at the age again, to be honest. I think people would look at the age. But even Pacquiao at this age would be a heavy favourite over Jake Paul. You know what I mean? Heavy favourite. He'd surely win it. But you'd still have people looking at the age. Game Boy said Anderson Silva is going to win by 4th round knockouts. Gordon, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Please 200 PLN said, in my opinion, Silva needs to humble Jake. Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be able to do that, to be honest. I can't see him humbling Jake. I think that he will get through with some shots. I think that he is going to have some nice moments, but humbling Jake is going to be difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult to do that, I think, for Anderson. Just because I think Jake he's 25. He's got a chin. He's someone that I think he's got good hand speeds, but I think it can take him a while to find openings. He's not someone that is very good at creating lots of openings. He can create some, though, as we saw with the Woodley knockout, where he went to the body and swung it up and went to the head. So he can create openings, but he's just not very good at creating loads in the rounds. For example, that knockout came, I think it was in round 8, and there hadn't really been much shown from him before that. There'd been lots of clinching. It'd been a very low volume fight, actually. The crowd were even booing it sometimes. Like, Jake Paul fights, you might get a knockout, which is obviously going to be the big takeaway. But when he's actually fighting and the fight's actually going on, it's not always the most gripping of action. It can be low volume. There can be lots of clinching. It can be quite frustrating to watch. You really want to see like him letting his hands go, nice movements. And I feel like we're taking steps in that direction, but I don't know that we're quite there yet. But he is very vocal about saying that this is the best he's ever been. Like, he is better than ever. This version of Jake destroys the Jake that beat Woodley in that second fight. This is all according to Jake. He's very, very confident that he's making the required improvements. And so let's wait and see. You can definitely see improvements from the first Woodley fight to the second Woodley fight. Chop said, if it goes the distance, then Silva will most likely win by points. Yes. Are you seriously comparing a legend like Pacquiao to Fury, says Jedi Knight? I think Fury's a legend as well, to be honest. I think that they're in very different divisions. They've got very different fighting styles. I think that Fury's got a bit more work to do to kind of be regarded in the same breath as Pacquiao. But honestly, to a lot of people, Tyson Fury is the heavyweight of this generation. And a lot of people have got him in their top 10, top 20 heavyweights of all time. Certainly here in the UK. Maybe there's a bit of UK bias involved in that. But I think those Wilder fights, they really open people's eyes. I think it'd be very interesting actually to see where Tyson Fury's legacy would be if he took the fight with Joshua and won, right? Which I think he would. If he took the Joshua fight, I think Fury goes in as quite a firm favorite in that. So if he took the Joshua fight and he won that fight, and then he took the Usyk fight and he won that fight, right? Against Usyk, who is the much smaller man, better boxer, but smaller man. It would be very interesting to see how people would regard Tyson's legacy then, with 2 wins over Joshua and Fury. 2 opponents that Fury says would be no problem for him. No issue. I mean, obviously saying one thing and doing it is something completely different, but... right. We are underway with first. This is Flores against Ortiz Jr. Flores versus Ortiz Jr. Bit strange what they've got here, to be honest. Oh, we've got a countdown clock. Countdown clock was showing 1 hour 50 till we get to the main cards. So I'm guessing then that, yeah, we've got 1 hour 50 then. There was a countdown clock that just showed. So right now we got Flores against Ortiz Jr. I did have this written down. Flores against Ortiz Jr. See if I can find what I've got for that. So this is 6 rounds in the super bantamweight. Ortiz Jr. is 8-3. He's got 4 stoppages. He's taken on Flores, who is 10-0 with 2 stoppages. Couldn't find the odds on this one, but I think Flores is coming in as the favorite here. He's in the blue and white shorts, and so we'll be keeping an eye on that as it continues. Jedi said, Fury is lucky there's no top heavyweights left like in the 90s and 80s. He wouldn't last long. Don't know. I genuinely don't know. I mean, he's undefeated. I think Deontay Wilder doesn't have the best boxing skill, but he's tricky. He's got some skill, and he's got that big right hand. Obviously, Joshua's stock has took a hit. So I think if Fury was able to get the win there, I think that would definitely do something for his legacy. I feel like if he could get past Usyk, that would do something for his legacy as well. It'd be interesting. I mean, I feel like Deontay's a credible heavyweight. I feel like Joshua's a credible heavyweight. I feel like Usyk, obviously, beating Joshua twice is now a credible heavyweight. So I don't know. It's tricky. I don't know how to answer that question of like, how does Tyson Fury compare? Because from what we've seen out of Fury, he's got an incredible chin. I mean, he got cracked with one of the biggest shots. I mean, Deontay Wilder. I mean, no one's going to deny his power. And Fury got back up, faced him 3 times. 1 draw, 2 wins for Tyson Fury. I mean, it's undeniable that his chin is able to withstand such pressure. And he was able to get the wins. And I don't think anyone was saying they were robberies. So I feel like he got past a very, very good heavyweight, a borderline great heavyweight in Deontay Wilder. But how he would do against Usyk, how he would do against Joshua, I feel like he wins against Joshua. Usyk, I think, is fascinating. That's a fascinating fight. But yeah, debate how he does against heavyweights from the past. Sweet Caroline, Sonny is singing away. Jacob said Fury Chisora 3. It's just rubbish, isn't it? It's rubbish. I don't think it achieves anything. I don't think that's the fight that people want. I don't think that's the fight that people are hoping for. People wanted Joshua. If it wasn't going to be Joshua, obviously people wanted Usyk. I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like even someone like Joe Joyce would have been more palatable than Chisora. We saw Joe Joyce, and we saw a fantastic performance by Joe Joyce against Joseph Parker. That was, I mean, we watched that on this channel. It was a fantastic fight. Joe Joyce is just a monster, man. His chin is insane. He just keeps moving forwards. He's a big lump of a guy. And it'd be fascinating to see Joe Joyce against Tyson Fury. That would be what, I don't know if that would capture the imagination of the world. It would certainly capture the UK's imagination, because we know about Joe Joyce. We like what we're seeing. He's definitely an interesting prospect for the future. He's really clumsy, really awkward. He's certainly not a beautiful technical fighter, but he's got a hell of a chin, and he keeps moving forwards, and he keeps throwing, and he's a real problem. And it's going to be interesting to see where Joy Joyce gets to. I'd much rather see that fight than I would against Chisora. Much rather see that. I'd rather see Daniel Dubois against Fury than I would the Chisora fight. The Chisora fight doesn't do anything for me. It's just another Dillian White, really, but not even as good. Fury's trying to sell it by saying that he thinks that it's a credible opponent. He thinks that Chisora's as good as Joshua or Usyk, but I don't think anyone else does. Easy99 said, any UFC dream match, no matter what division. I think GSP against Anderson was the fight that I always wanted to see. George St. Pierre against Anderson Silva, arguably the 2 greatest of all time. I would be really interested in John Jones against Stipe as well. I mean, Stipe is kind of regarded as the greatest heavyweight ever. And I think John Jones might be regarded as the greatest MMA fighter ever. I mean, Anderson's in the conversation. John Jones is in the conversation. But I feel like those would be fights that I wish we would have got. In regards to the modern day, it's impossible to not say Makhachev against Volkanovski. I feel like that would be legit number 1, maybe number 2, pound for pound. I mean, I feel like Charles Oliveira, was always in the conversation at the top of the pound for pound list. Makhachev beat him. Makhachev beat Charles Oliveira and did a great job of it. And so I think there's a new king of the lightweight division. I think he's going to be champ for a long time. It would be fascinating to see him take on Volkanovski, who is, I think, number 1 in the pound for pound right now. So for me, that's a fight I would absolutely love to see. I think people would like to see Nunes against Shevchenko as well. We've seen it before, though. But in the women's division, I think that's a fight people would be interested in. So that could be that's one we could get, actually. That's a fight that's, we could absolutely get. Stipe against John Jones is a fight we could get as well. So there's not really anything for Adesanya. I think he's cleaned out the middleweight division, to be honest. So I don't really think there's anything there. There's maybe a few fights for Jiri in the light heavyweight division, but I feel like Jiri still needs to establish himself. I don't think he's really established himself. Welterweights, we've got a new champ, Leon Edwards. He's going to need the rematch against Usman. I'd like to see him against Masvidal, though. I think that would be exciting. So Leon Edwards against Masvidal, I think, would be a lot of fun. Lower divisions, don't think there's anything there. Aljamain Sterling, obviously, getting past TJ Dillashaw. I mean, Aljamain Sterling against O'Malley could be interesting. O'Malley getting past Yarn controversially. So, yeah, look, there's a few fights there. Anna said AJ or Usyk versus Fury was never going to happen after that 12-rounder 2-month training camp. Before, nobody is stupid. Fury just wanted to call AJ a coward. Anna, hope you're well. Shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, I think it could have happened. It just was going to need to happen at quite a quick pace. Joshua's got a bit of a problem, and that is that he's got a lot of sponsorships and they've got a lot of broadcasting deals. See, the thing is with Chisora, you can make that fight quite quickly because Chisora doesn't have really the sponsorship deals. He doesn't have all the commitments that Joshua does. So if you're going to do Fury versus Chisora, you can get that done quite quick. But I feel like there's quite a few obstacles you've got to overcome to do Fury Joshua. There's different broadcasters. There's sponsors that are going to want to make sure they're getting their, recognition, their pound of flesh. There's lots of moving parts. It's not an easy fight to do. And when you set a very short deadline, it's nigh on impossible, and it proved to be impossible. Both camps are blaming each other. I think what's undeniable is the fact that it is Tyson Fury that was setting the deadlines, though. Of course, you run the risk of the deal not getting done and it just running, and then you've got to start training. I do understand the argument that you've got to call it quits at some point because you've got to get your 6-week training camp in or whatever. And they were targeting the start of December. So, already we're at the end of October. So, you had to draw the line somewhere. So, obviously, Fury will be like, how long did you want me to wait? Joshua's going to be like, a fight this size cannot be done in that time frame. If they agreed to do it, say, in March, and they agreed to, properly sit down and get everything worked out, you could get it done. But, yeah. And as you say, maybe that was part of the plan. Maybe that was part of Tyson saying, Tyson wanted to say that he could. He tried. He tried to do it. He could do it. He wanted to do it. He just couldn't get it over the line. Maybe, as you say, that was part of the plan. Resting days. Does Jake's fight start in 1 hour? The card starts in, I believe it starts in an hour. I'm going to be honest in saying I'm a bit confused because we've got 40 minutes to go until it says that it's going to begin on Fight TV. The only problem is that the clocks do go back in the UK. So I think that we're probably looking at it being a little bit longer than that. I imagine that in 40-odd minutes, we're probably going to have to wait another hour. So, we're still a little bit away from the main card, but we are keeping an eye on the prelims at the moment. We've got Flores against Ortiz Jr. We're not calling it round by round. As soon as the fight is done, we'll just go to the decision. You lot, I think, want to talk about Jake and Anderson and what could be next, and maybe some of the other fights on the undercard. I feel like your focus, much like my focus, is there more so than on these fights. What time is the Jake Paul fight? Jake Paul fight should be in around about, I reckon you're looking at about 3.5 hours, maybe a touch longer, maybe 4 hours, which is, I appreciate, a long time, but that's basically when we get to the end of the stream. that is everything done then. Like, that's the whole prelims, the whole undercards, absolutely everything. Wrestle with Andy, hello, said, what's your dream match in the influence boxing world? So I think I was really impressed with Salt Pappy. So if you watched the first KSI one when he took on the two fighters, Salt Pappy definitely caught the eye. And I don't know quite who you would put him up against. I think he would be willing to go up against KSI. But the obvious answer is Jake and KSI. Of course it is. But if you want to just scratch underneath the surface a little bit, then I might say, I don't know what Jay Swingler, saw him compete. I don't know if him and Salt Pappy are in the same weight class. I mean, obviously, when it comes to influencer boxing, I'm sure you can make it work. But Jay Swingler seems to be grabbing attention. Salt Pappy looked really, really good. So I'd be down for seeing them two go up against each other if you can make it work, like weight-wise. But the biggest one, it's boring, but it's KSI and Jake, isn't it? I mean, that's the main one that everyone wants to see. I think Joe Weller as well keeps being quite vocal whenever I see him. He tends to want to get involved. I saw that he was calling out like KSI and KSI's camp and getting into it with like the managers and everything. So I'd be interested in seeing him do something. Maybe he could go up against Salt Pappy. Salt Pappy looked great, man. He looked great. I've seen 2 of his fights now. I've been impressed both times. In UFC, doing pro wrestling style champs, both men and women, world mid-card, who do you pick? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how a mid-card would work, to be honest. What would you do with a mid-card? I suppose what you could do is you could have a belt for unranked fighters. So you could have the lightweight unranked championship. And if you do get into the rankings, you're not allowed to compete for it. But basically, if you are the unranked champion, then you are basically, I mean, no one would hold the belt for long because obviously you are, and the only problem is you'd be, as soon as you go into the rankings, you would drop it. So yeah, I don't know. It'd be hard to figure out how a mid-card belt would work. Like, do you just have a belt bobbing around like the BMF belt or something? I like the idea of an unranked championship though. Reason being because I think we're always looking for those hidden gems. We're always looking for those fighters that are working the way to breaking into the rankings. Once people are in the rankings, I think if you've got number 5 against number 8, that's a story in itself. Like, if you don't need to know anything about UFC, but if the number 5 heavyweight is taking on the number 8 heavyweight, there's your story. Right? They're clearly working towards the main title, aren't they? They both, you know where they are in the rankings. It gives you a bit of an idea as to what's going on. Obviously, the number 8 might be younger, rising through the ranks. Number 5 could be an older guy. You might have a different dynamic there. But I think if you've got that story already, it doesn't feel to me like you need a belt involved there. Like, in my mind, number 5 versus number 8, the winner's going to get themselves pushed up to like number 4, number 3. They're going to be really in the conversation for a title shot. So you don't need a belt there. So for me, I'd be looking at like those fighters that are trying to get into the rankings. I'd be looking at those fighters that are trying to establish themselves. I think that in UFC, there is a lot of fighters outside of the top 15 in all the divisions that are trying to get a win streak together and they're trying to get into the rankings. And I feel like if you had a championship at that level, that would be really interesting because all of a sudden you're giving all of those unranked fighters something to focus on, not just getting into the rankings, but maybe picking up the, unranked championship as well and, having a belt. The only problem with it would be like how would you defend it? Because if you're the unranked champion, got to think that if you win 1 or 2 fights, you're going to go into the rankings and then you have to drop the championship. So, it could be a flawed idea, unfortunately. But I don't know how a mid card would work. As I said, like if you've got I always look when we look at fight nights and everything. If we have 2 ranked fighters going up against each other, that's all I need. I don't need like a belt to be like involved at that point. If you've got number 7 against number 8, that's a tasty little story because number 8's trying to get number 7's spot, trying to prove that they're better than number 7. So again, like I don't think I need a belt there. So I would go lower. I'd go into the rankings. I mean, imagine Paddy, who isn't, I don't think is ranked, but imagine Paddy next fight is that he goes after the unranked championship. I mean, there you go. You got a nice little story. The story at the moment is that he's trying to get some wins together to get into the rankings. But, you know, this way that you could have a belt and just maybe adds a little something to those fighters that don't have a number by their name. Z Chan said, what do you think of Deji and Paul 2? I think it'd be a disaster for Deji. I think Deji is levels behind Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul, what he's managed to do is he's managed to put an incredible team around him, and he's managed to really level up and improve. I think that he has made improvements. We've spoken about those improvements. I think that he is someone that is in a good place. He's putting the work in. I've got nothing but respect for that. And I think that he is definitely on the right path. And he's continuing to improve, continuing to grow. And I really like him. And I think that Deji is someone that's been working, but Deji is someone that's been falling short against, you know, influencers. He's someone that's struggled. He managed to get a win over Fuzi, which, you know, fair play, but that's Fuzi. You know, that's not someone that's known for fighting. That's not like, you know, a proper fighter. So I think like one win over Fuzi and now he's facing Mayweather. I mean, he's going to get destroyed by Mayweather. I don't think there's anyone out there that's seriously picking Deji. I've seen lots of memes and lots of talk, but I don't think anyone's seriously going with Deji in that fight. And so, yeah, I mean, look, if he goes up against Jake Paul now, he'd get destroyed. He'd get destroyed. I feel like Jake has really put the work in, has been fully focused on this, has continued to improve, has continued to test himself, has brought in world champions to spar with. He's brought in people like Masvidal that we've seen him training with. They're not on great terms now, but he's already sparred and trained with Masvidal, who's good at throwing hands, in all fairness. And, yeah, he's made his improvements, continued to grow, and I think he's in a much, much stronger place than Deji right now. Easy99 said, what do you think Money in the Bank style idea in UFC with 8 men or women tournament? Okay. Whoever cashes in on the fight championship based on rankings. I don't mind that idea. When you said it, I thought you meant ladder match. And I was like, I mean, that's ridiculous. That's something they would do in that Russian federation where they have like 4-on-1 and whatever. But I don't mind the idea of a tournament. You can't really do it in one night because we've seen in early UFC that injuries get in the way. And, you know, we saw like standbys winning tournaments and stuff like this because by the time fighters get to the final, they're spent. They've got nothing left in the tank. They're injured. You know, you can't do like 3 nights in one night. But if you was to do it over the year and let's say have 8 fighters in a tournament and have them face each other and work their way through, winner at the end of the year gets a title shot, basically. I don't know that, I suppose a title shot, hard to say a title shot whenever you want, because obviously in the fight game, there's people that have to have like training camps. It's not as if you can say, right, next week. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's just not going to work. You've got to have your training camps and all that kind of stuff. But I think like you could do a tournament where your prize is you get a title shot for the next year. And so that way the champ knows that one of their title defenses is going to be against, well, their next title defense even is going to be against this person at some point early, 2023 or whatever. So it could be that our next UFC show, you have the final of the welterweights and the winner of that will get the next title shot irrelevant of ranking. Could be good, could work, could be interesting. A bit gimmicky maybe, but I'd be down for it. I think I would do it I feel like I would do a different tournament each year. Not every division would have a tournament. I think I'd do one and that's it because it is a bit gimmicky. But like this year, you'd say do the welterweights. Next year, you'd do the light heavyweights. The year after that, you'd do the heavyweights, and you do it that way. The only problem you run is that you might have something really juicy. Like, for example, you could be looking at Conor against Islam Makhachev, and obviously you would want that fight rather than whoever just won the lightweight tournament getting their shot. So that person that wins the tournament might actually get in the way of something better. But I don't mind it, actually. I mean, that's the pro wrestling fan in me that's kind of coming out now. I don't mind like some of those gimmicky things. And I think that's definitely something UFC could look to improve, actually. I mean, the thing with the UFC is it tends to be fight. Lots of unranked fighters. As you get to the top of the card, you'll get a couple of fights with ranked fighters. And you tend to get like 12, 13 fights a week every weekend. Great for betting on and great for doing watch-alongs for. But I don't know if it's always great from an excitement point of view. For example, tonight they're in the Apex again. No atmosphere in the Apex. The Apex is awful now. The Apex was a necessity, but now it's a problem. So, because it's just got no atmosphere and it just doesn't feel very exciting. So, yeah, I don't mind a few little quirks being put in there, to be honest. I don't mind that. Right, we've got a victor here. I think it's Flores. I think it's Flores that's picked up the victory in this one. It was only 6 rounds. The prelims are on Showtime. Yep, got them up right now. At the moment, there are about 39,000 watching, so it's not crazy numbers for these prelims. Of course, it's going to really get going as soon as we get to that main cards. So Flores, if you didn't know his name before, you'll know his name now. It is a victory for him. YouTube fan said, do you think Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua is a pay-per-view main event? Yes, it's definitely a pay-per-view main event. It's also a fight I can't see happening. The only thing I would say is that Jake tends to fight at cruiserweight, which is just that level below heavyweight. So it wouldn't take him too much to get up to heavyweight, but he would be a light heavyweight. But we've seen cruiserweights go up. Of course, Usyk was a cruiserweight. He went up and is now heavyweight champion. I mean, I certainly don't think Jake goes on to become a heavyweight champion of the world, but he could move to the heavyweight division. I don't think it would be too difficult. He's coming in here at, I think he's coming in at 186, is it? I've got it written down. He's coming in at 186.5, 186.5. So he would need to put on a fair bit of weight there to get up. But I think he's actually dropped in weight for this fight against Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva obviously fought his career at middleweight. So this is Anderson Silva kind of coming up in weight for this one. So I feel like Jake could get there. And even if he couldn't, we've seen like cruiserweights that have gone into the heavyweight division. But no, I mean, he'd get massacred by Anthony Joshua. I mean, that's a complete mismatch. Easy99 said, do you think UFC or boxing are doing some fights outside stadium arenas like a beach or a street? Yeah, I'm down for it. I think you could definitely do that for the fight nights. I don't know that you could do it for... I mean, it'd still have to be in an octagon, right? UFC needs to be in an octagon. It's a sport, yeah? It's not like a complete sideshow. It's a proper sport. But there's no reason as to why you can't put the octagon on a beach. There's no reason as to why you can't change that location. I mean, look at what we're doing at the moment. We've got an octagon in pretty much an empty room at the moment at the Apex. What's the difference in putting that octagon at the beach? You could make the argument that, like, then you've got to contend with, like, I don't know, the breeze or something. But I'm sure you can find somewhere that's quite calm and somewhere that's going to be, do you know what I mean? Like, not really not really too much of a factor temperature-wise, or I'm not saying put it out there when there's a flipping hurricane. But yeah, I mean, all of this kind of stuff is going to grab attention, and it works. we already know that it works because UFC did Fight Island. And you might remember they put a picture out of an octagon on a beach, right? And everyone was like, oh my God, they're actually doing it. Like Fight Island. You might remember during lockdown, all the arenas in the US shut down. And so Dana was like, I've got something up my sleeve. Don't worry. The show will go on. And he said, I've gone and got a Fight Island. I've got an actual island that we're going to put the fights on. And people got so carried away with it. And then UFC put pictures out of the octagon on the beach. That's one of the most bought, highest viewed shows in the history of UFC. Had a great main event anyway, great card. But people really thought that it was going to be on the beach. It wasn't. It was inside, and it turned out to be Abu Dhabi. It turned out to be just inside an arena. The one that was on the beach was just for promotional purposes. But people really bought into that, and they were selling merch with like the octagon on the beach and cocktails and Fight Island. And do you know what I mean? They really leaned into that theming, and it caught the imagination. So, you know, people can call these things gimmicky and all that kind of stuff, but it's undeniable that it grabs people's attention. It grabs people's attention, and it's clever marketing. And I can't see a reason as to why you can't do it. You're certainly not just fighting on the beach, not in an octagon. I mean, you wouldn't do that, or just fighting in a street. But could you put an octagon in a street? Could you put an octagon on a beach? You know, as long as it's all level and it's got a good foundation, and it's not going to wobble around, and it's all secure and it's all checked, and it, you know, abides by the rules and all that kind of stuff. Do it. Why not? Why not? Imagine the visuals of that. It's a little bit like Mayweather was going to do a boxing thing on the top of that hotel. You know, that famous hotel, which, is it the Burj Khalifa? I can't remember, Burj Khalifa, something like that. And it's the helipad at the top. Mayweather was actually going to put a boxing ring on there and fight. I think Silva was going to be on that card as well. The card went ahead, but like it didn't happen on the hotel. It's because they had to move the event, otherwise it would have. But there would have been images of Mayweather in a boxing ring on top of this helipad at the top of a hotel. But sadly, it never came off. Of course, that's exhibitions and whatever, but yeah, I don't know why no one's doing that kind of a thing. It would really grab attention. Theming is so important. Easy99 said, imagine UFC doing it in shopping malls with the crowd free to watch. Yeah, you just have to be a little careful about like people being a bit too, do you know what I mean, throwing stuff in. If they're just shoppers that are just passing by, you know, certainly if you can be on a higher level and you can like chuck stuff in. So you just have to be a little bit careful in that regards. But in all fairness, WCW did a whole Nitro show. I think their first ever Nitro show was done in a shopping mall at the Mall of America. So we've seen professional wrestling do it in that environment. But obviously, you know, it's very different for boxing and UFC. But yeah, it could be fun. Sonny said UFC, but at the White House. That would be good. That would be like, why not? I can already sense a few people being like, no, why? This is just gimmicks, right? But I think that it would be something that would grab attention. And in this day and age, when people are playing video games, playing Fortnite, playing like Among Us, playing, you know, all the different video games that come out, watching all the different YouTube channels, you know, so many TV and streaming services to watch. You've got massive sporting events, like, you know, the World Series and NBA starting up and the Premier League. And there's so much that's competing for people's attention now. Competition for views and people and eyes it's never been stronger than it is right now. And so anything that's going to grab attention, that's going to help your company grow is a benefit, is a massive, massive benefit. I'm surprised that Jake's not looked at anything like that. This is right up Jake Street. This is right up the YouTuber street. I mean, you would think the YouTubers would look at this kind of stuff. But to be perfectly truthful, I think they want as much money as possible. And if you did something on a beach, you ain't getting 20,000 there. If you did something in a shopping centre, you ain't getting 20,000 there. So do you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be quite limited with the amount of money that it would generate, and maybe that's why we don't see it. But I feel like there's definitely a way forward with doing something like that. Tyson, shout out to you, said, what time is the Jake Paul fight? So I can see a countdown clock on screen. It says 1 hour, 18 minutes until we get to the main card. 1 hour, 18 minutes. And then we get to the main card. So just over an hour to go. It is going to go by quite quickly. We've already been streaming for 4 hours, 10 minutes. So we've already been streaming for a long, long time. But we are getting towards the business end of things now. We've been watching Katie Taylor. We watched that fight. We're now keeping an eye on the undercards as this venue continues to get busier and busier. And as obviously the stream gets busier. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We haven't really mentioned it too much tonight, but we are trying to get to 1,000 likes at least. It makes a big, big difference. You can see we've had over 3,355 votes in regards to who wins out Jake Paul and Anderson Silva. We've kind of broken that fight down a few times, several times on the stream. And we will continue to obviously talk about that as we get closer. But we are underway with Green versus Suarez. So Green versus Suarez is the fight that's going on right now. Tell you that Green is 10-0 with 9 knockouts. Suarez is 30-4 with 14 knockouts. And this is going to be an interesting little fight, this one. I watched both of these weigh in, and they both seem to have quite a bit of size to them. And I don't know what this is in, actually. This is in Green and Suarez. Have I got the actual... this is in super middleweight. Super middleweight. Women's super middleweight fight right now. And as we said, Green undefeated, 10-0 with 9 knockouts. So we will keep an eye on this as we continue to get closer to the main card. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, what's up, buds? What we drinking tonight? How would you feel seeing Kairi Sane join OC? And will WWE put Balor in OC? Love Kairi in OC. Don't know that it will happen. I don't think she's signed with WWE anymore. She used to be, but they released her. So they would have to try and re-sign her again. But love that idea. I think Kairi being in there would be fun. Kairi was always quite nice, though. That's the only downside. I don't know that, because I feel whoever goes in the OC is going to need a bit of an attitude. So, but I love it. I was a big fan of Kairi Sane. So, yeah, I'd be down for that. And do we think they'll ever put Balor in the OC? Never say never, but I think it's unlikely. I think that Balor and AJ are two very big personalities. I think it's hard to kind of see them coexisting in the same group. I did wonder if there was going to be a chance of AJ joining the Judgment Day, but it never went that way. And to be honest, I can't say I'm too surprised. As I said, seeing them both be in the same group is probably unlikely. Just because they're both big, big stars. They're both main event stars. And someone is going to be the leader and someone's going to play second fiddle. I don't think AJ wants to play second fiddle to Finn. And I don't think Finn wants to play second fiddle to AJ. And so I'd lean towards it being unlikely. Cobra Kai dude said, it's Jake's fight, not Anderson's, even though the spider web. Easy99 said, what's your top 5 favorite sports to watch or live stream? So football / soccer. Love that. Can't wait for the World Cup. Boxing. Love boxing. I've always watched boxing. Going back to Tyson and Holyfields, Prince Nassim, Ricky Hatton. Obviously the Klitschko's, but yeah, loved Thingy as well. Frank Bruno. Frank Bruno is probably the first fighter I remember watching. Obviously, I'm here in the UK, so I'm sure you lot were watching American fighters and whatever. But here in the UK, the ones that really resonated with me would have been the likes of Lennox Lewis, Frank Bruno, Prince Nassim, Ricky Hatton, those kinds of names. So love watching boxing. I've loved the boxing streams that we do, and we do them on a fairly regular basis now, actually. We've kind of really increased the boxing streams this year. We've always done them, but I want to do more. I love watching them. We did Fury against White. We've done all of Jake's fights. We did the KSI fight. We try to cover as many as we can, to be honest. And so really looking forward to tonight. So yeah, football, soccer, boxing, UFC, of course, pro wrestling. That's basically what the channel's built on. And then, honestly, the last one might be a little bit tricky, but I really have always enjoyed when we've done the Super Bowl. We've done the Super Bowl for the past few years. I don't really watch American football, and let me change that by saying I don't watch American football. The only ones I tend to watch are the Super Bowl finals, but I had so much fun doing them. I think if you're very honest with people, they really appreciate it. I feel like I know a fair bit about boxing, and so I can quite comfortable talk about it. I know nothing about American football, and I was very honest about that in saying I really don't know what's going on. But I was talking to the chat, and the chat I think really enjoyed kind of bringing me up to speed and talking about who was the favorite, and I don't know, it's a very different dynamic, and I really enjoyed it, and I think people enjoyed it as well. So we'll definitely look to do the Super Bowl final again, but we might even do like the couple of games before. I think it's the finals of like the AFC and the NFC or something along those lines. And then obviously the winners of those goes to the NFL final, the Super Bowl final. And so we might look to do a bit more of that. So, and we've done Olympic streams as well, which have been brilliant. King Chris said, let's go Silva. Been a fan since the Cage Rage days. Very cool. Yeah, that's obviously pre-UFC. And then when he came in, I think, was it Chris Lieben that he first went up against on a fight night? I love Silva. I love Silva. I must admit, fighters don't tend to come onto my radar until they go into the UFC. It's just there's so much that's happening in the world of sport. Trying to scout people that are out there doing things in Cage Rage or whoever is a bit tricky. So he wasn't on my radar at that point, but he came onto my radar as soon as he came into the UFC and became a firm favorite. Honestly, probably my favorite male fighter is Anderson Silva. So slick, so unorthodox, constantly working different angles, great volume, nice, decent power, but I don't know how much power he's got now at this age. But yeah, when you think of great strikers, you do think of Anderson Silva. He's going to be a very interesting problem for Jake Paul to have to try and work out, even at this age. Eagles are 6-0, said Big Boy Dally. Brilliant. Love it. Haven't got a clue what that means, but love it. He crushed Lieben and then beat Rich Franklin for the middleweight title. Yeah. Havard Music said, I only watch Super Bowl. I get the rules and penalties. I just don't watch football regularly besides the Super Bowl. Exactly the same, bud. I'm exactly the same. EZ99 said, what's your favourite and underdog in this year's World Cup? I think Brazil or Germany, but I think Senegal or Denmark. Ooh. I think favourites has got to be Brazil or France for me, but France just don't seem to be able to get it together. So I feel pretty good about Brazil. You might put Argentina in there as well. I mean, I was quite high on England's chances last year when we got to the final of the Euros, but we've had a pretty bad 12 months. We've had a pretty bad 2022, actually. And I'm not going into the World Cup with confidence. So, I mean, look, England might click and they could get some things going. They've got the players to do it. I mean, England have got a great chance if it clicks and if it works and if they get into the right mentality. And I expect England to actually not look great in the group stages. And then, I mean, honestly, they could go out in the next round. Depends who they get. But if they go up against, I think it's potentially Netherlands or Senegal that England could have in the next round. Same with USA, because USA are in England's group. I think England get out the group, but I really don't know how far they go. And I'm not expecting them to win it now. So I'm thinking Brazil, to be honest. I'm thinking Brazil, maybe Argentina. France, you can never rule out. In regards to an underdog, I think that's really interesting. And I don't know how much of an underdog they are, but I might look at the Netherlands because the Netherlands aren't really being spoken about, but they've quietly got a little nice team together, you know. Netherlands have got a decent little side. When you actually look at all the Dutch players, people like Frankie de Jong, people like Donny van de Beek, when you look at like their defense as well, you got Van Dijk, and you've got who's it down the wing? Is it Dumfries down the wing? Like they've got some decent little players. I just think people kind of don't factor them in because they haven't really been a force for a while. But again, if they can put it together, it's just about who can put it together during the actual tournament, isn't it? But it's going to be very, very interesting. I want to have a look at the Netherlands starting lineup now as we're waiting to get closer. If you are just joining us, 1 hour, 8 minutes. 1 hour, 8 minutes. And then we will be underway with our main card, which I'm really, really looking forward to. Dumfries, De Ligt, who plays for Juve. You've got Van Dijk, you've got De Beek, you've got De Jong, you've got Wijnaldum, you've got Krul in goal. It's not a bad little side. If they could, I like De Veer as well, actually. De Veer and Strootman in midfield. Very, very good player. Very good player. I feel like Denmark stands a decent chance. They did well at the Euros, but I do like Netherlands. You can never really rule Netherlands out. They're always one of those teams that are always there or thereabouts. Joshua said, what's your thoughts on NFL? Maybe expanding to Europe. I mean, I'm a fan of it because obviously I'm in Europe, and all I can tell you is that if you're in the US, those matches that they do in London have had a massive impact. I mean, honestly, NFL was not ever spoke about over here, but since you've started coming over doing those matches, I mean, I've got friends that are really into it. There's like a highlight show that gets shown on our main channels. I think like the Super Bowl used to be on like BBC Two, and there was no fanfare for it, and it was just sort of like hidden away a little bit. Now there's like a big countdown show and all this kind of stuff. NFL is bigger in the UK now than it's ever been. So if another natural step would be for London to get a team, I think it would just go to a whole different level. How that works logistically with people jumping on planes and all this kind of stuff, I don't know. But I would imagine I'd imagine there would be something in the schedule that would make it work. I can't think how, to be honest. I genuinely don't know how you would make it work. I mean, it's obviously a bit of a problem to try and figure out because no one wants to do the 9-hour, 10-hour flight, do they? Over to England. I understand like doing it once a year or whatever. If you're a certain team, like it's not a problem, but how are they going to do their home games? I genuinely don't know. So logistically, I'd have questions. I don't think anyone would be really too down on it outside of that. I think people would, if we were closer and it was like just a couple of hours on a plane, I think people would be all on board with it. But I think the fact it's like 9-10 hours is a bit of a problem. And I don't know logistically how you get around that. But all I can tell you is that since you've started coming over a little bit more, it's definitely exploded over here, and that would take it to a whole different level. Jake said, I love the fact that nothing came out of pre-tapes. Yes, that word of mouth would leak straight away. It makes it worth watching on Friday. I agree. Champa said, watch out for Raul Jr. in UFC 17 is a beast. Okay. Easy99 said, do you think France will get knocked out of the group stage? Winner continues. I think they'll get through. I'm not really into that thing. I don't really buy it. I think it's interesting. I don't know how many times it's happened where the winner gets knocked out in the group stage next time. Over the life of the World Cup, I don't think it's that many times. But no, I think France have got a really good team, really good squad. They should be one of the favourites. Obviously, there's no guarantee they're going to get it, like, put it all together. Mbappe's a bit of a concern, but, I mean, they've got Benzema, who I know is not having the best of seasons this year, but they've still got way too much for other teams. I don't see them struggling. Let's go down. Will you stream the World Cup stage? I don't know what we're doing with the World Cup, to be honest. I'm still not 100% clear on it. What I can guarantee is definitely semi-finals, final. I think almost certainly the England games. I would like to be looking at the USA games as well. Whether we're going to be doing things like Iran versus Panama or whatever, I really don't know. I do have to try and weigh in, like, my priority is always going to be the streams we normally do. These World Cup streams are just additional, so I'm having to treat them as additional. It's not like everything gets thrown out the window and we're just going to do the whole World Cup and not worry about wrestling, not worry about boxing, not worry about UFC. They're still the priorities. So I need to find that balance, but we will definitely be doing something. Jensen said, I think Jake is going to win. Who do you think wins, Jake or Silva? Well, I feel like it's worth asking you lot that question because it's been a hot minute. My feelings are that Jake Paul is going to be victorious. I think Jake is going to win. I think he's going to win by knockout. I think that he is under the impression that he knows how to beat Anderson. I think that he genuinely has identified some weaknesses in Anderson's game. I think that is resulting in him coming in with a degree of confidence, which is obviously very good. And I feel pretty good for him. Yeah, I think that Jake is going to get it done. I think Silva's going to be tricky. I think Silva's not going to be going away. I don't think it's going to be easy to put away. I think one thing that's undeniable, though, is the fact that Jake does have power. He is bringing some very impressive power to this fight. And I can't see Anderson putting Jake away. I think Anderson will hit Jake. I think Jake, at 25 years old, not been in that many fights, has got a chin you could say is untested, but he definitely got clipped with some shots by Woodley. I think that Jake's chin is good enough. I think if he was in there against a big, powerful hitter, someone that was known for their power shots, I think he'd be in trouble. But I don't think that's Anderson at this age. You know, at the age of 47, he's only 3 years off being 50. I don't think Anderson is known for his big power shots now. He did have a little bit of snap. You know, there was a lovely little knockout that he did with Forrest Griffin. It's a weird little thing where he just flicked out this jab, kind of cracked Forrest Griffin right in the right place, put him down, and that was it. So he did have a nice little pop back in the day, but that is back in the day. That is a long, long, long time ago. So I feel like I don't see Anderson Silva knocking out Jake. I think if Anderson wins, then it's a very real prospect. I think he wins by decision. I think it goes to the judges. I think Anderson gets it on volume. I think that Jake is someone that has got the ability to win by knockout. I think that he's got power. I think he can find a way through Anderson's defense. Anderson's got great head movement, but I just think that Jake can set him up for a few things. I think if Jake's trying to catch Anderson, Anderson's head's going to be all over the place. It's going to be really hard to try and pin him down. It's going to be really hard to try and catch him. And I think Anderson's going to be a master of that. His head movement is going to be a master of that at staying out of the way. So I think that Jake is going to struggle there. But I think if Jake's in the middle of the ring and uses his feints, I think his feints are going to be so important. Because I think early stages, I expect Jake to be downloading information. I think he could go for some hooks. And I think that he's going to look to see how Anderson reacts. And I think that he will go for some feints. And I think that Anderson is going to provide some openings. At this stage in his career, I think he'll provide some openings. I think that Jake can exploit them. I think Jake will win by knockout. Maybe in the later rounds. I think it's going to take a while for Jake to work it out. But I think he will get there eventually. Anderson's got a chance, though. Definitely got a chance. And if we look in the chats and see how you lot are voting, we're now at 3,500 votes. 3,500 votes. By the time we get to Jake Paul against Anderson Silva, we could be around 5,000 1,000 votes, which is not a bad sample size at all. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like as we continue to work our way forwards. I can tell you that we're not even at 500 likes. Not even at 500 likes. We're at 488. We're at 488. So if you are watching, smash a like. We're trying to get to 1,000. We've got less than an hour to go now. Less than an hour to go. We've got 59 minutes until we go over to the main cards. So we are working our way towards that main card. I'm really interested in the main card as well. Loads to talk about in regards to the main cards. And as we said, we are 59 minutes away from that main card. So, yes, we are going to have a look at the poll. We've had 3,500 votes, and I can tell you, close, man. Really, really close. We're not seeing it move as much now. But at the moment, it is Anderson Silva, 49%. It is Jake Paul, 45%. And it is a draw, 6%. So right now, we've got Anderson Silva, 49% of you, nearly 50% of you going with the Spider. And 45% of you going with the Problem Child. So, yeah, I mean, the odds have got Jake just slightly ahead. The odds have got Jake as favourite. It was -125. I actually don't know what it is right now. I think it's getting wider, actually. But it was -125. Anderson Silva was coming in at +100. And so Jake had established himself as a favourite. I've also got Jake as a favourite. But this is going to be his biggest, toughest test. If you could book your own supercards, what would be your supercard match? But to be honest, in UFC or pro wrestling, I mean, I would love to see. What would be the biggest fight in UFC? Biggest fight would be Khabib against Conor. But I think step down from that, more realistic would be Makhachev against Conor. And I think that does the biggest buys out of anything. I think the backstory is fascinating. Makhachev is legit. Conor is Conor. I think that does the biggest buys. You could also do Masvidal against Conor, which would be a big, big deal. That would be huge. But I think the history with Khabib would mean that Makhachev would do more buys because Khabib would be involved in the build as well. And everyone remembers Conor and Khabib. So I feel like that would be the biggest for that. In regards to wrestling, it's hard to not say Roman and The Rock. I feel like The Rock's one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. Roman Reigns is his cousin. Roman Reigns has been champ in WWE for over 2 years. I mean, if you have the champ who's been champ for 2 years, taking on one of the biggest stars in Hollywood, one of the biggest stars in the history of wrestling, it's hard to think of a main event that would be bigger than that. So if I was to do it in wrestling, I'd do Rock Roman. If I was to do it in UFC, I would do Conor versus Makhachev. Will Leon Edwards versus Usman happen in the UK? Do you know what? I started watching an interview with Dana that Dana did with BT Sport, and I never finished it, to be honest. I had to abandon it because there were so many videos Ariel was putting out in build to this that I needed to watch. He was doing lots of sit-down one-to-one conversations, and so I watched those instead. But I did see the start of the interview, and he said it's been a long, long time since we brought a title fight to the UK. Too long. This is going to be insane. He was talking about Leon defending in the UK. Leon wants to defend in the UK. Leon, I think, wants Wembley. I don't know that Dana's going to give him Wembley, to be honest. And I don't know if the next fight will be against Usman. Usman, I think, does want a title shot again. He does want the rematch, of course. But I can't say that it's going to be the next fight. It might be that Leon faces Masvidal instead or someone else. And then we get to the Usman rematch. So it's going to be a big, big 2023. Almost certainly the title match will be in the UK. But the stumbling block will it be against Kamaru Usman? But either way, Leon Edwards in the UK, I mean, it's going to be insane, man. It's going to be insane. I do think that if Leon goes up against Usman, Usman goes in as favourite. So I think what you need to do is you need to put Leon in there against someone that potentially he can get a win against. So they might give him Masvidal. I think Leon against Masvidal is very interesting. It's a fight that either guy could win. It's a fight where the odds, I think, would be quite close for Leon and Masvidal. There's a bit of history there as well. And I think that's a much better fight to do in the UK. When you do him against Usman, I don't know where you do that fight. You could do it in the UK. You could do it in America. They were even talking of going to Africa. You could do it in Africa. But the truth is that Leon would be a pretty heavy underdog. He was losing that fight until he knocked Usman out in the 5th. I mean, it's right at the end as well. It was an amazing moment. It was absolutely amazing. But yeah, he would go in as an underdog, I'm sure. Legend Killer, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Node Villa said, I think it should be a triple threat with Roman, Rock, and Brock. Kevin said, everyone vote for Jake. Let's give this poll a realistic result. Xavier said, I think it's rigged because if Anderson Silva wins, they do a kickboxing match. But if Jake wins, they help up-and-coming fighters. To be honest, I don't think it's rigged for that reason. I just think it's a really weird bet. And we spoke about that earlier because, like, why does Jake want to step away from doing boxing and go into doing kickboxing? I know that he needed to give Anderson something. I know he needed to give him something if he wins. And but why didn't he just offer him more money? Like, if you win, I'll give you an extra $500,000. I remember that, didn't he say if Tyron Woodley knocked him out, he'd give him an extra $500,000? So it's not, he's got money. So why didn't he say, if you beat me, I will double your purse or something along those lines. Yeah, I'll give you another $250,000, $500,000. Why did he say I'll do an MMA fight? I can't answer that. I don't even know if Jake can answer that. Because that just seems crazy to me that he will step away from boxing, something that he claims he wants to be a world champion at and is dedicated to. And he's showing he's dedicated to it. But to step away to do a kickboxing match, I mean, that's got nothing to do with boxing. Nothing to do with boxing at all. And at this stage in his career, why would you want to take time out of boxing and practicing? And I don't get it. I didn't understand that. And then, like, if Jake wins, Anderson's got to help him set up the union, which, I mean, like, maybe I'm naive, but I would imagine that Anderson would have done that anyway. Because Anderson is someone that's spoken in the past about, like, you know, fighter pay not being correct. And as soon as Jake proposed it, Anderson was like, count me in. Anderson was there. It's a very weird bet. I don't know that it's grabbed the headlines that Jake was hoping, because you might remember last time with the tattoo, that was everywhere. The tattoo was everywhere. And so that really caught attention. I don't know that this one has caught attention as much. And to me, it was just a bit weird. I just found it a bit weird. Lego Star Wars, shout out to you, says, are you seeing the fights on this live? Well, actually showing the fight here, we would be took down if we was to do that. So we are covering it. It starts in 51 minutes. 51 minutes. So Lego Star Wars 2014, shout out to you. Legend Killer said, Days, I am doing great. Darren said, what time does the card start in the UK? It starts apparently in 51 minutes. So 51 minutes, we're working our way towards the main cards. I think there's 5 fights on the main cards. We spoke about the main card. So Jake Paul against Anderson Silva is our main event. The co-main event is Ashton Silve taking on Rodriguez. If you've not heard about Ashton Silve, big prospect, signed to Most Valuable Promotions, Jake Paul's company. He's got 7 knockouts. Mayweather calls him the future. Won his last fight with a first-round stoppage. He's known as H2O because of how fluid he is. And there's a lot of excitement around this guy. A lot of excitement. So Ashton Silve in the co-main, make sure you watch him, right? Make sure that you check him out. Don't just watch the Jake Paul fight. Watch Ashton Silve because he really is going places and he's a big, big prospect. As well as that, you've got Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike's got 10 million on YouTube. This is his first professional fight. He's been boxing for 10, 12 years, but doing it now properly. Wants to really take this seriously. He's taking Chris Avila, who is an MMA fighter, former UFC, former Bellator, 8 and 9 in MMA. So he's had nearly 20 MMA fights. 1 and 1 in boxing, but an interesting challenge for Dr. Mike. That's going to be, I think, our first fight tonight. Then we've got Uriah Hall taking on Le'Veon Bell, who I believe was in the NFL running back. I feel like he's a name I've heard before, to be honest. So for me to have heard of him, he must have been a big, big deal. He must have been a big, big star. But Uriah Hall is obviously someone I'm very aware of, UFC fighter. Retired, I think, back in July. That was his last fight, actually. He was fighting on the UFC 276 card. So we saw Uriah Hall in action not that long ago, back in July. He's here now, retired from MMA, trying boxing, and he's taking on Le'Veon Bell. Then, obviously, we've got Santiago taking on Antonio Nieves, who this is a grudge match. They faced each other 6 years ago. This is a rematch. It was a draw the first time. And so they both want to get the victory here. Quite a close little fight, that one. None of these in the odds are that wide. Normally in boxing, you see like minus 4,000, minus 3,000, minus 6,000, something like that. All of these are like minus 275, minus 500. They're actually quite close. The only one that's really wide is Ashton Silve, who is that big prospect. He's actually minus 4,000. So, he's got a lot going for him. Definitely want to check him out. He's a very, very exciting up-and-comer. So, 48 minutes to go. That's all there is. 48 minutes to go. The critic said, I want Silva to win, but if Jake connects, Silva probably goes down. Kevin said, Jake Paul, 2 words that strike fear into the hearts of warriors. R.I.P. Silva. Thank you for your service. AEW fan said, do you think Indy should swerve and join Damage Control? Bailey is her role model. I think Indy and Damage Control would be very good. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Justin said, I need your expert opinion. Do I go for Indica or Sativa in this fight? I seek your guidance. To be honest, I haven't been paying much attention. We sadly have not been able to keep an eye on what's been going on. Where are we in regards to that card right now? Oh, right. There's only 3 fights left, so that'll be good. So that's going to finish about the same time as we get to the main card. That's interesting. That's interesting. What are the? I don't know the odds on it. Let me have a look. I'll have a look. Miss My Donut. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, God, I'm getting all stuck in. Let's go down. Let's have a look. What do you think? What do you think Bray-wise for Crown Jewel? What do I think for Bray at Crown Jewel? Nothing. I think it's too soon. We're only a week away. And so we're getting closer to that. I don't think he's going to be doing anything. There's 1 tape segment before Crown Jewel. So I don't know that he'll even be there, to be honest. If he is, it'd be nice if we get a little moment. It'll be nice if we get a little like video package of some kind, but I don't know that we're going to be getting anything at Crown Jewel. Milton against Sumter. What time is it? I think we've got 2 fights to go, I think, until we get to the main card. So if you are just joining us, 45 minutes to go. William said, Jake asked about Bray at Crown Jewel. Yeah, I'm leaning towards it being a nothing. I'm leaning towards it being like a bit of a letdown for Bray fans. I think that they're going to focus on the matches they've already got and then just move on from that, and then we'll come back to SmackDown and build towards Survivor Series. I think they're probably taking the long road with Bray. Would you consider doing an NBA championship, said Zach. Would I consider doing an NBA championship? I would. The only problem with the NBA championships, it's not one match, is it? I don't really get why they don't do it as one match. They do it over a series of 7. And so, like, that would mean, like, watching 7 games. It's not like a World Cup final or a Champions League final or something along those lines. It's obviously a best of 7. It's always... I can't say it's always been that way, but that's certainly the only way I've ever seen it be done. So I don't know. It maybe if it was 3-3 and there was one game that was going to decide it, but I don't think we would commit to doing like 7 basketball games. A lot of those are actually on at the same time as well as like other things. It's really frustrating. They tend to be on at the same because it's 7 games. They tend to be on every few days, and so it really collides with other stuff. It's not like one game on a Saturday night, like, you know, the World Cup final would be, or the Champions League final would be. Because of it being 7 games, it tends to take up like a week. So maybe if it was one game, we could look to do it, but probably not because of it being 7. Easy99 said, do you think UFC will do 50 or 60 capacity stadiums like WrestleMania? Dana doesn't want to do them. He's not interested. He said the atmosphere's no good. So they could sell out. They could have sold out stadiums loads of times. Certainly the interest is there, but he doesn't want to do it. He says the atmosphere is better inside an arena. Kevin said, to be fair, I get the hate for Jake Paul, but you cannot deny his results. And tonight you will see that again. Hawkins said, I'm a wrestling guy. I don't watch fights, but I am a fan of the streams. I like to sit down and just enjoy the play-by-play. That's very kind, dude. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone joining us tonight as we continue to work our way towards the main event. If you are joining us, we've been live for nearly 5 hours. We've been live for. We've already covered the Katie Taylor fight. That was fun. We're just looking at the undercard right now as we continue to work our way towards the main event and the main card in particular. We've really broken down, I think, a lot to do with Paul and Silva. And as we said, we're only about 42 minutes away. Things are going to really start hotting up now. Things are going to really start getting serious as we continue to get closer and closer towards that main card. But we do have Sumpter in action at the moment. So we've got, I can't see who he's going up against. I didn't really pay these prelims much interest. But I am very interested in the undercard on the main card. We should be going back underway. We are in the Desert Diamond Arena. That's where we are right now. You can see these prelims on YouTube at the moment. So that's where they are being shown on the Showcase YouTube channel. Obviously, as soon as you get to the main card, that's the one you had to pay for. I think, is it like $60 in the US? Here in the UK, it's about £20, which is about $25, which is obviously much cheaper. I don't know if you could have got it through like a VPN or anything, but yeah, we've got it on Fight TV here. But it's one of those, sometimes when you use like a VPN, it still doesn't like let you, it still knows that you're not in that country. I've done that a few times where I've tried to watch things in America. And it'll say like, you know, we know that you're not in the US kind of a thing. It's like, damn it. What is the Jake fight scheduled to take place? What time is it scheduled to take place? Genuinely don't know. All I know is that the main card starts in 40 minutes. 40 minutes for the main card. And we've got 5 fights on the main card. So we'll get to the main event when we get to the main event. I think you can comfortably say that it's going to be a couple of hours. I think you can comfortably say that the Jake fight, Jake against Anderson Silva, will be a few hours into that main card. So I reckon we're probably looking 3 hours tops. Something along those lines. Feel pretty good about that. If no Rock, what would be your backup for Roman at Mania? Then it'd probably have to be Bray, wouldn't it? I think Bray's got a lot of momentum at the moment. I think people would love to see him in a main event. And I think if the story's good and things continue to go in a positive direction, then come WrestleMania, he should be red hot. Jake Paul will probably win. The more he fights, the more I think he is a threat to KSI, says Brad Wessex. I think he kills KSI, mate. I really think he does. I don't think KSI has got the skills. I don't think he's put the work in. I think KSI has got sidetracked. He's done Prime. He's done rap kind of tracks, and he's kind of stepped away. If you think of how long ago it's been since KSI was facing Logan in those boxing matches, like, I just sort of think that there's been a lot of time since then for him to stay with boxing and continue to improve. And that's what Jake's done. Jake, since then, has stayed with boxing and continued working, continued improving, continued putting the work and the grind in. KSI hasn't. He stepped away. So this isn't about who do you like more. This is just down to bare facts of who's put more work in, and the answer is undeniably Jake Paul at this stage. And I don't know how KSI closes that gap now. I don't know how he closes that gap. I think Paulo Costa should go to boxing. He would dominate, said Zach. Chad said, I want to see Jake Paul fight Mayweather next. Wyatt said they're struggling. It's 50-50 for a Vandera fight. AEW fan said, what about Jake and Logan against Usos? No. I mean, it sounds exciting. But I can't see him being in an actual match because he would need to take time away from boxing. And if he is serious about wanting to continue to improve and level up and, put the work in, stepping away to learn how to do a professional wrestling match is not the right way forward, is it? Like, if you want to be a boxer, be a boxer. Don't step away and start doing professional wrestling. So I don't see how that makes any sense. He could absolutely be at ringside and jump over a barricade and, come to some assistance. But I can't see him putting down boxing and learning professional wrestling for a month or two, And a month or two would be literal, basics. I know that they tend to pick things up quite quickly. And obviously they're very athletic anyway, but it would be disrespectful to pro wrestling to think you could pick it up within a month or two. It'd be just basics. Who do you think wins between Jake and Silva? I'm leaning Jake. I'm leaning Jake by knockout. I think that he's continuing to improve. He's got me convinced that he's got some openings there that he knows he can exploit. I think he's very confident. I think he's getting into a war mentality now. We saw him doing that at the weigh-ins, really getting himself into a groove, into a zone. I think there's a lot that Jake brings to the table. I think there's a lot that Anderson Silva brings to the table. I totally understand why both fighters are regarded as being so close in their abilities. I think that, look, if this was Silva in MMA, there would be no conversation to be had, but it's not. It's not Silva in MMA. So, as I said, I think that's why we are seeing Jake being given, bookies' favorites. He's someone that people are putting their money on. I'm not against it, to be honest. I think that for me, Jake goes in as slight favorite as well. I think in the world of boxing, I think Anderson Silva has got a bit to learn, and I think Jake's been learning for 3 years. I don't like Jake, but I do respect his dedication to boxing. I didn't see who said that, but I agree. Jake versus Connor, said Jensen. Sneak said if Jake wins, then he's probably going to fight for another non-boxer, says Sneaks. Has the fight card started, said TPL. It starts in 35 minutes. Brad said, Jake really is one of the best real-life heels. Would like to see him be in WWE. Possibly Jake as a champion in boxing and Roman a champion of WWE. Jensen would like Jake versus Connor. That's what he would like to see. I think that's getting more and more realistic. I think that as we continue to go forward, that could be next year. Yeah. Aaron said Jake will probably fight Diaz at some point. Nate Diaz. Yeah, I can see that happening. Kevin said Jake the Snake Paul will win 3rd round knockout. I've seen a few people saying 3rd round, actually. I think it will take him a round or 2 to get into a groove. I mean, in all fairness, it took him 8 rounds, I think it was, against Woodley. I think Silva's going to be better. I do worry about Silva, though, getting clipped. I really do worry about Silva getting clipped. But, wow, what an exciting fight, man. I mean, it's so weird to think that graphic genuinely looks like a dream match type graphic. It's kind of like what would happen if we took Anderson Silva and we took Jake Paul. It's so strange to think we are on the verge of seeing it. It's so strange to think we are 34 minutes away from this card beginning and this fight actually happening. So, yeah, very, very exciting. Very exciting. SYG Renzi said Jake Paul versus Salt Pappy. Salt Pappy, man, he's great, isn't he? Really impressed with what I saw out of him. What are the odds Jake Paul gets knocked out? Honestly, it's unlikely. So last odds I saw had Anderson Silva at about plus 300. So that means if you put 100 down on Anderson, you would get 300 back and obviously 100 as well. So you'd be looking at about $400 to put if you put 100 down. So yeah, I think it is unlikely. The odds makers have it as unlikely. Jake Paul is plus 200 to knock out Anderson Silva. So much, much better odds from Jake Paul to knock out Anderson than the other way round. Anna said Bray Roman program will be complicated. Roman has belts. Bray needs to stay away from the picture. It's too early. Need storyline fleshing out first. Roman being babyface, not just defending WWE, but defending pro wrestling from Jake as a heel, said Brad. This is one of those fights where I just don't know what's going to happen, said Julian. Zach said, I'd like to see Jake versus Bisping. It'd be a mismatch. It'd be a mismatch because Bisping has only got one eye, hasn't he? I mean, his other eye he can take out. He's got a fake eye. So, you know, Bisping with one eye, I mean, Jake's above a one-eyed Bisping at this stage in his career. So, and I think Bisping knows that as well, to be honest. I think Bisping knows that. I think there were some talks in the early stages about Bisping being a potential opponent, but I think that was before they settled on the first Woodley fight. He might have been in the running for the second one as well, but I think at this stage, we're past that now. We're past that. Opinions on Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. I don't think this is a fight that should ever be thought of, said Phantom. Opinions on it. I think they could do it and it could make money. I mean, it would make big, big money. I think that Tyson still carries power, but we saw him in there against Roy Jones Jr. And Roy Jones Jr. was able to hang with Tyson's power. He got caught a few times and he ate them. I don't know that Tyson's... It's hard to know quite where Tyson's power is at this stage of his life. Certainly, he looks ferocious in his training videos, but then everyone tends to look ferocious in their training videos, their sparring videos. I think the easy answer is to say that Tyson kills Jake. I think that, I don't know, I'd be interested in it. I'd be interested in it. You cannot ignore that age gap. You cannot ignore that age gap. You know, Mike Tyson was all about power. If his power has died down considerably, and I don't know what power he possesses these days. I genuinely don't. I have no idea. I think that you know, Jake in his prime at this stage, taking on Mike Tyson, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. I feel like Tyson's favorite. Understandably so. Former heavyweight champ of the world. Understandably so. But, God, this is a very different Mike Tyson to the one that people are thinking about and remembering. But I feel like Tyson is going to be favorite in that. any proper boxer is going to be favorite. You know, if Jake takes on I think Tommy Fury was favorite against Jake when it was meant to be Tommy Fury. So if he takes on Mike Tyson's going to be favorite, but you take the power away from Tyson. Don't know. It's very interesting prospect. Very interesting. Not great for Tyson fans because I think genuinely they would be concerned. I think Tyson fans would genuinely be worried, but yeah, I could see Tyson landing a big body shot and Jake taking a knee. I'd have Tyson as favorite, but oh God, I don't know. Do you think that if Roman Logan was only for one title, there's a shot that Logan wins? No. I would shudder to think that WWE would do that. Oh, hello. What we got here is that Milton putting Sumpter down. Wow, he's up against the ropes. Referee's called it. Referee has called it. 29 minutes to go. 29 minutes to go until we get to the main card. And disappointment. Milton gets the victory. Sumpter was slumped up against the ropes there. He kind of tried to get to his feet, but he couldn't recover in time. And referee has called it. That was fun, man. That was fun. 28 minutes to go is what we've got. 28 minutes to go. And then we go to the main card. I think most likely Jake Anderson will be a draw. It only exhibition matches, both reputations pride to keep. Mostly for money, like Logan and Floyd. Well, this is an exhibition, is it? Their records are on the line. Logan and Floyd was an exhibition. But that was... I mean, there was lots of talk of no knockouts and things along those lines. I don't know, you know. Even Logan at the end said, I'll never know if Floyd carried me in that fight. He actually said that in the interview afterwards. I'll never know for sure if Floyd carried me in that fight and carried me to get to a decision. Or if I was legit able to go the distance with Floyd. Logan admitted he'll never know the truth on that. So, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, look, unless there's anything really obvious here, I'm not going to be sitting here saying that this is fake. I'm not going to be sitting here saying that this is fixed. Unless there's something that obvious that really, really stands out. I just think that's really disrespectful to Anderson, to be honest. I'm a big Anderson fan. I don't want to think that Anderson would agree to accepting any result before the fight has actually happened or agreeing to doing anything before the fight's happened. And I don't think that way of Anderson. I don't want to think that way of Anderson. I don't think that he would. So unless we see something really dodgy, not leaning that way. But people saying hello to each other in the chat. Thoughts on Connor, Ben, and his boxing license, says Phantom. Heartbreaking, innit? Heartbreaking. So we were meant to get Ben and Eubank, and we were going to watch that fight. And I was really looking forward to it. I was really excited for it. I was starting to do like the research for it and everything. Watching old fights and tapes and everything. It all fell through. And apparently he failed. I don't know if I think it's two separate tests. I don't think it's the A and the B sample. I think it's legit two separate tests that both failed. And so he's claiming they're contaminated. Obviously, people aren't buying it. And it's just really, really sad. He says that the British Board of Boxing is a sham. And, you know, I mean, look, you're just getting dirt being thrown and it's just all messy and it's horrible. It's horrible. I mean, we've been robbed of what was looking to be one of the biggest UK fights of the year. We were robbed of that. There was so much excitement. They were on breakfast television on like Good Morning Britain. There was so much excitement for that. But it doesn't look good for Ben, does it? It doesn't look good for him. He's claiming they're contaminated. I think the rest of the world's kind of rolling their eyes at that because, I mean, what else can he say? What else can he say? So, yeah, heartbreaking. AW fan said, what if Regal throws the brass knucks to MJF and helps him win? Maybe when is that? That's coming up soon, isn't it? Full Gear. Is it Full Gear? I think it's Full Gear. I'll have to have a look, see if we can do that show. Like, I really want to do that show, of course, but we've got some big stuff coming up. Crown Jewel next week. Week after that, I think, are we looking at Mayweather? Is it Mayweather Deji after that? It's just constant at the moment. Big end of the year. If you are watching and join us, make sure that you leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're still only at 544. Like, we've been streaming for nearly 5 hours. We've had nearly 4,000 votes. We've only had 500 likes. The likes make a big difference. If you are watching, sharing your thoughts, share your thoughts. I want to know what you think. Do you think Silva? Do you think Jake Paul? How do you think it's going to happen? Leave your votes. Leave your likes as well. As soon as we get to 4,000 votes, we'll have a look at the poll. It's actually been a minute since we looked at the poll. We said that there was a chance we could get to 5,000. I think we're well on the road to that. We are now over 4,000 votes in our poll. Over 4,000 votes in the poll. So Anderson Silva, 49% for Anderson Silva. Jake Paul, 45%. 45% for Jake Paul. 49% for Anderson Silva. A draw, 6%. So it's not really, we're not seeing lots of movement at the moment. It seems to have settled. It seems like every time someone votes for Jake, someone's voting for Anderson, and it's kind of holding at the moment. Anderson Silva, 49%. Jake Paul, 45%, and a draw, 6%. Obviously, we'll come back to that when we get to 5,000 votes. Keep your votes coming in if you haven't voted already. Let's have a look and see what people are saying. Noah said third round knockout for Silva. What are you watching right now? Just pundits. There's no fight on at the moment. We got 23 minutes. I don't know, actually, if there is another match until we get to the main card. They might spend 23 minutes now just promoting the main cards, trying to get those final people to buy the event. But yeah, we are 23 minutes away from it beginning. Cheers from LDTV. If the Spider loses, he retires. UFC champ, all the accolades. If the problem child loses, that's end of the train, said LDTV. Anna said, don't forget the first World Cup game is on the 20th of November. Yeah, man, I really need to find that balance because I think there's a few games that are going to be clashing with things, and that's going to be a bit tricky. What I need to do is sit down and go, right, 20th December, I go to bed at that time, I get up at that time. I've got to plan it to that level. It's going to be so full on. I had to do that for the Olympics. When we did the Olympics, I had to be like, right, I go to bed at that time, I get up at that time, then I stream at that time, and then I do that show, and then I do that match, and then I do this. I'm going to have to sit down. It takes days to do that kind of a schedule, but I will have to sit down and do that. And then as soon as I've got that information, I'll put some out there for you guys so you know what we're covering. Kevin said, lol to the poll. Really, more people thinking that Silva can beat him, ? AEW fan said, both men will knock out each other and then do an A-Town down. Who do you believe will win, Belfort or Hasim Rahman Jr.? I've got to think Hasim Rahman Jr. Vitor Belfort, I think is... I'm trying to think what I've seen of his boxing. I feel like I have seen some boxing from him. Let's have a look. Vitor Belfort. Did he take on Holyfield? Is that where I saw him? We did. I think he did, you know. Holyfield looked atrocious, man. He looked atrocious. Mixed martial arts, professional boxing. Holyfield. Yep. He took on Holyfield September last year, and we did it. So it was a TKO first round. To be honest, Holyfield looked slow, old, reactions completely gone. It had gone. It had gone. It lost it. It completely lost it. It was hard to watch, man. It was hard to watch. So I don't know what we can take from that. I actually think Vitor Belfort against Ratman Jr. is very, very interesting. Very interesting because Ratman Jr. is someone that is obviously a proper boxer. He's had 12 wins and 1 loss. He's someone that has been fairly active. He had 1 fight in 2020, but he had 3 fights in 2021. He had a fight in April of this year for the vacant WBC USNBC heavyweight title. He came up short in that, Ratman Jr. So he has suffered defeat now. Obviously, Vitor Belfort is a MMA fighter. He is someone that's had an MMA career. He's 45 years old. I haven't seen the odds on it, but I've got to think that Ratman Jr. is going in as favourite. I think Vitor looked really good against Vander Holyfield, but I don't think you can read much into that at all. So, for me personally, I would be looking at that being a win for Ratman Jr. But really interested in it. Certainly interested in checking it out. I'd definitely be down for watching that. Just need to have a look and see what else is on that same weekend. Because as we said, we've got so much stuff coming up. It is just quite busy at the moment. Right, if you are joining us, welcome. Leave a like if you haven't already. We are well on the way towards the main card. The main card is not long away at all. We are getting closer and closer towards that main card. 18 minutes. And then we are going over to the Jake Paul, Anderson Silva main card. We've had nearly 4,100 votes as well. People jumping in all the time and sharing their thoughts. We're at 566 on the likes as well. We really need to keep pushing those. There's no reason why a show of this scale shouldn't be getting to 1,000 likes. We normally do that on the UFC. I've got to think it's possible for Jake Paul against Anderson Silva. So, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Easy99 said, mostly both will punch each other until the last round unless Anderson sucker punches and knocks out Jake Paul. David said there's 4 World Cup games on the 27th, which is Thanksgiving in the US. Who do you think wins, said Drill Gods? I am leaning towards it being Jake Paul. I think I'm a big Anderson Silva fan. I just think that I have a respect for Jake now. I've got to admit it. I am someone that's always said he needs to face a proper fighter. But I think seeing the improvements he made from the first Woodley fight to the second Woodley fight, that was enough for me. That was enough for me to give him the props and say, I think we've got a real fighter here. I think we've got a real boxer. I think we've got a real problem. Someone that you are going to have to really work hard to get the better of. He's certainly, Eddie Hearn called him an average fighter. And Eddie Hearn didn't even say that in a disrespectful way. He was saying, I've got loads of average fighters. You are one of them. But he was saying it as a compliment. You are a fighter. You are like one of the guys I have. You are at your level as good as some of the guys that I've got. And Eddie was like, I can pick one of my fighters to take you on and, I can find someone to beat you. And I'm sure he could. Let's not build Jake Paul up to be this monster or anything. He's got loads of flaws in his boxing game. He's not Canelo, but he is someone that I think now we can start to regard as a boxer that's got movement, hand speed, power, that's can set up traps in there as well, and has actually got boxing knowledge. Not just he's not a YouTuber. He's not a YouTuber that's going in and just going to spam the overhand right, which is what he was. That's what he was. He went in there, didn't have a clue what he was doing, and just spammed the overhand right, and that was it. Didn't set anything up. Didn't have great movement. Wasn't really putting combos together. It was all single shots. There was really very little that you could be impressed with in his early fights. But those two against Woodley, we are starting to see a proper fighter now. And this is a great test for him. This is probably the right fight at the right time. I mean, a few people have said that it's a bit early for Jake, and it could be. I mean, we're not going to know until they actually fight. Even Jake's not going to know until they actually get going. I'm sure there's a few concerns. His corner have apparently told him that this is a bit too much too soon. But, wow, it's so exciting. So exciting. And as I said earlier, like, it feels like that is a graphic made by someone that's got a dream match. It doesn't feel like it's real. Can't wait. Raw and SmackDown are on early next week because of the UK changing their clocks, says Davids. Is Thursday your day off? If something came on, they would help you a lot. Is Thursday my day? I don't really ever have a day off, to be honest. I don't stream on a Thursday, but Thursday is my only day for research. I mean, I always do, like, so many notes. I've got so many, like, bits of paper. I mean, I've got that for the Paul and Silva fight. I've got the same for the Katie Taylor stuff. I have double that normally for, like, UFC because there's more fights to look into. But you have to watch the weigh-ins. You have to watch the press conferences. You have to watch the little sit-down interviews. You have to try and find the odds. The odds are ever-changing. I like to have a look and see, like, what some of the experts are saying. Watch breakdown videos. Watch the old fights. So that's all Thursday for me. So, like, we always do streams on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, we tend to do, like, some Sunday streams now. And Thursday is my research day. So, no days off. No days off. But, yeah, it is true. I don't always see you guys every day. Jake Paul's favorite condiment is sour cream, said Kevin. Chad said, I just heard that Usyk has confirmed that he's fighting Fury next. Listen, if that fight comes off, that's a big, big dream match because you're talking about two guys that are on the pound-for-pound list. I think that Tyson is legit a fantastic heavyweight. I think that he is someone that's got great boxing skill. I think that he will likely rely on his size and his power to try and bully Usyk. But I do think Usyk's going to get through with shots on Tyson Fury. It's going to be hard for Usyk to, like, it's a big test that for Usyk. Big, big test. And it could be that the size is just a bit too much, but he looked really good against Joshua. He looked really, really good. Joshua had moments, though. And maybe Fury can go that one better and actually really cause some damage and put Usyk away. I feel like Fury would be the favorite, but damn, that is a fight I really, really want to see. That is a fight I really want to watch. So there we go. We are done with the prelims. There is no other fights to watch. And so it is time for the main card. Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. Main card is coming up in 10 minutes time. So we are just about 10 minutes away. Keep your votes coming in. Keep your likes coming in. The likes are greatly, greatly appreciated. I think it's going to be Chris Avila taking on Dr. Mike. Let me put that in. I think this is the opener. Very much looking forward to this. Dr. Mike has been very respectful. Chris Avila is, man, I don't know if you saw that sit-down interview, but Chris just could not be bothered. There was a sit-down interview that he did with Ariel Helwani, and he was just sat there, and, like, Ariel was asking him questions. It was all one-word answers. And Dr. Mike was being so polite. He was being so nice. It was like, I really respect this guy. I actually got my picture taken with him and Nate in a club and all this kind of stuff. And Chris was just sat there shrugging, like, don't care, I'm not bothered. Like, I'm here to do a job. Like, he's not here for the talking. He just wants to get in there and, you know, get paid and do a job, basically. So it's going to be an interesting fight, that one. It's going to be an interesting fight. Dr. Mike looking really good against iDubbbz. That was at, was it Creator Clash? I think there's another Creator Clash coming next year.
And Dr. Mike, man, he did really well against iDubbbz, but it was iDubbbz. I mean, iDubbbz was obviously fairly limited with his abilities, and Dr. Mike's been training boxing for like 10, 12 years. Won pretty much every round against iDubbbz. This is going to be a very different challenge, but very much looking forward to seeing how this goes. It's only 4 rounds, so there's not going to be loads of action, sadly, in that. But we should obviously see a good fight, and we should get a good idea as to who the better fighter is. Zach said, keep up the good work. I've been here since the toy hunt, said Zach. Zach, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support, man. Yeah, that was a big thing for the channel. And to a degree, is something that we continue to do. We only tend to do a few a year now. And I think the kind of figure community has sort of gone a different direction to us, which, you know, it's understandable, isn't it? We've kind of do more watch-alongs now. But I do love figures. I still love doing those, and we'll continue to do them. So they're still a big part of the channel. UFO said, Paul is so great. He fights old men who are not even boxers. Roman said, if Jake wins, my respect for him will go up tremendously. I know that Silva's not a boxer, but still. LJ said, what time is the main event? Is it going to be around about 4 a.m.? Well, look, it's a 5-fight main card, I believe. And so I think if you give each fight, I mean, some of these are only 4 rounds. So if you give each fight like half an hour, I mean, I feel like we could be looking about 4 a.m. Yeah, I reckon this is going to be quite an intense couple of hours now. It's been a long road getting to this point, but we're here, and we can dare to dream, as we are just about 8 minutes, less than 8 minutes away. So if you are watching, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We have been streaming for nearly 5.5 hours. Nearly 5.5 hours. We're at nearly 600 likes. So keep those likes coming in. As we said, it's greatly, greatly appreciated. If you are just joining us, share your thoughts in the chat right now. What do you think's going to happen? Jake Paul, Anderson Silva, which way do you see this going? I want your thoughts. We've had nearly 4,400 of your thoughts. And obviously we'll look at that as soon as we get to 5,000 votes. Don't know when we're going to get there. Hopefully not too long, and we can have a look at the poll. Anderson Silva has been leading that poll for the past 5 hours. So it'd be really, really interesting to see where that moves, and if it moves. I do think that Jake has got a fantastic chance here. I do think that Anderson Silva is going to be like really good from a volume perspective. Certainly more so than what we saw at Tyron Woodley. If you want to see some numbers, here are some numbers. This is an image that I took as I was doing my tape study. This is the end of the second Woodley fight. The end of the second Woodley fight. Really low volume. This was, I believe, 8 rounds. And you can see that Paul throws a total of 43 shots in 8 rounds. There was so much clinching, so much time wasting. It was a really frustrating fight to go back and revisit, to be honest. But you can see that Woodley fared no better. Woodley was only 43%. And this is something that Jake has identified as wanting to improve. Because Jake has said that he needs to increase his pace. He needs to increase his output. He needs to improve his jab, because the jab usually is a main weapon. They say the most important punch you have is the jab. It sets everything up. It can win you fights. I mean, you can just jab people. And as long as you can get it in and get out before anything comes back, we've seen countless fights where people have won using just the jab. And Paul threw 18 or landed 18 jabs. He threw 109 and he only managed to get through with 17%. That is low. That is really, really low. 41% on his power punches is really good, though. So power punches of 41% is a good percentage. That brings him to 25% overall, which is at the lower end, definitely. But, I mean, compare that to Woodley. Woodley, 6% on his jabs, 6%. He threw 67, only landed 4 in a whole fight. And then also his power shots, 33%. That was below Jake Paul's 41%. And so as a result, 43 out of 184, 23% for Woodley, 25% for Jake Paul. There's some numbers there that I think show that he's got some improving to do. I do think his power shots are good, though. When he gets into a position to throw a power shot, he tends to, make it land. 41% is not a bad percentage. But 43 strikes overall is very, very low volume. And we saw that in the first fight as well. He's got to increase the pace. He's got to increase the output. He's got to use his jab more. He needs to make sure that when he's throwing that overhand right or the big hook shot that he's got, he needs to make sure that he's making that pay, is making that work for him. We saw that hook shot, and that hook shot was absolutely devastating by Jake. I should have a shot of the finish. I believe this is the finish to the Woodley one. So here, look, you can see, and I'm so impressed with this because Jake is seemingly looking at the body, and that arm is coming round to go to the body. Everything about that right now looks like he's going to the body. It looks like he's going to the side of Woodley. What he actually does is he continues to throw it. Woodley's left arm drops down to cover the body. Jake switches and goes up top. And as a result of that, that's what catches Woodley and knocks him out. Right now, if Jake throws that shot and Woodley just stays as he is, Woodley doesn't get knocked out. Woodley's got it covered. Woodley can ensure that that shot just hits off his guard. But Jake, what he does is he looks towards the body, throws quite low, shapes as if he's going to go to the body, and then actually brings it up and cracks Tyron Woodley in the side of the head. Absolutely ferocious. A knockout of the year, and gets his big moment. He would love that to happen again tonight. But this was not a fluke. This was not a fluke at all. You can see Jake looking at the body, targeting the body, going for the body, and then switching it last second, throwing Tyron Woodley off. Tyron dropping that hand just momentarily and giving enough space for that shot to get through. So Jake Paul is someone that sets traps, not loads of traps, not the most adventurous of traps, but he is definitely someone that can throw people off their game. And certainly at this level, certainly at the Tyron Woodley level, certainly at people that have only had a handful of fights level. I mean, you try and do that against a Canelo or someone like that, you're not going to succeed. But yeah, he is someone that has got some skills. I think that's undeniable at this stage. And he's someone that's got some power. I think that's undeniable at this stage as well. Hand speed's really good. Combo's really good. There's so many good things to talk about when it comes to Jake. But, you know, same has to be said for Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva putting on a fantastic performance against Chavez Jr. That was a big statement win for Anderson. And I think that he is coming in with plenty of support. He is coming in with people believing that he's still got that magic. He's still got that ability to find openings and maybe even carry a little bit of power that's going to sting Jake and cause Jake problems. And this is a tasty fight, man. This is so exciting. This is one that's really grabbing people's imaginations. And for me, I've got Jake Paul winning by knockout. That's what I think. But Silva, if he can not give Jake any openings, which is going to be hard to do, right, over the rounds that I think it's a 10-round fight. So over that distance, it's going to be hard to not give Jake any kind of openings. It's going to be hard for Jake to not create some openings, as we just saw with Tyron Woodley. I think that for me, Silva going to decision is going to be, whether he wins or loses, I think that would be good news for Anderson Silva. I think if Silva can get Jake to decision, I think that that's a positive regardless of the result, because I think that Jake's a problem. I think Jake has got power. I think we've seen him knock out Woodley. We've seen him knock out Ben Askren. We know that he could do the same to Anderson Silva, and it's got to be a concern. If you are an Anderson Silva fan, you've got to have concerns. I'm an Anderson Silva fan. I've got concerns because, as I said, I'm not feeling very confident that Anderson Silva has got the power anymore to put Jake away. I think going to decision is the only way that Anderson Silva can win. But let's see. I think Masvidal should be Jake's next opponent, said Zach. I don't know. I think he's still under UFC contract. So I don't know that we're going to be seeing that, unfortunately. We are in Arizona. There is a monstrous stadium in the background. I don't know what that is. That must be the NFL stadium. Big stadium in the background here. We're at the Desert Diamond Arena. Really cool looking venue. Some lovely big TV screens on the outside of the Desert Diamond Arena. And as we said, big stadium in the background. Cruiserweight bout, 8 rounds. This is in Glendale, Arizona. Jake Paul, 5-0, 4 knockouts. Anderson Silva, 3-1. That one was ages. I think it was like 1998. Right? It was ages ago. So he's on a good run at the moment, Anderson Silva. 2 knockouts to his name. It's a very, very engaging encounter. We're actually over 5,000 votes right now. We are now over 5,000 votes. That's way quicker than I was expecting. If you are joining us, leave a like. We're trying desperately to get to 1,000 likes. We're at 627. 627 is where we are. It'd be fantastic if you could leave a like and help us get to 1,000. Let's try and jump over to the poll and we'll see what you lot are saying. So 5,100 votes is what we've had. It's going up all the time. Jake Paul, 46% of you say Jake Paul. Anderson Silva, 49%. A draw, 6%. So those numbers seemingly not moving at this stage. It seems like anyone that's voting for Jake is followed immediately by someone voting for Anderson. And it seems to be that we're not seeing much movement in the poll at this stage. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on it as more and more votes come in. But it seems like you lot, people that have been joining us on this stream for the past 5.5, 6 hours, it seems like most of you are leaning towards Anderson Silva being able to get the job done. Feel free to let me know in the chat how you see Silva doing it or how you see Jake doing it. Maybe you think it's going to be a draw. Maybe you think it's predetermined. I personally think that Anderson, if he is going to win, it'll be decision. If Jake's going to win, I think it's going to be by decision or by knockout. I think that Jake's got the power advantage. I think that Jake potentially has got the speed advantage. I think that Anderson is still quick and certainly for his age, but I think that Anderson has got the volume advantage. I think that Anderson is going to throw more. I think against Chavez Jr., he threw about 400 shots compared to what you just saw, those numbers from Jake, which was about 170 after 8 rounds. So, you know, Jake is well down on Anderson in regards to volume. That is something that Jake has identified as needing to improve. He knows he's got to improve his output. And I think we will see those improvements tonight. As we said, if you look at his first fight against Woodley and then compare it to the second fight, big improvements were made. And I think you'll see another jump again tonight. I've got a feeling that something's going to happen in round 7, said Alexis. Strong Finn said it's going to be Jake 6-0. Lewis says, how long till the fights start? Don't know when the first fight starts, but I don't think we're going to wait too long. We're only looking at a 5-fight main card. So it's not like we're drowning in fights. So I think we should be getting underway fairly soon. Some of these fights are only 4 rounds, though. But as I said, I wouldn't imagine we're going to have to wait too long. Someone just said what that stadium was in the background. I'd like to have a look and see what that was. Let's see if I can find it. That was the State Farm Stadium. It's the home of the Arizona Cardinals, which is the NFL team that I support. Do we know how much the State Farm Stadium can hold? It looked big. It looked like it was, at a guess, I would have said 75,000, something like that, maybe 80,000. It's hard because it was inside a dome, so you can't really see. perspective-wise, but it felt big. Certainly was not a 20 or 30,000 stadium. I'd be guessing about 75 to 80. Could be even bigger than that, though. My fantasy booking will not happen, but Jake wins. Roman, Superman Punch, Spear. What you want to do, Jake against Roman? Justin said, Silva is great. Jake has got this one, however. Jackson is cool. Appreciate the kind words, dudes. Thank you very much. Josh said, did Dr. Mike get the dub? We haven't started with any of the fights yet, so as soon as we do get to the action, we are all over it. Don't worry about that. At the moment, we are just running down the cards. So right now, actually, they're just talking about the Dr. Mike fight that's coming up. But I think that might be the first fight, actually. I think they're just showing when these fights are going to be happening. So Jake Paul, Anderson Silva is our main event. Ashton Silve, who you need to get excited about. He is taking on Rodriguez in the co-main event. So those are our big two fights. And now we're just seeing some footage of Jake Paul practicing. He's got some nice snap on his shots. He can throw some good combos. He's looking good, man. He is improving all the time. We're at nearly 6,000 votes. That has jumped up massively. Again, if you are watching, leave those likes. Hopefully they're jumping up the same as well. We're at 688. 688. Keep those votes coming in, guys. Keep those likes coming in. We're only about 300 away from 1,000, and it makes a big, big difference, and it really is appreciated. What time does it start in Central Time? It's kind of irrelevant, to be honest, because it doesn't really matter where you are in the world. First fights should be starting, I would say, within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then, obviously, it depends how those fights go. I reckon from now, we should be, in about 2 hours' time, around main event, roughly. It really depends how long the fights go before. Obviously, if we're going to get a load of first-round knockouts, then we're going to be getting to the main event a lot quicker than in every fight goes the distance. But from now, in about 2 hours' time, we probably should be there or thereabouts. When is it starting? As we said, the Jake Paul Anderson Silva fight, you're probably looking at a couple of hours. We've got 4 fights on the undercard to get through first. Some great fighters, though. Uriah Hall, who is a former UFC fighter. Bell, who I believe used to be in the NFL for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He is going to be taking on Uriah Hall. So we've got an NFL star. We've got a UFC star. We've got Dr. Mike, who's got 10 million subscribers on YouTube. We've got Ashton Silve, who we've been singing the praises of. He is someone that Mayweather has called a prospect, the future face of boxing. Mayweather very, very excited about Ashton Silve. Silve known as H2O, very, very fluid. Someone that has got 7-0 record, 7 stoppages, 7 knockouts. He is someone that people are very excited about, including Jake Paul, who has signed him to Most Valuable Promotions. I think Jake Paul has got Amanda Serrano and Ashton Silve on his books. So we're going to be seeing Ashton Silve. Feels like this is going to be Ashton Silve's kind of breakout in a way. He's the co-main event on just one of the biggest fights of the year. That's a big platform for Ashton Silve. And as we said, plenty of excitement around him. He started fighting when he was 16. He's still only 18, right? And he comes in as a minus 4,000 favorite against Rodriguez, who is 20-4. 20-4, 17 knockouts. And this 18-year-old is a minus 4,000 favorite. That's how good he is, right? America, you need to get excited. You've got a real prospect there. So he is in the co-main event. And then you've got Jake Paul, Anderson Silva going on afterwards. We are inside the arena. It's nicely full, actually, already. I think they've done a really good job of building up this card and getting interest for this card. And so I think people don't really want to be missing any of these fights. And so I think there's going to be a good atmosphere for all of the fights. Don't know how long it's going to take until we get to our first fight. But as we said, we're looking inside the arena right now. And there's plenty of people in there, in their seats. This is going to get going very, very soon. Mitchell said, when do you think we get Jake versus Logan? They have come out and said that they're not going to do it. But to be honest, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know if they would never do it. I mean, that is just easy money, isn't it? Easy money. I think the problem with that is that if ever there's a fight that's going to be rigged, that's probably the one. Two brothers going up against each other. They could absolutely make a little agreement afterwards. Even if that agreement was, let's not knock each other out. Let's not embarrass each other. Let's just go the distance. And whoever wins on the judges wins on the judges. Like, they could make an agreement along those lines. I would not put that past Logan and Jake to do that kind of a thing. Big payday. Someone would win. It would go to the cards. I don't know. I think there'd be a lot of skepticism around that fight, to be honest. A lot of skepticism. Let's be honest. Jake is from Ohio. Let's be real about that right now. Football King said, what time does the fight start? Hard to say, to be honest, bud, because we are waiting for the undercard to begin. So it really depends how long they're going to go for. But I think, as we said, about a couple of hours, I think we're going to be there or thereabouts. Wrestle with Andy said, I'm feeling oozy for the fights tonight. Yes! It's big, man. It's big. It's so exciting. It's got that big fight feel. It really feels like a dream match. Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. I mean, I've been watching Anderson Silva like since he began in the UFC. I think that was like back in 2008, like around that kind of time. Like for him to be here now taking on Jake Paul. I mean, it's bizarre for Jake. Jake's obviously a massive Anderson Silva fan. Had his picture taken with him when he was like 13 and said that he just loved that picture. He's got his autograph, proper treasured it. It's one of his favorite fighters. It's just going to be really bizarre standing opposite Anderson Silva. And, I think he's really struggled to get himself into like a mentality. I think he's really struggled to get himself into that kind of kill mode. I think it's really easy when you're going up against someone that's a douche and is like calling you out on social media and saying stuff in press conferences. Anderson Silva is so lovely. He's so humble. He's so quiet. He's so timid that you can't, it's like getting angry at a kitten. So I don't think that Jake has been able to get into that mindset. And I do think that that could be a factor. Like, Jake really does need to get into that mindset. He's done it in all of his previous fights. He has to, like, get himself worked up. And he had to do that last night. So during the weigh-in, I don't know if you saw the weigh-in, Anderson Silva didn't do anything, right? Came out, waved to the crowds, big smile on his face. Jake went over to Ariel after the weigh-in and he was like, this man's trying to take food off my plate. I'm going to F him up. And he kind of, it seemed like he was having to work himself up into a frenzy. It seemed like he was having to try and do a bit of self-motivating. And it's hard to know how that plays a part, to be honest. It's hard to know, like, how that's going to factor. And I do wonder, in that kind of moment when he's in the ring and he looks opposite and he sees Anderson Silva staring back at him, Anderson down. Like, I'd imagine Anderson will get down. That's what his pose tends to be, crouches down. If he looks over and sees Anderson over there and thinks to himself, oh my God, I'm about to fight Anderson Silva. I mean, he's going to have to stay very disciplined. He's going to have to stick to his game plan. For me personally, I could totally understand that oh my God moment sneaking into his head because Anderson Silva is like one of the greatest of all time. I mean, in a way, it would be sort of like staring over and seeing Bruce Lee staring back at you. Like, I feel like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's going to have an effect on you. It's going to do something. It's really hard to just block that out. But he needs to stick to the game plan. In a way, it's a big test of that. It's a big I don't think he ever respected Woodley. Certainly didn't respect Ben Askren, but he's got nothing but respect for Anderson Silva. And I think that that's going to be a factor in this fight. I really do. So can he block that out? Can he stick to the game plan? How's it going to affect him not having that extra aggression, that extra motivation? Is it going to be a positive? Is it going to be a negative? Like, these are all little factors, even outside of the technical stuff. Talking about him taking his back foot off the ground when he lunges, which he does. And that's a problem. But he seemed to be better and fixed it in the second fight. Like there's little things like that. He leaves openings, but so does Silva. Like there's lots of little technical bits and bobs. We've already spoke about he needs to use the jab a bit more. He needs to try and counter a bit more as well. He's not very good on the back foot. He's good when he's coming forward. Very nice combos, actually. There was a couple of combos against Woodley, like 3-4 fight combos, 3-4 punch combos. Couple to the body, couple of hook shots. Look really, really nice. So he's got good hand speed. He's got good combos. But that's going forwards. He's not as good when he's going backwards. He's not as good on the back foot trying to throw counters. And I'd be really interested to see if that's something that he's brought to his game. Really, really interested to see that. So, yeah, that's obviously going to be our main event. Looks like we are focused on Chris Avila and Dr. Mike. It looks like we're going to be going over to this one very, very soon. We're just seeing some comments from the press conference. And hard to know which way this one goes, to be honest. I think Dr. Mike looked good against iDubbbz, but it was iDubbbz. And here he is making his debut against Chris, who's 1-1 in boxing. I think that Dr. Mike, though, has got plenty of boxing experience. He's been doing it for 10, 12 years. But, I mean, obviously, it's very different from going to the gym and working pads as it is to stepping in there and actually, you know, punching someone that's trying to punch you. So I'm really interested in this fight, actually. It's only 4 rounds, but this should be very, very interesting. I saw KSI this morning. I left him in the toilet and I gave it a flush, says Kevin. Jake couldn't be a Southern area champion boxer, said Ruxo. Josh said Dr. Mike did some good technique against iDubbbz, but from experience, I will go with Chris. Looks like they're already in. I've been waiting for ring walks. Looks like they're already in. Yeah, so Dr. Mike is donating his full purse here. So Dr. Okay, so out of Stockton, California, 1 win, 1 loss. Chris is in there. No big ring walks for these guys. No big ring walks. So we're just having a look at the reach. Dr. Mike has got a 4-inch reach advantage. 4-inch reach advantage could be notable. Right, we're about to get over to the commentators and Jimmy Lennon Jr. So we're about to go over to our first fight. The difference is Silva has got 30 years experience compared to Paul, said Lewis. What is Roman beats the Pauls, but after someone comes out, who do you? Don't know what you mean. Someone could come out. I don't think it'll be Jake. I mean, I do think Jake could make an appearance in WWE at some point, but I think he needs to focus on his boxing. I don't think he's going to have a match. If he does anything, it'll be jump over a barricade, one shot, knock someone out, and that'll be it. Very much like what we saw from Tyson Fury in Cardiff. I could see Jake doing something like that. But, you know, maybe like Logan against Roman and Theory tries to cash in, but Jake knocks him out this time. I could definitely see something like that. But I can't see him training for a wrestling match because he needs to be dedicated to his boxing, and he should be. He's getting somewhere. He's making improvements. We're seeing him constantly improving and getting better and better. He needs to stay committed to that. Fake Paul versus Joe Biden, said John. Every sport said Jake needs to fight a pro boxer. No UFC involved, just someone who boxes professionally. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. It's a really fair point. But the only thing I would say is we saw KSI take on a professional boxer, and it was a joke. I mean, you say professional boxer, but you can get kids that have got, like, nothing records that are technically professional boxers. I mean, the professional boxing is very varied. Just because someone's a professional boxer doesn't mean they're good, honestly. Honestly. I mean, we saw that in the KSI fight. Won his last 2 fights by knockout, Chris did. It is worth mentioning that. Like, he has got some hands. Battle tested. So Chris Avila is 8-9 in MMA. He has lost more than he's won, but equally his last 2 have come by knockout, his 2 wins. This is going to be a test for Dr. Mike. I'm really looking forward to this one. Dr. Mike has got a size advantage. He's got a reach advantage. Watch your hands coming in, right? Trunks look good. Touch gloves. I bet the nerves are very real for Dr. Mike right now. Only 4 rounds in this one. Chris Avila taking on Dr. Mike. Avila is never been knocked out. Trains with the Diaz brothers. First professional fight for Dr. Mike. Referee asking both guys if they're ready, and we are underway. We are underway, so we're underway with our first fight in the main cards. So Mike coming forward, Dr. Mike coming forward with a couple of jabs. We're seeing Chris over by the ropes. Dr. Mike taking the center ground. Nice jab coming in, left-hand jab coming in there by Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike standing his ground in the center. Coming forwards, as we said, only 4 rounds on this one. Overhand coming back, and again, couple of big overhand rights there by Chris. Dr. Mike, good stance, nice defense. Coming forward, nice jab there by Dr. Mike. Chris on the outside. Oh, a little bit swarmy, a bit of panic crept in as Chris came in. Body shot there by Chris. Couple of shots there by Dr. Mike. Couple of jabs coming in by Dr. Mike. Interesting. Dr. Mike in the center. Chris on the outsides. Nice there by Dr. Mike. Head shake there by Chris. Nice head movement. Big overhand there by Chris. Chris seems to really want to land that overhand. It reminds me a lot of what Jake was like when he first really started. He just kept spamming the overhands. That's kind of what we're seeing from Chris here. Dr. Mike seems to want to keep this quite tidy. 1-2 up against... Oh, that was good. Couple of overhand lefts getting through there. It's very scrappy, this. We've got Dr. Mike in the center. Big overhand. Seems to get through by Chris. That got through, but doesn't seem to cause Dr. Mike too many problems. Couple of jabs here by Dr. Mike. I feel like Dr. Mike's trying to do this the right way. It feels like Dr. Mike is trying to, like, proper jab, keep things tight, actually box. And you've got Chris that's not as clean. He's just doing spamming overhands, just trying to find big shots, lucky shots. There was the overhand again. Couple of shots on the inside. Hook shot misses. Little dig coming in there by Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike getting backed up against the ropes. Nice little jab there by Chris. Shot to the body. A big shot again coming in there by Chris. Another big shot coming in. Nice couple of jabs coming in there by Chris. As big shot again there by Chris. And again, he's driving Dr. Mike back. Yeah, Dr. Mike has been busier, but I feel like the more eye-catching shots are with Chris here. I'll be really interested to know how you guys are scoring it. We've only got 20 seconds left in this. Big overhand coming in, little digs on the insides. 15 seconds to go. Tricky little round to score this. Tricky little round. 10 seconds left. Nice shot coming in. Big overhands. And again, I feel like this is going to be a Chris round. For me, I think I'm going to give it to Chris. I thought that Dr. Mike kept it tight. Diaz! Nate Diaz is in the crowd. That is a potential opponent. That is a potential opponent for Jake Paul. Nate Diaz is in the crowd. Watching Chris Avila. Now, this is really interesting. Like, if Jake wins, who does he call out? And if Nate Diaz is there, it could absolutely be Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz in the crowd watching. Let me know what you saw. Who do you think won that one? Do you think it was Chris? Do you think it was Dr. Mike? Who do you think took it? Only 4 rounds. Only 4 rounds. I think it's really, really close. I feel like Dr. Mike's trying to box properly, trying to jab, trying to keep things tight, keeping his stance. I think Chris is just trying to spam the overhand. Right, here we go. We are underway with round number 2. Round number 2. Yeah, really exciting seeing. Yeah, I didn't know that he was going to be there. Did wonder if he would be. Against the ropes goes Chris. Chris coming forwards. Chris getting into the center with Dr. Mike. Jab coming in there by Chris. Covering up. Few of these shots falling on the guard by Dr. Mike. Big overhand. Dr. Mike, some nice jabs. And we've got Chris going back against the ropes. Body shots coming in there by Chris. Chris backing up. We've got Dr. Mike jabbing away down the middle. Nice shot to the body there by Dr. Mike. Feel like Dr. Mike's gone back to his jab here. Has gone back to basics. He was keeping his basics quite strong in the first round. But good opening minute here for Dr. Mike. I think Dr. Mike's doing all right, you know. I think he's doing all right. He's hanging at this level. What I really like is he's not panicking. He's not abandoning his boxing. He's not like just doing anything crazy. He's not just like trying to, like, he's sticking to his game plan. You can tell he's been boxing for a long time because if this was someone that had just been like having a bit of a, you know, one training camp for 20 days, they would abandon these basics by now. They would have got a bit frustrated with it. But Dr. Mike just knows this is the right way forwards. Stick to the jab. Try and set a few things up. He's getting driven back a little bit here, but he goes back to that jab. Don't really like his jab, Dr. Mike. It's very just sort of flicky. It's a very flicky right hand that he's got. We've got Chris coming forward. A few shots to the side of the head. Body shot there by Chris. Again, a lunging jab there by Chris. Shot coming back by Dr. Mike. Shot falls short by Dr. Mike. We're into the final minute. Overhand right connects. Big overhand. Uppercut. That's a great uppercut. Nice little series of shots, but a lovely counter there by Dr. Mike. Overhand connects again. Big shots coming in. Oh, we've got plenty of action in this one. Overhand again there by Chris. Yeah, I feel like Chris is getting through with the bigger shots. I feel like the jabs are good. The basics are good. It's just that Chris is coming. Oh, yeah, big body shots. Really unorthodox. Oh, he's really pouring it on. Dr. Mike's definitely taken some punishment. Big hook shot getting through. Deep breath there by Dr. Mike. Chris has got Dr. Mike back against the ropes. He's absolutely peppering him. I feel like it's going to be another Chris round. I think Dr. Mike did great at the start, but I think it's going to be Chris. Dean said, what fights are on after this one? So I think the next might be Uriah Hall against Bell. Then I think we're looking at Santiago against Antonio. Then we've got Ashton Silve against Rodriguez. And then we've got Jake Paul against Anderson Silva. What a chin, said Brown. I don't want Chris to win, but he's going to win. Right now, I think the first round was close. I think that Dr. Mike was winning the second round, but I think that Chris picked up the victory for that. I think the flurry at the end, the output at the end, he had Dr. Mike really all at sea. And for me, they were more significant. Yeah. Good round for Avila. Good round for Chris. Right, here we go then. Round number 4. This can only go 4 rounds. Feels like we might get to the distance. It really depends what Dr. Mike has got left in the tank here. Chris standing in the center, keeping his guards up on the outsides. Big overhand right coming in again. And that was a nice little pivot, though. That was a nice little pivot. Little flurry of shots. Now we're starting to see Chris really open up. Smile on the face of Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike again standing his ground, edging forward. We got nice head movement there by Chris. Slipping underneath a jab, little hook to the body there by Chris. Couple of counters coming back though. Couple of quick little jabs there by Dr. Mike. Chris going to the body. Chris Avila doing really good work. But Dr. Mike is standing in there as well. And giving as good as he's getting. I've got Chris ahead slightly in both rounds. Now he's got Dr. Mike being driven back. Nice head movement there by Dr. Mike. Little dig into the body. This is quite good by Dr. Mike, you know. Chris comes back with some shots, unloads. Four strike, 5 strikes, and a little uppercut as well. Jab coming in. Oof. That drove Dr. Mike back a little bit, but Dr. Mike's quite good with his counters, you know. Shot coming into the body there. Smile on the face of Dr. Mike. Chris putting the pressure on. We've got 1 minute 20 left in round number 3. And Dr. Mike doing good when he's pressured. He's a good counter puncher, actually, Dr. Mike. He's getting driven back a lot. We're seeing Chris driving Dr. Mike back against the ropes. The counters coming back by Dr. Mike are very impressive. But I think Chris is the one that's on the front step. Chris is the one that's unloading more. Oh, man. And there's some heavy, heavy shots. There's blood seemingly coming down the nose of Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike with some shots to the body. Chris edging forward. Jab coming in. Couple of jabs coming back there by Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike coming forward. Jab comes in there by Chris. We've got 40 seconds left to go. Dr. Mike jabbed right in the face. Dr. Mike right in the center. Nice 1-2 to the body. Hook shot going upstairs as well by Chris. Into a clinch at the moment. If you are just joining us, Chris Avila, for me, is beating Dr. Mike. But a few of these rounds, the first one in particular was very close. I feel like the pressure is with Chris. Chris is the one that's on the front foot. And driving Dr. Mike back. Keeping covered. Oh, my God. That left hand by Chris. Nice head movement by Chris. A lot of shots falling onto the guard. Head shake there. And that is the end of round number 3. Let me know how you are seeing it. Chris Avila taking on Dr. Mike. We're going into round number 4. What are you seeing? How are you scoring it? I've got every round for Chris at the moment. I've got every round for Chris. I do think the first was quite close, though. I think you could definitely make an argument of Dr. Mike getting at least one of these rounds. But I think Chris is looking pretty good. Not as good with his basics, in all fairness. I really like how Dr. Mike... I really like how Dr. Mike is keeping to the jab, trying to get in hooks, trying to actually box. I've got a lot of respect for that. Against an influencer like iDubbbz, I think you can see that Dr. Mike is going to have way too much skill. I think against an actual fighter like Chris Avila, I think we are seeing that there's, there's levels to kind of where Dr. Mike is. Final round. Manny has got it 30-27. Adrian has got it 3-0. How many more fights are left? Who's winning? How many more fights? 4, including the main event. Who's winning? I think it's Chris Avila. Obviously, it's always hard to know how the judges are scoring it, but for me, he's got Dr. Mike rocked. Dr. Mike goes back against the ropes. Big strikes coming in there by Chris. Dr. Mike, I think, really wants to make it to the end of this fight, and that was a big, big, heavy shot. That will not look good to the judges. That will not look good to the judges as Chris comes forward. Big right hand. Smile on the face of Dr. Mike. Yeah, Dr. Mike's legs seems to be on wobbly legs. He doesn't seem to have much left in the tank anymore. He's getting smashed back in the corner. Chris coming in, clinching up with Dr. Mike. Referee coming in, separating these two apart. I mean, look, Dr. Mike looks like he might be able to make this to a decision. Nice shot coming into the body there by Dr. Mike. I think the hands are heavy. Look at that. The hands seem heavy. Everything feels a bit labored for Dr. Mike at the moment. Big overhand right there by Chris. Nice little digs to the body by Chris as well. Looking really good. And I think as Dr. Mike has got more and more tired, we're seeing better output by Chris. A lot of those shots, those speculative shots, they seem to be landing a lot more now. This one feels like it's going to be a Chris round as well. We've got around about 1 minute 15 to go in the final round. Dr. Mike's not really offering much here. Blood coming down his nose. Tries to fire back to the body. Another couple of shots coming in there. Body shot coming in. Hook shot coming in. Yeah, it's an onslaught now. This is an absolute onslaught. He got hit with about a 4-5 strike combo. This can't be fun for Dr. Mike now. This can't be fun. Look at this. Bang, bang. He can just tee off on him. Hook shots, uppercuts, jabs coming in. Dr. Mike's just eating it all right now. This is just about, can Dr. Mike make it to the finish? Shots coming into the side of the body there by Chris. Lovely straight left hand there by Chris as well. Yeah, the commentator just said, don't think it's a question about who wins at this stage now. It's just more about, can Dr. Mike make it to the end? We've got 20-odd seconds left on the clock. Oh, big overhand right by Chris. Jab. Oh, he's really pouring it on. Dr. Mike's eating the shots, man. Chris really wants to put him away. Chris. Oh, Dr. Mike grabs Chris. Dr. Mike grabs Chris. The two of them embrace. Show of respect there by both fighters. And I tell you what, Chris was absolutely teeing off on him, man. Absolutely teeing off on him. Nate Diaz, big cheer as the crowd see Nate Diaz. There's a big, big cheer for Nate Diaz. That's got to be Chris. That's got to be Chris. I had Chris winning each of those rounds. Looks like Chris is going to put Dr. Mike in hospital, said Slow Melody. Richmond, shout out to you, my friend. Great action, man. Great, great action. We're going to go to the judges. Chris is celebrating. Dr. Mike is not. Dr. Mike, I think, is slumped in the corner at the moment, but really, really good by Chris. Just seeing some of these combos in that fourth round, absolutely unbelievable. Some of the stuff that was getting through. To be honest, I think that it was just a case that Dr. Mike was wore down. I think it was just a case that his defense had been worked out. I think it was as simple as that. I think that fatigue had got to him. I think that maybe there was a bit of loss of confidence in there as well. I think he looked all right in the first round, and I give him props for not abandoning his boxing, because you can tell that he boxes. I mean, you can tell that he's got a good jab on him. You can tell that I did think his right jab was a bit flicked out, to be honest, but he never abandoned it. He tried to stick to the basics. It would have been really easy for him to just spam overhands. Maybe he should have, but I think if you want to get anywhere, you've got to box properly, professionally, and that's exactly what Dr. Mike did. No disgrace there for Dr. Mike. I think he showed that he takes boxing seriously. I think he showed that he's got some skill, but I think he was just outclassed tonight. Wait and see what the scorecards are going to say. There's no way he won that last round. Absolutely no way at all. Here we go then. Unanimous decision. 40-36. All 4 rounds. Chris Avila has got the victory, and he's got his hand raised. So Chris Avila has picked up the win. Chris Avila now moves to 2-1. So let's get some results on screen. I don't actually know I don't think I've got a scroll. So Chris Avila beats Dr. Mike. We've got Ariel Hawani doing the post-fight interviews. Props to Dr. Mike for taking the fight. Chris said, I'm glad I got the win. 4-round fight. I needed to get to work. Chris was asked, was he tougher than you expected? And he said, yeah, no, it was what it was. It was so obvious that Chris was going to win, said Fishing Boys. Dr. Mike has got a chin. Faces of Jay said, let's go, old man. Daniel said, when is Paul and Silva fighting? So we've got a little while to go until we get to Paul against Silva. That's going to be... It's hard to say, to be honest. I mean, I think we've got 3 more fights to go until we get to those guys. So we're probably looking about an hour and a half, around that kind of ballpark. I mean, that one just went the distance. So obviously it depends how long these fights are going to go for. If you are just joining us or you've just been enjoying the action for the first fight, Chris just saying thank you to his team. Thank you to Arizona. But yes, leave a like if you haven't already. We were trying to get to 1,000 and we are at 782. 782. So yeah, if you are joining us, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are at 782. We're trying to get to 1,000. We should be able to get there. I don't know that Ariel's going to speak to Dr. Mike. He just spoke to Chris. Chris had some nice words for Dr. Mike. Yeah, there's it seems all friends and smiles in there now. Right, so there we go. Winner by unanimous decision. It is a win for Chris Avila. The next fight is going to be Uriah Hall taking on Le'Veon Bell. So that's going to be our next contest. Don't know if we go to that straight away. But let's change this over. So Uriah Hall versus Le'Veon Bell. So for those that don't know, Uriah Hall is a MMA fighter. He was in the UFC. He was in the middleweight division. He actually has a win over Anderson Silva in the UFC. That was, though, it was the last fight of Anderson's career, and Anderson was pretty much washed up by that point. So you can't really read too much into that. But yes, this is going to be, I think, Uriah Hall's first professional boxing fight, as it is for Le'Veon Bell. Hall has got lots of combat experience. He used to fight in middleweight. His last fight was at UFC 276 in July. He's got a kickboxing background. He's got 13 knockouts in the UFC, but he has been knocked out 4 times as well. Technical knockout. Le'Veon Bell is obviously had one fight. That was an exhibition. He managed to get a technical knockout in round 5. I think that wasn't that long ago. It's an exhibition against Adrian Peterson, who's also in the NFL. I mean, to be perfectly truthful, this feels like a big mismatch to me. This feels like we've got Uriah Hall, who's got a lifetime of fighting experience, someone that's got plenty of knockouts on his record, and I do appreciate getting a knockout in UFC is very different to getting a knockout in boxing, but it does feel like a mismatch. It does feel like this is going to be very, very difficult for Le'Veon Bell to actually get a victory here. His only experience is one exhibition fight against an NFL fighter. So, I don't know, man. This feels to me like it's going to be Uriah Hall all day long. Uriah Hall, it's only 4 rounds. Uriah Hall is minus 500 favorite, which isn't that wide, actually. In the world of, I mean, we saw Katie Taylor earlier. She was minus 6,000. So Uriah Hall here, minus 500. I suppose it's because you've got big differences where the way you stand in MMA compared to boxing. And so I think it's a case of maybe a little bit of the unknown. And this is his first boxing fight, for example, and obviously the gloves and everything. So there's going to be a bit of adapting that Uriah Hall is going to need to do. But I still fancy him over Le'Veon Bell in this next fight. So, yeah, this is 4 rounds in the cruiserweight division, and it should be interesting, but I do expect Uriah Hall to win. Maybe even a finish in this one. Maybe even a finish, but I don't know. I think I would have... I was leaning towards Chris for getting a victory over Dr. Mike. Didn't quite know how that would go. And we just saw that go the distance. So maybe we see this one go the distance as well. 4 rounds is not much time. But as you saw in that last fight, Dr. Mike was in big trouble. If it had gone another round or 2, I think Dr. Mike might not have made it to the judges' scorecards. General Skywalker, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friend. General Skywalker said, "Are you showing the fight?" We can't show the fight because obviously of copyright and everything, but we're here for the fights. And what we want is we want your thoughts, and we are getting your thoughts pouring through all the time. And we've got over 8,000 votes in the poll right now. Over 8,000. It wasn't that long ago I said that we stood a chance getting 5,000 votes. We're now at 8,000 votes. Let's have a look and see what that's done to the poll. It's really, really close. How interesting that all day Anderson Silva has been absolutely far and away the leader. Right now, it is 1% in it. Anderson Silva, 47%. Jake Paul, 46%. And a draw, 6%. So you guys seem to be all over the place with this. It's been Anderson Silva all along, and now it's getting closer and closer and closer. If you haven't voted in the poll, vote in the poll. Like, by the time you get to the fight, I really want to know where we are with that. We're over 8,000 votes right now, and there's 1% in it. 1% in it. That's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out as well to Oz Owner. Appreciate the support, my friend, as we are about to go over to our second fight on this card. That's going to see Uriah Hall taking on Le'Veon Bell. What I like about this is they're not making us wait too long. It's not like everyone's getting big entrances or all of this. Like, we're really getting through these fights. So we do have both fighters inside the ring already. They've already made their ring walks. I don't know. I'm guessing they had proper music and everything, but not seeing that on Fight TV. Don't know if it's being shown on Showtime, but we keep going to like video packages and things. And then when we come back, they're already in there. Uriah Hall is 38. Le'Veon Bell is 30. There is a big reach advantage, 20 centimeters reach advantage for Uriah Hall. And he's going to know how to use it as well. So, again, just another reason why I think Uriah Hall has got to be coming into this as a firm favorite. So, yeah, Uriah Hall is coming into this, as we said, as a minus 500 favorite, as both fighters are getting their intros. Harley said Jake is very smart. He has fought all of the UFC fighters, and now Silva. He's going to gain more insight from Diaz or even McGregor because he's obviously showing that he can fight fighters. When is Jake versus Anderson fight? When is Jake versus Anderson? That should be coming up in about an hour and a half. We're getting through these fights quite quickly. We've already had the Dr. Mike fight. And now we're going over to Uriah Hall against Le'Veon Bell. And as we said, both fighters getting their intros. Kevin, shout out to you. Patrick, shout out to you. Appreciate the support as Le'Veon's getting his introduction right now. Nickname Juice. And he is someone that I believe used to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Really don't know much about this guy, but he is someone I've heard of, which is really weird. I don't know why. I don't know if the Pittsburgh Steelers maybe did they get to a Super Bowl or something? Why would I have heard of him? But I have heard of him. Uriah Hall looking pretty mean and moody, pacing back and forth. Obviously, he's been here many times before. He's got a MMA record of 17-11. He's got 13 knockouts from those 17 wins. His t-shirt is black. It says "Be Real" written on it, and he's pacing back and forth. Again, this is going to be a 4-round fight in the cruiserweight division. Same division that Jake fights in. So Uriah Hall, maybe a potential future opponent if he looks really good here. So Uriah stepping forwards into the center, touches gloves with Le'Veon, and I don't know if this is going to go the distance. Referee going to say a few words. What with Dr. Mike? Yeah, we did it. Fight's over. Chris beat Dr. Mike. And we are about to get underway. MMA guy against a former running back. Second fight of the evening. We're about to get underway. Hall versus Bell. And we are underway. Round number 1, up and running as both fighters come in, touch gloves. We've got Uriah Hall in black shorts. We've got Bell in white with red kind of around the waist. We've got Bell over by the ropes. Nice shot to the body there by Bell. Hall just keeping things tight. Hall not really bothered, actually, about defending the body. He's keeping his hands high. He seems to be giving the body shots away. And again, shot coming in. Nice hook shots coming back there by Uriah Hall, though. Uriah Hall, when he does let his hands go, very impressive. Bell doing a good job, though, of working the body. So Hall is constantly on the front foot, and Bell is just constantly jabbing to the body. It seems like Uriah Hall doesn't want to drop the guard down, because then, of course, he will expose the head. He's keeping the hands high. Trying to come forwards, kind of shouldered him into the midsection there, Bell. Nice 1-2 there by Hall. That had some real snap on it. 1-2, hook shots coming in. Hall again, jab to the body though by Bell. The volume might be with Bell. If we was actually to have a look and see who's landed the more shots, it might be Bell with these jabs to the body. Nice jab to the body again there as Bell is in retreat. Shot to the body. Again, just driving his shoulder in. It's very weird seeing him do that. Again, jab to the body by Bell. Hall just can't get in close enough, seemingly, to really let those hands go. He's got him backed up against the ropes. He doesn't let the hands go. 1-2. Few boos here. I think people want to see a bit more output from Uriah Hall. Yeah, they want to see action, and Uriah Hall is keeping it very tight, and he's just constantly moving forwards. He even had Bell up against the ropes, and he didn't let the hands go. Jab coming into the body there by Hall. Hall not looking great in this fight. Hall coming forwards. Couple of jabs coming in there by Hall. We're seeing a lot more movement from Bell, actually. Hall edging forward. Jab coming in by Hall. Jab to the body there by Hall as well. Bell trying to throw in a shot to the body. We've got about 30 seconds to go. Again, just constantly moving forward. He's letting the jabs go a little bit more now, Hall. Yeah, he is trying to work the jab a little bit more, and he's definitely catching Bell. Oh, I think he caught him. Yeah, he looks a bit wobbly. I think he definitely caught him there, Hall. 10 final seconds to go. Jabs to the body. I feel like what Hall is throwing is a lot more significant, but I think the volume is with Bell. So the commentator says that Hall didn't really do much in that round, but he thinks he did enough to take it. Definitely the more impactful shots are with Uriah Hall. He definitely was causing Bell problems. Bell was lunging forward and just constantly jabbing to the body. It's because Hall, when he moves forward, he's got his hands up. The body is exposed. He's not really doing anything to try and defend the body. He's really leaving the body there very open. And Bell is going after that. The problem that Hall's got is, I mean, that's fine if you want to do that. If you don't think that Bell's a threat, that's absolutely fine. Keeps the hands up. He's moving forward, but there's a few times where he actually had Bell against the ropes, and he did nothing. He did absolutely nothing. He still kept it. It's like a robot walking around like this. He did start like throwing a few jabs a little bit, and there was a couple of moments where he got some nice combos through, a couple of hook shots through. But yeah, I think this is not a great showcase for Uriah Hall at the moment. Let's have a look and see what he can do, because he's got Bell in a bit of trouble at the start of the second. He seems to got a bit more movement to him. I was going to say we were seeing a lot of this in the first, but we're starting to see him actually come in forward and making a few more explosive movements. Again, jab to the body there by Bell. Let me know how you're scoring it. Did you give Bell that first round? Did you give Hall that first round? I think it's close. I really think it's close. I think the volume's with Bell, but I think the more significant strikes are with Hall. Hall trying to come forward. He's got Bell up against the ropes. Again, jabs coming in there by Bell. Hall responding with a couple of jabs of his own. He's just coming forward. It's just like death. He's not leaving him alone, but he's not doing anything either. Jab to the body. Hall trying to get a shot off. Nice 1-2. Couldn't get the second one through. Hook shot coming in, though. Again, both fighters in the center. Oh, 1-2 straight down the middle there by Bell, but onto the guard. Jab to the body. The output is just not there by Uriah Hall. It's just not there. Shot to the body. I wonder if this is like the 8 years difference showing themselves, because Bell looks so much fresher. So much more active. Uriah Hall is keeping things quite tight. Couple of shots. It's really scrappy. Like they're not really doing anything. They end up clinching. It's a bit awkward. Hall just edging forward. Uppercut there. That was nice by Bell. Bell trying to find something. Looking for an uppercut. Couldn't really get it. Body shot coming in. I mean, every time he lands on Uriah Hall, Hall doesn't take a step backwards. I don't think there's much power that Bella's got here. Again, shot coming into the body. I think it's going to be really hard to give this round to Hall, you know. Hall hasn't done anything here. He had some nice moments at the start, but again, I think if we look at the stats, we're going to see that Bella's landed more. Oh, that's better. Couple of shots coming in by Hall. That's better. Couple of hook shots. He had him up against the ropes. About 3 in a row getting through. Bang, bang, bang. Nice jab coming in. Straight left jab there by Hall. Hall might have woken up a little bit here. He goes for a big right hand, but doesn't land it. Jab to the body. Lovely left hook shot there by Hall. And shot coming back by Bell. 10 seconds left. Hall just leaving it really, really late. Hall edging forwards. Jab coming in. Swing and a miss. Bell ducking down. It's more of the same. It is honestly more of the same. Big significant moments to Uriah Hall. But I would say the volume is with Bell. But these shots are just jabs to the body. He's not even flinching. Let me know how you're scoring it. Brown has got it 2-0 to Bell. How are you scoring it? What are you seeing? Are you impressed with the volume of Bell? Or are you impressed with the power of Uriah Hall? That seems to be what it's coming down to. Braden said the poll is now 47. 47. That is amazing. Just having a look. We're at 852 in regards to likes. 852. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. Bell sounds as we're underway with the third round. Uriah Hall coming forwards. Hall getting through a nice right hand. I think there's a chance this could be 1-1, you know. I think there's a chance that this could be 1-1. I don't know that Hall did enough. I feel like the volume is with Bell at the moment. Both of these fighters making their pro debuts. We are into round number 3. Uriah Hall edging forwards. Couple of jabs coming in. Overhand there by Hall. It does feel like if there's going to be a knockout, it's going to be Uriah Hall that gets it. Uriah Hall edging forward. Again, didn't know what to do there. He got really close to Bell. Couple of shots coming into the side of the body by Uriah Hall. Referee coming in, separating these two apart. Jab coming in. Crowd are getting a bit restless on this. I don't think the crowd are really enjoying this one at the moment. They keep booing. I think we've had boos in every round. Uriah Hall with a straight left jab. Nice hook shot. 1-2. That was good. Again, Hall trying to put the pressure on. Bell reaching. Can't get through. They're tied up at the moment. Referee coming in, looking to separate them apart. Jab to the body there by Bell. Hall is just taking them. He's not dropping his hands too low. Bell actually mixes it, goes low, tries to go high. Bell has actually impressed me a lot more than I expected. But to be honest, I think that's probably down to Uriah Hall being awful. But a couple of shots coming in there by Hall. This is better. This is better. He's starting to get some success. He's got Bell in the center. Jabs coming in. Snaps back Bell's head. Bell trying to get some counters through. That's a lovely right hand by Uriah Hall. That's a lovely jab as well. It seems like what Hall is throwing is getting through right now. We got a minute left in this round. We've got both fighters in the center. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Hall getting some real success. Little digs to the body. Referee again coming in and separating them apart. Jab coming in there by Uriah Hall. Couple of jabs coming back by Bell. Big right hand there by Bell. Uriah Hall getting driven back. Uriah Hall over against the ropes at the moment. He's not really in trouble. He's just being driven back there. We're not really seeing anything coming out of Bell, but even so, this is a nice little moment by Bell. Referee having a word. Little shot to the body. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Uriah Hall. Little uppercut coming in by Bell. 10 seconds left to go. Real scrappy round again. It's not been a clean, easy fight to score this one. Uppercut coming in. Swing and a miss. That's the end of the round. End of the round. They're saying it's up for grabs, the commentators. They're saying that you could go anyway on this. The volume seems to be with Bell, but the more eye-catching shots seem to be with Hall. Let me know. 2-1 Hall, said Brown. J-Mac has got it 2-1 Hall. Hall is going to knock him out, said J-Mac. Paul said, who's winning? It's really, really close. It's really, really close. I feel like I had it 1-1 after 2. There was some nice moments in there. There's every chance, you know, by the time we get to the end of this round number 4, it could be 2-2. This thing could actually, all results are still on the table here for me. Right, here we go then. Round number 4. Round number 4. Couple of jabs coming in by Hall. Hook shots coming in by Hall as well. Hall, I think he knows that he's got 3 minutes to make sure that he puts it beyond doubt. Don't know that he's going to put it beyond doubt, though, because I think you can go either way with some of these rounds. But we've got Hall coming forward. Little digs coming into the body. Yeah, that was good by Hall. Shot to the side of the head. Hall is really unloading right now. Referee, though, coming in as they clinch up, separates them apart. Jab coming into the body there by Bell. Hall coming in. It's really scrappy. This is not an example of the sweet science. But nice shots coming into the side of the body there by Hall. Again, they're in the clinch. I think we're getting boos in round 4. We've had boos in every round now. But boos in round number 4. This is a fight I think the crowd will be quite happy to see the back of. I think it'll be a fight the judges will be happy to see the back of because it's been really close and scrappy. Feels like Bella's got more volume through. Feels like Hall has had the bigger moments. But, yeah, in the clinch at the moment, trying to let the hands go. We've got 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Jabs coming in, and here comes some shots by Bell. Uriah Hall backing away, catches him. Bell with the hook shot to Hall. It's digs coming into the side of the body there by Hall. It feels like the arms are quite heavy now for both guys. It feels like both guys have got heavy, heavy hands, heavy arms. Little dig coming in there by Bell. Dig coming into the side of the body there by Hall. Hall not really offering much up here. Nice right hand uppercut coming in. Oh, another uppercut as well. Oh, he's got Bell in trouble. It's a good moment in the fight here for Hall. Referee coming in, telling him to separate apart. And both fighters going right back into the center. That was a good moment there for Hall. I don't know that I can look at this fight and say there was a winner. I don't know that I can look at this and say that someone did better. Nice little uppercut there by Bell. Yeah, I feel like this is a Hall round. Some people might have this as 2-2. Some people might have it as 3-1. Jake can't get the same fight experience like Silva. Hope Anderson wins, said MCC. Hall is going for the body too much, said Lee. Swinging away there, boozed by the crowd. Oh, that's a lovely shot by Hall. I feel like Hall's having the better moments. Oh, he's really rocking him. He's really rocking Bell. Swinging away right at the end of the fight. Big, big right hand, and that is the end of the fight. I feel like this is a Hall round. I feel like it's a Hall round. Chris Cyborg. 21-2. Chris Cyborg sat in the crowds. Her account has been all over like the press conference and the weigh-in. I don't know if you've been watching on YouTube, but if you went into the live chat, Chris Cyborg's been in there. I don't know if it was her or someone that runs her account. But Chris Cyborg's been jumping into the live watch-alongs over on YouTube for the weigh-ins and the press conferences and everything. Let me know in the chat, who do you give that to? Who do you give that to? Team Godzilla said 3-1 Hall, but Brown Johnson says 2-2. Kingston M, shout out to you, my friends. Adrian said 3-1 Hall. Used to be a beast in the NFL. When is Paul Silva? We're getting closer, dude. I reckon we're around about... It's really hard to say, but I reckon we're around about hour and a half, something like that. Kingston, I appreciate it. Corey said, are you dressing up for Halloween? It's not really a holiday that does much for me over here, to be honest. I like horror films, but Halloween has never been really a massive part of my life. It just wasn't the biggest of deals when I was a kid. I think it's a lot bigger now in the UK, but it's nothing like it is in America. You guys go cray-cray. I like Cyborg, said Miss Vicky May. Chris said 3-1 Hall. Arkham's got it 3-2. Look at the stats. Bell won every single one, said Brown. He definitely had the volume. But I don't know really how much he was doing with those shots. But, I mean, listen, it's going to be really interesting to see which way the judges go here. Really interesting to see how they've scored this. It was a scrappy, close little encounter. How long till the fight starts? That's probably the biggest question of the day, isn't it? Oh, God, we're nearly at 10,000 votes in our poll, you know. Guys, keep your likes coming in. We're almost at 1,000. Keep your votes coming in. We're almost at 10,000. We could hit those two big milestones very, very soon. We're just waiting for the judges' scorecards to get added up here. We should be getting this decision very, very soon. Here we go. It's unanimous. Wow. 40-36. Uriah Hall won every round on every scorecard. Wow. Uriah Hall wins every round. There we go. I must admit, I am quite surprised at that. Uriah just told Bell, I've got so much respect for you. Toughest sport in the world, boxing. Uriah said, if you keep going, you will make it. Uriah wins. Uriah wins. He's pretty good. I think he does have a spot in his career, said Uriah Hall. Uriah Hall said that Bell was very, very strong. He got cracked a couple of times, and he was very impressed with the power. So we've got a couple of results already in. Chris Avila beats Dr. Mike, and Uriah Hall beats Bell. Uriah won fair and square. He did well, though. What was you eating? I was just eating a banana. We have been streaming for so long. We're nearly been streaming for 7 hours. 6 hours 40 we've done. 6 hours 40. Uriah Hall said he's going to expose Jake Paul. I thought Uriah Hall looked rubbish. Uriah Hall wants Jake Paul. He calls out Jake Paul. Listen, the crowd were flipping, booing him out of the arena. That is not a fight that's going to be happening anytime soon. I really don't. I don't think you could maybe make a story and build some interest, but the crowd booed every single round. Then every single round, the crowd booed. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do want to face Jake, but God, no. Ladies and gentlemen, other creatures of the universe, Jake Paul fight is next. It's not next. He's called out Jake. Go on, lad, said Lee. Martin, shout out to you. Jake would knock out Hall in round 1. When is the Jake fight? We've got a little bit further to go. We've just had 2 4-round fights. I think next might be Santiago against Antonio. Yeah, it is. And that's 10 rounds. We're starting to get to some more professional, more serious fights now. Antonio Nieves against Santiago. This is a rematch from 6 years ago. Santiago against Nieves. We're working our way towards Ashton Silve against Rodriguez and Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. I think we've got 3 fights left in total. 3 fights left. That is it. That is it. So things are getting pretty serious as we continue to head towards our main event. Knowledge is power. Shout out to you, Martin. Shout out to you. Silva by decision. He won't be invited to fight anyone again lightly. If I was Jake, I wouldn't invite him back, said Miss Vicky May. No, it's definitely a pipe dream for him. I don't think his name is big enough. I mean, to go from facing the likes of, Tyron Woodley was a former champion. And Anderson Silva is one of the greatest fighters of all time. Uriah Hall is not one of the greatest fighters of all time. He's not even a former champion. So that would be a step down in regards to being able to market the fight. Anderson Silva is one of the biggest names in UFC. Uriah Hall is not. And what we just saw there, I did not think was very impressive by Uriah Hall at all. But he did win unanimous decision. He can come back and say that he won by unanimous decision, but I think Jake Paul would absolutely school Uriah Hall when it comes to boxing, to be honest. So we are just seeing footage of Jake arriving on a horse, of course, when he came to do the media workout. Jake Paul arriving on a horse and meeting some fans. That fight's obviously coming up in about an hour and a half. Was that bell from NFL, said Danny? It was, yeah, it was. 30 years old, gave a decent account of himself. I actually thought that he got around, maybe even a couple of them. But it was fairly unanimous. Well, it was unanimous. All of them giving Uriah Hall unanimous decision, giving him all 4 rounds. Days, you said you had Jake win him. Mm-hmm. But who do you want to win? I want Anderson to win. I want Anderson to win because I'm an Anderson Silva fan. I think that Anderson Silva is one of the greatest fighters of all time. I think if he gets knocked out, that's my only concern, really. If Jake wins, fair play, right? I've got nothing against Jake. If Jake wins, can't say anything, really. Like, well done. You just applaud and you move on with your life. It would be painful if Anderson Silva was to get knocked out. I don't think it hurts if he gets beat on decision, but I think I can deal with that. But, man, if he gets knocked out, that's going to sting. That will really, really sting. So, to be honest, I'm just hoping that we don't get a knockout win for Jake. But I fear that's what we're going to get. I fear that he is going to find a shot through because Jake has said that he has seen a weakness in Anderson's defense and he knows how to exploit it. And I must admit, I believe him. I think that he does know how to exploit that weakness. I think there is a weakness there. I think if you watch Anderson fight, you can see gaps yourself. You can see moments where Anderson leaves parts. I mean, it's just really hard to have everything protected. And I think that there are definitely times where Anderson can leave himself open in boxing. But yes, I have got high hopes that Anderson can cause Jake some problems, give Jake something to think about, and maybe not make it easy for Jake. But yeah, it's going to be... we've got a little bit of drama. Little bit of drama on fight at the moment. We've just got... some colors on screen. There's people saying L's. What is this? The feed has seemingly gone down. I'll just show you fight look. We've just got colors and I don't know if that's happened on Showtime, but at the moment we do not have any visibility of the event. So people are not happy. Hopefully they get that fixed very, very soon. Scream said, I heard someone say that Jake's going to win 30 seconds in round 1. Well, look, I'm just concerned that Jake does have some knowledge of how to actually get at... It's back. We're back. Don't worry. We are back. So, yeah, we do... I am concerned that Jake has got some knowledge of how to exploit some openings that Silva's going to present. I just have to hope that Silva can keep Jake occupied. I think the volume will be with Silva. The concern will be if Jake just finds that shot as Silva comes forward, because he will come forward. I think that Jake could find a hook shot, a little uppercut, or exploit some sort of opening. So that's my concern. Martin, shout out to you. Hard out these streets. It's come back. Don't worry. It's come back. Lee said Jake gets no respect until he fights a real boxer, says Lee. That's fair enough. It's got to be Bray, said Joshua. Zach says we're back. Legend Killer said we're back. We are back. There was a lot of concern in the fight chat, but we've got lots of dubs now, and we are seeing Jake arriving. We are seeing Jake Paul arriving backstage. So Jake arriving. He is looking very cool, calm, collected. He's got a smile on his face. And, of course, that main event coming up in about an hour and a half. Around that kind of ballpark. We've got 2 more matches, 2 more fights to go until we get to the Jake Paul one. But Jake arriving. He's looking very comfortable, very cool, calm, collected. Days hardest worker on YouTube said, James, appreciate it, my friend. Something new, said, when is the match? As we said, about an hour and a half. Are you streaming Jake Paul's fight? We're here for Jake Paul's fight. Arfan said Jake Paul is going to get knocked out by Anderson. Don't want to be all by myself, says Sonny. Braxton said, I think Silva will get a knockout in the 2nd or 3rd round. We're seeing Anderson Silva arrive as well. Anderson Silva wearing a shirt. It's obviously got his logo on, the cap with his logo as well. Anderson Silva backstage, making his way to his changing room. He's all smiles as well. This is obviously a big, big fight. And as soon as we get to 10,000 votes, which isn't that far away, hopefully, we will take a look at the chat. Oz Owner, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Mitchell said these commentators are coming off as snarky and uncaring. They basically made fun of Dr. Mike. They seem like they don't care. I think it's quite difficult for professional commentators to commentate on fights that maybe they don't feel are worthy of being shown. I mean, I feel like Dr. Mike is 0-0. Chris is, 1-1. I think there's a lot of skepticism about like these celebrities coming in. I mean, I can sort of understand in the sense of celebrities in wrestling is something that I'm always very vocal about. And celebrities coming into boxing, I would imagine, probably gets treated with the same disdain. So they probably aren't fans, to be honest. Probably not massively into these spectacles. But I think they also can appreciate they bring a lot of viewers. And I think they can probably appreciate that there's a lot of interest and that this does have a positive impact on boxing. But yes, in the moment, they're probably not feeling it, to be honest. MTN, shout out to you, my friend. We're about to go to our next fight. And I must admit, of all the fights on the main cards, this is the one that I'm really not that bothered about. This is Santiago taking on Antonio Nieves. This is a rematch from 6 years ago. Santiago has got 26 wins, 3 losses, 5 draws, 13 stoppages. Antonio Nieves is 20 wins, 3 defeats, 11 stoppages. He's going to have a 3-inch reach advantage. And I can tell you that Santiago is coming in as a -275 favorite. Both fighters are already inside the ring. This one can go 10 rounds. This can go 10 rounds. Hopefully, it doesn't go that long. Obviously, people want to get to the Jake Paul fight. They don't want to be made wait in any more than they need to. But yeah, this is one that I don't think has really grabbed people's imagination. The only thing I would say is that Santiago is currently ranked number 12 in the WBA, number 9 in the WBC, number 8 in the Ring magazine, in the bantamweight division. So we've got someone here that's quite high up in the rankings, but I don't know that that's going to really grab anyone's attention. So Santiago taking on Antonio Nieves. Let's see. Let's get the introductions done. Adrian said, if you've not left a like, please do. It really is appreciated. I agree. Coach Co, hello. Shout out to you. Braden said, how many fights until Jake Paul? We've got 2 fights to go until we get to Jake Paul. Guy says Jake Paul is going to get knocked out. Well, we've got 140 votes to go. As soon as we get 140 votes, we'll have a look at our poll and we'll see what you lot are saying in the poll. And we'll do that. Again, if you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. We are at 956. We're getting really close now. 956. We should hopefully be able to smash through 1,000 likes. We're about 50 odd likes away. If you are watching, I think there's over 1,000 people watching. A big shout out to everyone that's joining us. We've got 2 fights to go. Then we get to the Jake Paul fight. We're probably looking at an hour and a half max. And then we will be at the Jake Paul fight. So we've got a big final stretch coming up. Make sure that you're leaving a like. It's greatly appreciated. Ethan Hall, shout out to you, my friends. Ethan Hall says, quick question. Is Anderson Silva a kickboxer or a normal boxer? Keep up the grind. Much love. So Anderson Silva's actually got quite a few skills. Boxing is something that he did before he went to MMA. He, I think, got his only loss in 98. But boxing is something that he's always kept up. And his hands, he's got knockout wins in the UFC with his striking. I don't think he's really classed as a boxer. He is probably classed a bit more as a kickboxer. But boxing and striking in general is something that he is known for. If you really wanted to boil him down to something, I feel like Muay Thai is something he was absolutely incredible at. So, like, you would see a Muay Thai stance. You would see a lot of clinch work. You would see a lot of, obviously, like, grabbing the back of the head, like knee strikes, elbows. You were seeing a lot of that. But it was a real blend that you would get out of Anderson Silva. So there was some kickboxing in there. There was some boxing in there. There was some Muay Thai in there. He was just an incredible mixed martial artist. That's what he is. He's a mixed martial artist. But this is the concern. Here, all of that goes out the window. And so now we just focus on the boxing. And that's my concern. My concern is that, yes, it's Anderson Silva, but it's not Anderson Silva in an octagon. It's Anderson Silva in a boxing ring. And even though we've seen him get some very, very impressive results, I still think that this is going to be a challenge for both guys. I don't think this is easy for Anderson Silva at all. Right, we are underway with our first round, and obviously we're going to keep our eyes on the action here as we continue to work our way forward towards the main event that's coming up. So these two fought each other 6 years ago. Santiago said he doesn't want to leave it to the judges this time. Nazar, Timar, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us. Ethan as well. Shout out to you. And MTN, as we said, and Mitchell. Appreciate it. Nazar said, are you showing the fight? We can't show it, but we are here for it. And we will be here all the way up until we actually get to, well, the end of it. I want to hear what Jake's got to say afterwards as well. I want to hear what Jake's got to say. I want to hear what Anderson Silva's got to say. Obviously, once we know the decision, we'll be able to get a good read as to what's next for both guys. I think if Anderson wins, then there's a good chance we get the rematch, for example. So if Anderson is victorious, I think a rematch looks like it could be on the cards. If Jake wins, I don't think there's another Silva fight. I feel like it could be Nate Diaz next. I feel like Nate Diaz would be very much in the running. Right now, we're going to turn our attention to this one. As I said, I know it's maybe not a fight that's got people's attention, but we're going to watch it all the same, and I'm really excited for the co-main. The commentators seem to be a lot more into this fight. It's a proper fight, this one. So, nice jab coming in there by Antonio. Little dig to the body. Swing and a miss. He kind of went down on one knee momentarily, but it's not a count or anything. Referee coming in, letting them go right back at it. Some nice jabs coming in there by Antonio. Santiago coming forwards. Santiago on the front foot, trying to get a jab off. Taking a step back. Nice work at the moment here by Santiago. Couple of jabs coming in. Good head movement. On the outside there, Antonio. Crowd quite quiet for this one. I think you can sense they're not massively feeling it. Yeah, it is true. 2 4-round fights. Now we go straight into a 10-round fight. Two very established guys here. A couple of jabs coming in. Yeah, big step up in quality here in this. Nice shot to the body there by Antonio. Nieves doing very, very well with the distance there. No worries. When does it start? We start in about an hour and a half. Poll is now a draw. I did say we would look at the poll. Let's have a look at the poll. It is a draw. It is a draw. 10,000 votes. And you've got it 47, 47, and 6. Wow. I don't know if we've ever seen that. I don't know if we've ever done a poll that's got 10,000 votes that has been dead even. I think this is the first time. That's amazing. Keep your votes coming in, man. I want to know. I want to know who you've got. By the time we get to the Jake Paul fight, I want to know who you've got. 47 right now. Keep your votes coming in. Right, we're about to go to round number 2. Round number 2 on this one. And I feel like Neves felt like he controlled the distance very, very well in that first round. Santiago had some nice moments, though. It was a tight little round. Let's see if someone can really break away in the second round now. Going to keep an eye on this as good head movement by both guys. Neves coming forward, letting the hands go. Santiago trying to get some jabs through, some heavy shots. Just having a look at jabs. Santiago, 29%, and Neves, 15%. So jabs-wise, We've seen a couple more land by Santiago. Both fighters in the center right now. We are seeing Santiago on the outside. Neves coming in. Lovely hook shots to the body. Swing and a miss there by Neves. Jab coming in by Neves. Santiago, a couple of jabs coming in by him. He's looking pretty good here, Santiago. Quite a close little contest, this one, though, at the moment. Very hard to separate them. Santiago looking pretty good, though. Neves looking for an uppercut. Couldn't get it through. Santiago comes back with an uppercut of his own. Again, not really anything too impressive there. Jab coming in there by Neves. Santiago on the outsides. Jab coming in. Nice jab coming in there by Neves. 1-2 straight down the middle by Santiago. Jab coming in there by Neves. Into a clinch. Referee coming in. Going to look to separate them apart. So they get separated and we're back underway. Hook shot coming in there by Neves. A couple of jabs coming in there by Santiago. Driving Neves back. Neves gets out of the way. We're into the final minute in this round. They clinch up. As we said, really not much separating these two. Nice strike coming in there by Neves. Neves on the back foot. Santiago putting the pressure on. Overhand coming in there by Neves into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them apart. We've got just over 30 seconds left on the clock. Just over 30 seconds as a jab comes in. Overhand right there by Neves. Santiago trying to find a way through. Trying to work on the inside. Trying to work in the pocket. Couple of jabs coming in there by Neves. Santiago clinching. And referee coming in, separating them apart. I feel like both guys are getting moments in this round. Nice shot coming in. Good driving him back. Neves trying to plant his feet and swing. If he lands with some of those hooks, Neves, he's going to do some serious damage. Right, let me know how you're seeing it. Let me know how you're seeing it. I feel like it's really, really close. You could even be tempted to go one round each. It'd be really, I don't like sitting on the fence, but I think it really is quite close. But both fighters go back to their corners. I feel like Jake's biggest advantage is age, says huge MMA fan. And that's why I also picked Jake. But with Anderson's experience and, of course, the higher fight IQ, can you not say you're confident Jake wins? You cannot say you're confident Jake wins. It is true. I mean, I feel like the poll shows how close people have got this in their minds. I mean, last time we checked the poll, it was 47-47. It's really close. I think that Anderson has looked quite good in his recent fights as well. And so that's definitely playing on people's minds. But yeah, I think the age, I think the power, I think that is with Jake. I think age and power is with Jake. Experience and volume is with Anderson. And so it kind of boils down to that, to be honest. It kind of boils down to that. Age and power versus experience and volume. Jab coming in there by Neves. They're just showing how close. Total punches. Santiago, this is amazing. Santiago, 26. Neves, 28. 26-28. That's how close it is. I said after the second, you could make an argument for it being 1-1. I stand by that. That's how close this is. But what we're seeing is Santiago really unloading. He's got Neves up against the ropes. Big body shots coming in by Santiago. That's a good moment for him. Santiago turning up the intensity. He's coming forward again. He's got Neves back. Jab coming in by Neves. Santiago on the front foot. Spans a big overhand. Again, hook shot coming in there by Neves. Jabs to the body. Driving forward. Santiago looking pretty good in this round. It feels like this is a Santiago round. It's Santiago's round to lose. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Again, we got 1 minute 30 on the clock. Santiago looking to find a way forward. Neves trying to throw out some right hands. Neves on the back foot, doing well on the back foot, firing out some jabs. But look at Santiago going to the body. Good work there by Neves, though, changing direction. getting out of trouble. Nice little shots in the pocket. Nice little work on the inside there. Big shots coming in by Neves. Santiago edging forwards. Shot coming in there by Neves. Santiago constantly putting pressure on at the moment. Good work this by Santiago, but he's got to get some output going. He's got 50-odd seconds to go. Only 10 rounds in this. And we are already sneaking our way towards the end of the third. Nice jabs coming in by both guys. Jabs there by Neves. I feel like Neves has kind of really got himself back into this round. Swing and a miss there by Neves, though. Oh, swing and a miss by Santiago. Santiago still backing Neves up against the ropes. Body shot coming in there by Santiago. Hook to the body. He's got Neves getting backed up a little bit. The pressure has been with Santiago. He had him by the ropes. If he could have capitalized, then that would have been a big, big moment. But again, good work by Neves. 5 seconds on the clock. Santiago is the one that's on the front foot. And that is the end of the round. I'm going to give it Santiago. I'm going to give it to Santiago. I love the fact he's on the front foot. I love the aggression. So I've got it 2-1. How has it happened when it was the last fight on the card, says Adam. KSI is going to be for the call-outs. Boy said, who won, Jake or Silva? We're not there yet, my friends. We are not there, so don't worry about that. We've still got to work our way towards that. Right, Anderson is old enough to be Jake's daddy. I find it strange that the problem child likes to pick on elders. In all fairness, Connor likes to pick on elders as well. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway with round number 4. About to get underway with round number 4. If you are joining us and you've not hit like. It makes a massive, massive difference. It really is appreciated as we go to round number 4. I've got Santiago up 2-1. Santiago 16-9 on body shots. So Santiago very, very close when it came to total shots, but Santiago ahead when we look at the body shots. A couple of jabs coming in here by Neves. Big body shot there by Santiago. Jab coming in by Santiago. And again, a couple of jabs coming in here by Santiago. Little dig to the body there by Neves. Neves getting back into the center. Again, some nice little jabs. Really lovely hand speed. Doubling up on the jabs. Oh, look at that. 3-strike combo by Neves. All of them seemingly landing. Nice body shot there by Neves. Neves again going to the body. Couple of strikes coming in. Neves ducking down, jabbing away. Good work so far. I think the crowd might be getting... No, I was going to say, I thought the crowd were getting a bit restless, but I think they're just building, actually. I think there's just more and more people joining. You can hear them muttering and chattering away. Like the stream if you haven't already. Chalmers, shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate it. Swazi said, when does the Jake Paul fight start? Jake Paul fight should be in about an hour's time. I think we're looking at about an hour for the Jake Paul fight. It's really not going to be that long. This one feels like we might be going to the distance. Neither guy has been in any real trouble here. Obviously, that can change. But this one might go the distance. And then, of course, we've still got the co-main event to go. So we are seeing Santiago moving forward, putting that pressure on. We've got Neves backing up. Santiago with a couple of jabs. Jab coming in again there by Santiago. Neves looking for some shots to the body. Jab coming in there by Neves. Santiago ducking underneath. Couple of jabs coming in. Letting the hands go. Santiago doing really, really well. Putting that pressure on. We got Neves in the center. Jab coming in. Uppercut coming in. Big, big uppercut there by Santiago. That was lovely work by Santiago. Santiago again continuing to put the pressure on. Jab coming in. Jab straight down the middle. 1-2. Lovely work by Santiago. I feel like he's really unloading now. Neves up against the ropes. Neves having to try and use some movement. Getting caught with these shots. Good work. 10 seconds left in this round. And Neves is holding on to Santiago. I feel like Santiago is pulling ahead personally. Let me know how you are seeing it. Let me know how you are seeing it. I feel like Santiago is looking like the more active fighter. Here's the fighter that's taking the fight to Neves. Did Jake fight yet? No, not yet. The Pain said, I've got Deji winning this. A shark is the only known fish that can blink with both eyes. Right, we've got 10,781 votes. As soon as you get to 11,000 votes, we'll have a look at the poll. We are also at over 1,000 likes as well. So a big, big thank you to everyone that's left a like. It really is appreciated as we continue to grow and continue to push forwards towards Jake versus Anderson Silva. If you are joining us tonight, then share your thoughts either on this fight or the main event. How do you think it's going to go? As soon as you get to 11,000, we'll have a look at that poll. Here we go then. Round number 5. We are underway with round number 5. Santiago taking on Neves. We've got Santiago edging forward. Neves again on the outside. Little uppercut coming in and a lovely right hand there by Santiago. Santiago again has got Neves over by the ropes. He likes to drive him back against the ropes and then try to unload. Again, he's got him back against the ropes. Neves backing up a little bit. A couple of jabs coming in there by Neves. Santiago just edging forwards all the time. We've got Neves on the outside. Nice head movement there by Santiago. He's got Neves over by the ropes. Santiago looking good. Trying to throw in a big left hand. Santiago again putting the pressure on. Neves just eating some shots. I think Santiago again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 shots, 7, 8. One comes back. He's got Neves over against the ropes. Santiago looking pretty good here. Good head movement there by Neves, but Santiago just unloading. Definitely Santiago rounds at the moment. He's got Neves over by the ropes. Neves just doesn't seem to be able to respond with anything. Santiago again putting that pressure on. Of course, if this fight ends early, we should be able to get to our co-main event earlier. So I think a lot of people are probably hoping that Neves goes down here. But Santiago again just digging in, looking for a little uppercut. Continuing to put the pressure on. Driving Neves back. Santiago on the front foot. Lovely work. Hooks to the body. And again, lovely right hand. 1, 2, straight to the body. Jab to the head. Good head movement there by Neves. Neves getting out of the way. Nice movement. Pushes Santiago back. 45 seconds left. This for me is another Santiago round. Santiago, I think, is going to be winning this fight unless the momentum shifts. Neves on the back foot. He's over by the ropes. A couple of big shots coming in there by Santiago. Santiago throwing out a jab. Driving Neves back. Santiago continuing to put the pressure on. Santiago continuing to stalk Neves. Neves, he's took a lot of shots, man. He's took a lot of shots. That damage has got to be building up. It's got to be building. So, final seconds of this one. XVR2 said, is Jake next? No, Jake's not next. Next coming up, we've got the co-main event. It's going to be a fantastic fight, that one. That's going to be Ashton Silve taking on Rodriguez. We are seeing Logan Paul in the crowds. So, Logan Paul. Next is the co-main. It is indeed. Santiago, 4-1 now, said Magic Dank. Now Neves hasn't done anything these last 3 rounds. It's hard to give him anything with the little he's doing. Santiago should win in round 8 by TKO. Look at this. Sugar Sean O'Malley. Big Raw as the Sugar Show is shown on screen. Is that Paulo Costa? Paulo Costa in the crowd. Nate Diaz, big roar for Nate Diaz. They love Nate Diaz. Cyborg is shown as well. Chris Cyborg gets shown. Plenty of celebrities out. Plenty of fighters are out. Jake was saying this actually. Like, this is the fight that's probably going to be attended by the most celebrities and the most fighters that he's ever had at any of his events. But that's what Anderson brings. Like, Anderson is legit. Anderson is the fighter's fighter. And there's a lot of respect for Anderson Silva. 8p, you are free. I have got 2 million on YouTube. 11,000 votes. Still no change. Chalmers, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, that's amazing. How have we gone up 1,000 votes and we're still 47-47? It just shows how close this is. It seems like everyone that's voting now, there's a vote for Silva, a vote for Jake Paul, a vote for Silva, a vote for Jake Paul. We've just had 1,000 votes in and seemingly 500 were for Silva, 500 were for Jake Paul. So it's an amazing poll. It's an amazing poll. 47-47 right now. Keep your votes coming in. 47-47. We're over 1,000 likes as well. Keep your likes coming in. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. As we've got over 1,000, it would be good to continue pushing that. We can get to 1.5. We've got both fighters in the center, and we're seeing a bit more of the same here by Santiago. Neves on the outside. Couple of shots getting through. Up top, couple of jabs getting in. And again, driving Neves back. Santiago on the front foot. Couple of jabs coming back. Lovely uppercut. Just misses, though. Rhythm now. I think he's got confidence as well because he's been able to drive Neves back a few times. And he's been very, very successful with it. We're into the final minute. Couple of jabs coming in here. Nice dig to the body there by Santiago. Lovely hook shot as well by Santiago. Santiago looking really good. Continuing to pour forwards. We got Neves on the back foot. He's still in there, though. He's still giving a good account of himself. But Santiago is definitely the fighter that the momentum is with. Up against the ropes goes Neves. And again, I keep thinking the crowd are booing. But it's just like the amount of noise that's there. I think it's pretty full now. I think it's pretty full. We've only got a couple of fights to go, and you can hear a lot of muttering, a lot of talking. These fighters in a clinch right now. About to get to the end of round number 6. Santiago again tries to throw a shot, gets backed up against the ropes. Lovely work there by Santiago, though. I think he takes the 6th round as well. Feels like one-way traffic, this does to me. Feels like one-way traffic. So I've got Santiago winning very, very comfortably. We're back. Oh, was there a little bit of lag? Doesn't say there was any lag. The fight will be whenever the fight will be, said Mitchell. I just got an ad for abuse. Did you get an advert? You shouldn't have got an advert. Shouldn't have got an advert. I think you can press an advert button or drop one in, but I never press it. No, I was calling the fight as well, so. After this fight, there will be one more fight, and then it is Jake versus Silva. Patience is the key, says Chalmers. WWE Channel said, where do you live? I live in the UK. I live in Market Drayton, round by Telford in the Midlands. It's kind of snuggled up close to the Welsh border. Right, here we go then. We are underway with round number 7. Round number 7, we've got Santiago. He's so far ahead in my book now. That's and to be honest, I don't know that Neves has got much left in the tank. I mean, he's had to do a lot of running. He's been doing a lot of movement. Crowd have kind of gone a bit quiet. A couple of punches there by Santiago. Again, a couple of jabs coming back by Neves. Santiago trying to let a left hand go, but can't land it. Ducking underneath the shot that comes back by Neves. Little dig to the body by Neves. Neves trying to get himself a bit of momentum here, trying to box himself into this fight. Nice shot coming in there by Neves. Shot coming back by Santiago. 1-2 straight down the middle. Driving back. Couple of jabs coming in. And we've got covering up there by Santiago. Body shot coming in there by Neves. These two, we're seeing them fight more in the center. We've seen a lot of Santiago driving Neves back. We're not seeing that anymore. We're not seeing Neves getting driven back as much. Neves going over by the rope. Santiago is edging forwards. Hook shot just misses there by Neves. Right hand just misses as well. As Santiago comes in, gets pushed back. We've got nice jabs coming in straight down the middle there by Santiago. Neves on the outside. Good head movement there by Santiago. Santiago edging forward. He's got Neves over by the ropes. Couple of strikes coming in there by... Oh, look at these digs to the body by Santiago. That was nice. These digs are really nice. Really tasty. He's unloading and Neves in trouble again. Neves is in full retreat. He spent the first part of this round standing his ground in the center, but now he's in retreat mode. We've gone right back to where we've been in the previous rounds, and feels like Santiago is going to get this round as well. So Santiago on the front foot, pushes Neves back. Santiago edging forwards, and again trying to let the hands go. Neves trying to swing into the body. Jab coming in there by Santiago. And Neves again taking a step backwards. We've got a couple of strikes coming in. Nice work so far. Couple of shots coming in. Dig to the body there by Neves. 20 seconds left on the clock. Neves looking pretty decent in this round. But still think it's a Santiago round. But he's still offering something, in all fairness. He's still offering something. Marvelin, shout out to you. I'm really sorry to hear that, dude. Really sorry to hear that. Marvelin, look after yourself, buds. Awful, awful news, dude. Really sorry to hear that. Round number 8 coming up. Retribution said, are you keeping an eye on the Lomachenko fight? No, sadly. It's got to be both eyes on this at the moment. I wish I could. I'd love to be watching the Lomachenko fight. I think that's a big, big fight as well, because I think if he comes through that, I feel like Devin Haney is likely to be next. And we did watch Devin Haney against Kambosis Jr. And I think that Haney against Lomachenko makes a lot of sense. Certainly if Lomachenko is going to look good. Oh, hello, hello. What's going on? What's going on? I think as he pulled him out, is Neves done? Fight's over. Fight's over. The corner are saying no more. Fight's over. Neves is pretty gutted. Neves is pretty gutted. It's going to be a victory for Santiago. So Santiago's going to get it done. Neves is being pulled out by his corner. And so we are done with this fight. That means that we've got one fight to go. One fight to go. And then we will be at Jake Paul against Anderson Silva. It's going to be our co-main event. It's going to be Ashton Silve taking on Rodriguez. So they called it. They said no more. Like he's had enough. And I don't know exactly why the corner called it. I don't know if they were always going to call it after that round, or if they've seen something, or they don't like the look of something. But either way, Santiago gets the victory over Neves. If it had gone to the judges, it was going to go that way anyway. So, you know, it's not the biggest shock in the world, but even so. Haney, my Muslim brother. Oh, he's so good. Devin Haney is so, so good. So, so good. Really a big fan of him. He is someone that is going to be a problem for a long time, Devin Haney. Problem for a lot of people and for a long time. I'd be really down for seeing him against Lomachenko. I think it's a great fight. So Devin Haney against Lomachenko. It'd be great if we do end up with that. And as we said, if Lomachenko wins tonight, I think we stand a great chance of seeing it. Let's go 8,000. I think is that the biggest I can make it. There we go. When does Jake fight? We've got one more fight to go. And then it is the Jake fight. So we are getting closer. I fully appreciate it's been a long, long road, but we are getting closer towards the Jake fight. How many fights still Silva versus Paul? One fight till we get to Silva versus Paul. It's going to be our next fight. This is our co-main event. KSI versus Nate is rumored in January. I think JJ wins by decision. Who do you think wins? I would be leaning to Nate. I think that KSI is a bit unproven. I think that he seemed to do well against Logan, but that was many, many years ago. He then stepped away. He's come back. I don't think you can read much anything into, what we saw in those two fights. I feel like he's got catching up to do. I think that KSI is someone that needs to get some fights under his belt, and I think that Woodley would be good. Nate might be a bit more of a challenge than Woodley was, so don't know. It's a big gamble. Be a big gamble if he did accept that Nate fight. To go from beating a rapper that's had 20 days of boxing training and to face that Pineda who was 12 years old, to face both of those in the same night, to go from that to facing Nate Diaz, I think that is a big step up for KSI. But if he's sparring people and he's feeling good and he feels like he can get it done, I mean, he would only take it if he was confident in getting the win, because he knows that if he loses, it's going to really throw the fight with Jake Paul in doubt. So he needs to make sure that he gets a win. Whoever he fights next, he needs to get a win, because there is a Jake Paul fight right there for the making that would be mega money. We're talking selling out Wembley mega money. So, I'd be a bit worried for him on that one. I'd be a bit worried for him. That is, I mean, look at Jake's path. Jake took on Ben Askren first and then did Tyron Woodley. Nate is as good as Woodley, if not better, when it comes to striking. In fact, a lot of people are thinking that after this, it might be Nate that Jake faces. So for KSI to just go from a rapper and a child to, facing Nate Diaz, I feel like that's a big jump. So I would be concerned for him in that. I would be concerned. Is Loma on the same card as Jake? No, he's not. It's a different card. Is Loma on the same cards? No. Did you watch Kate versus Alan? I didn't, unfortunately. We were very much here watching this. So, there wasn't really a way of watching this action and trying to catch that as well. Actually, I don't even know who won. No one even told me who was victorious. Not that it's your responsibility to do that, but let me have a look. It was Arnold Allen. Allen, round 2, 8 seconds into round 2, knockout, technical knockout. I did have Allen winning it. That's a great win. 19-1 in the featherweight division now. He is really starting to get somewhere. He is really, really starting to get somewhere. So, very exciting. Very exciting for Arnold Allen. But, good result for him. Right. Thanks, Bud, said Vitalik. Shout out to you. We're not too far from 12,000 now, Keep your votes coming in. Really appreciate the support. If you are just joining us, I've got Jake Paul winning. But as soon as you get to 12,000, we will take a look and see what you lot reckon. Last time we checked, it was 47%, 6% draw. It was absolutely even. We got one more fight to go, and then we're at Jake Paul. Things are getting serious. How long until the fight? This is long, said Vertical Only. It certainly would be long if you joined us when we started our stream. That was 7.5 hours ago. But when does Jake fight? Jake fights in, it's got to be an hour, tops, in an hour tops. There's one fight to go. One fight to go. And it is going to be Ashton Silve taking on Rodriguez. Great fight. Ashton Silve is 18. And Floyd Mayweather gave him $100 and said, this is not the last money you will ever get from me. You are going places. And that was, I think, when he was 17. And he's ended up signing with Jake Paul. So Jake has actually signed Ashton Silve. And Ashton is now the co-main event here. I think Jake has got Amanda Serrano and Ashton Silve on his books. And Silve is 18, is 7-0, minus 4,000 favorite. He's taking on someone who is a veteran, 20 wins, 4 losses, 17 knockouts, right? His last fight was a little while ago, though. Rodriguez has not been very active recently. You do have to factor that in. But 34, it's not like old. He's got a record of 20-4. Rodriguez has actually fought against Ryan Garcia. And now he's taken on Ashton Silve. And Ashton Silve is a minus 4,000 favorite. That means that you've got to bet $4,000 to get $100. That's how much of a favorite he is. You've got to bet 4,000 to win 100. So Silve is serious. I'm so excited to watch him. He's going to be coming up next. So Silve up next against Rodriguez, and then our main event, Jake Paul takes on Anderson Silva. 2 fights to go. 2 tasty fights to go. Silve, I think, is 8 rounds. It might not go that far because Ashton Silve has got 7 wins and 7 knockouts. So I fully expect him to get another finish here, to be honest. So Silve coming up next, and then Paul Silva. We're almost at 12,000. We are about 160 votes away. If you are watching, vote, like. We were on the road to 1,500 likes. We are at 1-1. Oh, God, we can definitely do better than that. 1-1. Keep your likes coming in. I can see there's 1,400 people watching. We've got 1,100 likes. So if you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to build. Mitchell said, Cater injured his knee in round 2. The fight was called. Thank you. Switchblade said, will you do a stream for Deji Mayweather? I still can't believe it's happening. I can't believe that's happening. Look at that. Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. It looks like someone's just made up that card, but that is actually happening soon. Yes, we will do Deji against Mayweather. I feel like Mayweather's going to absolutely storm that, though. I feel like that's pretty straightforward for Mayweather. I think it's a big fight, though. I think it's going to have a lot of interest. I think there'll be people... I think everyone's going to expect Deji to lose. I think what they're looking for is Deji going to look good at times? Is he going to be able to get anything off against Mayweather? Is he going to have Mayweather backed up against the ropes? Is he going to get any shots through? Is he going to look good? Or is it just going to be a one-way demolition? Is it just going to be an absolute destruction? So, yeah, I don't quite know how it's going to play out, but, well, I do. I know Mayweather's going to win. Yeah, and I'd imagine he might even find a finish as well, in all fairness. But yes, how long can Deji survive? We'll see. Where can I watch the fight? I genuinely don't know. They all get pulled down, don't they? They've got like an army of people just going around. I'd imagine this stream has been checked several times to ensure that we're all above board and everything. So illegal streams are just getting pulled down left, right, and Buffalo. Are you going to do Tyson Fury on December 3rd? Said RPZ. Yep. Yeah, Fury against Chisora. I must admit, I'm not crazy about it. I would much rather it was Joe Joyce or Daniel Dubois. I'd much rather it was Anthony Joshua. I would much rather it was Usyk. There's a few names, actually, that I would much rather it was than Chisora. But we will do the Chisora fight, yes. Do you think Tank versus Ryan will happen, said Vitalik. I think it will. I know that the fighters are very frustrating, the top names just avoiding each other. But in all fairness, in that division, it's hard to not have big fights because there's so many big names. So, like, in that division in particular, they're going to have to face each other. They're going to have to face each other at some point. They cannot all avoid each other. And in all fairness, we've just got Devin Haney, Kambosos Jr. twice. Not amazing fights by any means, but we saw it. We know where Devin Haney is. We know where Kambosos Jr. is. We know their skills and their limitations. And, well, I don't know that Devin Haney has really got any, to be honest. But, yeah, it's going to be hard for those fighters to avoid each other. But, yeah, I quite fancy it. I think that fight almost got made, and they're pretty young. There's still plenty of time. I agree with Jake, though. Jake was like, these boxers need to, like, forget about the fact that they're going to lose a no. If you're going to lose, you lose. You then make the changes and you come back. Like, I think this idea of being undefeated really gets in the way of just great fights. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think people, it doesn't matter if you lose. Look at Anthony Joshua. He lost to Andy Ruiz, went back, won his titles back. It didn't make the fight against Usyk any smaller afterwards. You know, when he fought Usyk, it's not like people were, you know, really down on Joshua. I understand that if you've got an undefeated streak, it's obviously better than not having an undefeated streak, but it really shouldn't get in the way of some of these big, tasty matches that the fans want. Like, it's the whole point of doing this is to build people up and then put them up against each other. You know, you've got two great guys that have taken different paths, faced different people. They're both undefeated. Smash them against each other. Someone's O has got to go. But I agree with Jake. The boxers, they put too much value into their undefeated records. They put more value into that than they do having great fights and, you know, giving the fans what they want, basically. But 12,000 votes. Here we go. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look and see where we are. It is, oh my God, this is a joke. This is a joke. We're still at 47. How have 2,000 votes and it's still 47. How is it not moving at all? It's still completely tied. 47 right now. So 12,000 votes, and it's 47 with 6% being a draw. If you want a reflection of how close this fight is and how much people just really cannot get a read of it, I think there's a perfect example. 12,000 people have had their say, have voted, and it is 47 with 6% giving it a draw. I mean, that's just insane. We will come back to it. We'll see where we are with it, obviously, as we continue to push forward. But hopefully, by the time we get to the main event, someone will have took the lead. So, but either way, we don't need to worry about that just yet because we've got our co-main event coming up. Ashton Silve taking on Rodriguez from the Dominican Republic. Ashton Silve from Long Beach, California. If you are American, get excited because Ashton Silve is the future and you have got a hell of a fighter on your hands, man. I am so excited for watching him. So excited. They are just showing on the screen Jake Paul backstage. I think that's footage from earlier. I don't think he's been walking the corridors for about an hour. I think that's just earlier footage of Jake Paul. I would imagine he's probably backstage, probably got his hands wrapped, probably ready to go or getting certainly close to being ready to go. I think we're probably now less than an hour away from Jake Paul coming out and going to our main event. Ryan Gambler, shout out to you, my friend. Said, thanks for streaming. Really appreciate the support, dudes. Really appreciate the support. Elite GB said 47% of this chat is going to be bang on. That is true. Unless it's a draw, and then only 6% of people will have been correct. So we will have asked 12,000 people, and if it's a draw, only 6% of that 12,000 will be correct. Let's have a look, though, and see what we're going to be getting from this next contest. Are they in the ring yet? I've seen no ring walks whatsoever. I've seen no ring walks. I don't know if we're going to get ring walks for the co-main, but at the moment we are on the verge of that. People saying they're expecting this to be a quick knockout win for Ashton Silve. Pulling like crazy for Silva, but I'm giving the edge to Paul, said Vijo. Irish Rebel, shout out to you. Sunny, hello, hope you are well. Duck YouTube said my heart is with Silva. I think all of our hearts are with Silva. I think all of our hearts are running the risk of being broken tonight because Jake Paul is someone that can cause problems for Anderson Silva in a boxing ring. That's a harsh reality I think we're going to have to face. This is going to be a test for Anderson Silva, but he's been tested before. I think Jake is quite a ferocious fighter in the sense of I think he is looking for knockouts all the time. I think with a lot of boxers, they tend to want to protect that zero. They don't want to take too many risks. They keep things tight. They jab away. They're quite happy to go the distance. You don't get that with Jake. Jake absolutely is fully aware of the power of social media. And he knows that if he can have a clip like that knockout of Woodley that's going to do the rounds, that is going to boost everything. That is going to look great for everything. So he is definitely going to be looking for that. Even here, he's going to be looking for that against his idol. I'd imagine the second that if he does knock him out, the second he does, I would imagine immediately he'll celebrate, but they'll also be concerned because that is someone that he's got a whole world of respect for. And I think that'll be reflected afterwards, of course. Jake, though, was getting himself fired up in the press conference, was getting himself into a bit of a mental state. And we've spoke a bit about that, actually. You know, is that something that Jake needs to do? Is that something that Jake needs? Does he need to get himself into that kind of a mental state? Because this is the first time that we've probably seen him in a fight like this where he hasn't got himself worked up and he hasn't got himself like into a bit of a frenzy. This is one of the first times that we're actually seeing Jake come in cool, calm, and collected. And we are actually going to get ring walks here. We are getting ring walks. So it looks like Rodriguez is making his way out. First of all, this is something that we've not been seeing. Rodriguez looking very, very focused. This is our co-main event. And it's a decent-sized ring walk, actually. He's walking slower than Roman Reigns. He's walking about the same speed as The Undertaker. So it might take a while here for Rodriguez to actually get to the ring. This ring walk might be longer than the actual fight, but he is making his way down. Can't wait to see if Silva's head movement transitions to boxing, said Duck YouTube. Mully said, do you think Jake can score with 3 or more knockdowns? Damn, man, that's a great question because I feel like Anderson leaves openings. It really depends how much Jake can get behind his shots. If Jake can get something behind his shots, I have no doubt he can knock out Anderson Silva. I don't doubt Jake's power. I think we saw it against Woodley, and I know people like to make out that Woodley was, taking a dive and all this kind of stuff. It's rubbish. No one wants to get knocked out like that. That's so embarrassing. He was flat out. He was out for the count, man. So no one's going to want that. And I don't want that for Anderson. I do worry that if Jake does something similar against Anderson, there is a chance he could get a similar result. And keep an eye out for it. I mean, we might have the image. The image that we've got here, look, you can see this is the moment. This is it in the second fight. And you can see that Jake is seemingly throwing towards the body. He's even looking. Look at where he's looking. Look at his eyes down here. He's not looking up. What Woodley can see is Jake targeting the side of the body. Woodley can look through the guards. He can see Jake. Jake is looking at that side of the body, and Jake is looking to throw and get that shot right into that area. What he actually does is that then means that Woodley drops his hand And that then means that Jake can bring that shot up, that hook shot up, and connect with a real thumping blow. And oh, here, look at this. Ashton Silve. Silve making his way down. Oh, yes. He is dressed as a minion. He is dressed as a minion, making his way down. He's taken to the big stage. He wants to make a statement. He's made a statement. Ashton Silve looks like he's going to a kid's party. He's come out dressed, and I cannot stress this enough, as a minion. And I am going to show you the image. We've got the image of Ashton Silve making his way down. This guy is the real deal. I think to do this, dress as a minion, make your way down to the ring, but still have the respect of the boxing world, shows that he is the real deal. And I expect him to have the respect of the boxing world once we are done with this fight. So Ashton Silve making his way down to the ring. See if we can get the latest image. There we go. It's pretty wild. Let's change this image over. I'll show you what Ashton Silve is sporting. Has it saved it? Saving it. There he is. Ashton Silve. Yeah! This is boxing. This is boxing. I mean, look, he's called H2O. The ring girls are loving it. The ring girls have got a big smile on their faces. Is there anything more embarrassing than getting beaten? That guy is coming to the ring to knock you out, and that guy is probably going to do it as well. He's probably going to do it. If I was going to be boxing someone and they came out dressed like that, I'd be like, oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. If I get knocked out by a minion, this is the end of the world, man. This is the end of the world. But Ashton Silve making his way down. Sonny said, that is actually terrifying. Will you be streaming UFC 281? Rahat, I do have plans to do that, absolutely. Absolutely. I think what I can guarantee is that whatever else is on, we will be doing that as well. But I feel like there's some big, big weeks coming up. Some of these weekends are just absolutely stacked. So, but yeah, UFC. Nothing but love for the UFC. Right, here's Jimmy Lennon Jr. then. Co-main event time. Rodriguez taking on Bob. One of the minions. Minions from Despicable Me, it was. Sonny said, that is a disgrace to the minions. We've had 12,500 votes. Keep your votes coming in. Keep your likes coming in. I think we were at 1,100. We are now at 1,165. So keep those likes coming in. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. I think there's probably a good chance we could get to 1,500 by the end of this stream. So keep those likes coming in as we continue to build towards that main event. One more fight to go. One more fight to go. Rodriguez is coming off a 1,071-day layoff. 1,071 days of a layoff here. That is amazing. Rodriguez pacing back and forth, getting his introduction, and we should be getting the intro very, very soon for Silve, and then we will be underway. This one, of course, can go 8 rounds. And then after this, the question that I've probably been asked more in my life than anything else, when is Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva? I can tell you that it will be after this. This is our co-main event. We are getting there. H2O, 3 first-round knockouts for H2O. 7 wins, 7 knockouts, 3 in the first round. This might not take long. big rising star. Big rising star. Right, we're just getting the final referee instructions. Went over the rules in the dressing room. Silve staring at Rodriguez. Look at him. He looks 18 as well. Give him hell at the bell. Everyone's got to have a catchphrase these days. Here we go then. Co-main events. Silve versus Rodriguez. Rodriguez, 20 wins, 4 losses. Really not a bad resume at all. At all. We are underway here, and we've got pink shorts for Silve, and we've got Rodriguez wearing the Dominican Republic colors. So both fighters in the center. Nice body shot there by Silve. Silve has actually got pink on one side, he's got blue on the other, and he's actually got the minions on his on the one side of his shorts. He's got H2O on the belt. But we've got both fighters in the center right now. We got Silve coming forward, covering up. Nice head movement there by Silve. Oh! Rodriguez goes down. He's not out. He's frustrated. 6, 7. Oh, he's struggling to get up. 9. Rodriguez. Oh, it's called. Silve wins. Silve wins. Oh my God, man. He goes right back down again. It was a really short little shot that he got him with. We need to see a replay, but Rodriguez is all over the place. Silve is like, oh my God, man. A superstar has arrived. A superstar has arrived. It's like a minute. It's like a minute in. Need to have a look. It's really close range. It's not like a big overhand or anything like that from Silve. Jeez, what? Rodriguez, can I just remind you, 20 wins, 17 by knockout, 4 losses. That's all he'd suffered. He's 34. He's not like a 54-year-old. He's 34. He's got to the level where he's fighting the likes of Ryan Garcia. Wow. His nickname might be Water, but he put his opponent on ice. H2O. H2O. That is so impressive. Jake should face him next. Jake should go up against him. Rodriguez is still not right, man. Rodriguez was down on the ground and he banged on the ground. He was so frustrated. I thought he was going to have no problems getting back up to his feet. No problems. Who is Silve? You won't be asking that question for long, honestly. You won't be asking that question. There's just so many people jumping in and kissing him. This guy is going places, man. He is so going places. He's 18. They're going to show the whole fight. They're going to show the whole fight. He comes straight to the middle, throws in some shots to the body. Rodriguez is on the outside. A couple of little shots coming back by Rodriguez, but he couldn't get anything through. We've got an aerial shot so that we can see the shot that puts him down. Again, 1-2 fast hands there by Silve. They break apart. Silve was standing in the center with Rodriguez. Again, lunging, trying to land a jab, but both guys just a little bit out of range. Silve edging forwards. Yeah, look at him just swinging away there. Yeah. It's a hook shot, I believe. Wow. Look, and he bangs the floor, man. He bangs the floor in frustration. But he just cannot get back up to his legs. Which one was the minion? Silve was the minion. The minion just got a win within like 40 seconds. So it's a big shot that comes in. Beautiful. It's a big shot that comes in by Rodriguez. He misses with it, and Silve responds with a hook of his own. Yeah, wow. Runner Z, shout out to you. Bro, that minion, power up. That minion has got... That, I mean, it's not... Yeah, it's lovely counterpunch. And look at that uppercut as well as he's on his way down. God, wow. So impressed. This guy is a star. He's going places. We've been bigging him up all stream. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect a first round finish. Jake Paul, Anderson Silva coming up next. So if you want another reason to love Silve, it's because he's got out the way. He's got out the way, and it's going to be Jake Paul against Anderson Silva. Still undefeated. 8 wins, 8 knockouts, 4 in the first round. $20 and 4. My middle name is H2O, said Sticky Buds. We're nearly at 13,000. Let's see if that vote has moved. Don't forget, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's time for our main event of the evening. Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. And yeah, this is it. This is what we've been building towards. We've been streaming for 8 hours. 8 hours. We've been streaming, working our way, building our way towards this main event. Of course, they're going to get a bit of reaction to that co-main event. I'd imagine they might make us wait a touch, but I don't think it's going to be too long now until we start seeing the ring walks and everything. Get in your thoughts. We are at 13,000 now. We are at 13,000. And it is still 47, 40. Is it broken? 47, 47, 6. It just will not move from that. It's got to be close. I don't understand. They're both on the exact same percentage. Is there a part of you that wanted that fight to go longer, said Ariel? When you have a long training camp, you want to show that in the ring, said Silve. So he's 18. He just had his prom. Ariel is like, you're not affected by any of this. So he's got a big smile on his face. He's just so cool, calm, collected. Silve said that he said he's going to talk to his team. The crowd's absolutely incredible. I could go a few more rounds. So Silve said that he's willing to take another fight in 2022. Ariel Helwani is swooning over him, man. Ariel Helwani is just absolutely swooning over this guy. And understandably so. I think everyone is so impressed. Sonny said, I came joint 6th on Tapology. Oh, I only tend to praise the top 5, so that's a shame. My dog has fleas, said Chili Slayer. Shout out to you. Charles Dubronx, hope you are well, buds. Switchblade said a fight broke out backstage. Let's hope it doesn't cancel the main event. I wouldn't be surprised if it involved Nate Diaz. Is that true? Does the crowd look sold out? It looks sold out, yes. Can't see up in the higher stands, but it certainly feels like it's sold out, yes. But, yeah, it is... oh, God, I just can't stop thinking about that performance. The performance is amazing. So, yes, great work there by Silve. I've got a feeling we'll be seeing an awful lot of him in the future. But our attention is going to be turning to the main events. Feel free to get your thoughts in. Feel free to get your thoughts in as to who you think is going to be winning. We're nearly, I don't know where this poll could get. There's a chance that it could get to 15,000 by the time the fight starts. We're at 13.2, so we need 1,800 to get to 15,000. I'd just love to get it away from 47%, to be honest. So if you haven't voted, keep on voting. We've got one more fight to go, our main event of the evening. If you are just joining us, we've spoken extensively about this fight. We really have, over the past 8 hours, covered it a lot. But Jake Paul, he is 5-0 with 4 knockouts. He's very confident. He's an orthodox fighter. He's quick. He's powerful. He's improving. He likes to pressure. He's got excellent feints. He's got good forward offense. He uses the jab well, but he doesn't use it enough. And we looked at his numbers earlier. Big overhand right. He's had that from the very start. And the big overhand right is still a shot that he goes back to. He's got decent lateral movement now. So side-to-side movement going around the outside. He's got decent movement there. Good feints, as we said. He is talking about increasing his pace, and he's talking about increasing his volume. And I think he's going to need to increase his volume because Anderson Silva threw 400 shots against Chavez Jr. Last time we saw Jake Paul, he threw about 170. Granted, that was due to the fact that it only went it went about 8 rounds out of 10, I think. So there was still a couple of rounds that he could have gone. But either way, he would have been well down on Anderson, even if it had gone the distance. So Jake Paul is someone that's definitely got skills, but he can leave himself open. Certainly when he's lunging forwards, he can leave himself exposed, and he does lunge quite a bit. He can have his back foot off the mat when he lunges forwards, completely no threat to anyone then. You can't really throw anything with significance when you're basically standing on one foot. He does drag his back foot sometimes as he lunges forwards. We are seeing improvements with that, though. That is something that we are seeing him tidy up, and he looked a lot better in the second Woodley fight in regards to that than he was in the first. He is also someone that can lose a little bit of discipline. He's someone that, if things are going his way, he can seemingly abandon game plans. Like, he can keep things quite tight and, keep things, quite, moving in the direction he would want them to move in. But as soon as he starts getting success, you can start seeing him just throw anything out. Like, it doesn't feel like the game plan is kept as tight when he is succeeding. It feels like he gets it into his head, like, oh my God, I can win this. And so he starts to just flick anything out and throw anything out. That's really dangerous because unless you're really thinking through in that part of the fight, the end part of the fight, if you will, when you're looking for that finish, that is where someone like Anderson Silva is going to be able to get you. Anderson Silva's got great counters. Anderson Silva is great on when he's being pressured. So if you're putting pressure on Silva, bang, little uppercut, little hook shot, little jab, little something will come through from Anderson Silva. Jake's got to make sure that he keeps his discipline from the very start to the very finish. And that's going to be tricky. This is going to be a test for Jake. This is going to test a fair few things. I really hope Jake doesn't go out there and just catch Anderson with something at the start. I think that would be so disappointing because I do think that Anderson also presents openings. Anderson, though, is a southpaw. That's going to be a tricky situation. I think this is the first southpaw that Jake Paul has ever fought. I don't think he's actually ever faced a southpaw before. Silva, of course, has got tons of experience. He's 22 years older. He's fast, he's rangy, he's got a couple of knockouts in boxing. He got a big win over Chavez Jr. He is 22 years older. He likes to dictate the pace. He's got a 1.5-inch reach advantage. He can leave some gaps when he's going forwards. He's got great volume, but not great accuracy. And he's all right being on the back foot. As I said, if you pressure Silva, He's all right in that situation. Jake Paul is someone that likes to drive forward. He likes to pressure. Anderson Silva is someone very comfortable being pressured. And that makes for a very, very interesting encounter, a very, very interesting fight. The last odds that I saw had Jake Paul at -125 favorite. They had Anderson Silva at +105. Jake Paul, I think by decision, was +170. Knockout was +215. Anderson Silva by decision was about +600. And knockout was about +265, +300. It really feels to me like this is going to be Jake's. I think Jake only takes this fight if he is certain that he is going to get the victory here. I think that he has sparred with a lot of people. He's sparred with a lot of world champions. And I think that he knows where he's at with his boxing ability. And I think he feels ready for this challenge. And I'm sure people in his corner were still concerned. I don't know how much confidence you can have by accepting a fight with Anderson Silva. But it's a massive fight. This is the one that Dana kept saying to Jake, why don't you face Anderson, Jake? It's kind of an infamous promo now. But I think what gives this extra spice is the fact that we know that Dana wanted Jake to take this fight. We know that this is the fight that Dana was kind of insisting that, why don't you do that, Jake? If you are a fighter, why don't you take this fight, Jake? And so here we are. We are seeing Silva against Ortiz Triller Fight Club. We actually did this event. This was way back in September, 11th of September, 2021. Anderson the Spider Silva taking on Ortiz. And you can see that Silva over by the ropes. And we're in the first round here. He's kind of being driven back a little bit by Ortiz, but nothing of any concern. And he's so good when he's being pressured. You'll see the little pop, look, that right in the corner. And he catches him, bang, hook shot to the side. Ortiz goes down. But as I said, Ortiz always feels like he's there for the taking. He's been in so many fights. He's so wore down that I think those kind of shots are always going to be there against someone against Ortiz. I think it's very difficult to do that against a 28-year-old. I think it's very, very difficult to do that against someone, a 25 even. It's not even 28. 25-year-old Jake Paul. As you said, the age difference between them, 22 years. Jake Paul fight is next. It's next. That's when it starts, says HRH Trini. That's the time. Next. Mr. Pineapple said Silva will send Jake to the Shadow Realm where he will meet Mickey and Donald Duck. Well, we did just see a minion. Fight starts in 1 million. I've just gone with 1 million. It's probably less than that or more, actually. Sideline report, shout out to you. 1 million minutes. Switchblade said, Days, it was Nate and Jake's team having a backstage fight. I was right. Let's hope the fight still goes ahead. Footage is coming out now. Well, I mean, does that set everything up, does it? Is that going to play into the fight? Not hearing anything. Yeah, well, we're not hearing anything about there being any cancellations or anything like that. That's interesting. So a bit of backstage drama, seemingly. Nate Diaz and Jake's team. It's always a concern when you've got a Diaz in the building. But I don't think the commentators are talking about it. We demand a figure in a microwave. Oh, we've already done that, buds. Already done that. I think there's no mystery as to how that would go if we was to do it again. Awful. Edders, shout out to you, my friend. Magic Dak said the bell will ring in 22 minutes. Do you think they're going to make us wait that long? Do you think it'll... I mean, in all fairness, that co-main event did end early. I mean, it finished within like 40 seconds of the first round. So they might make us wait. At the moment, we are just seeing an aerial shot of the boxing ring. Keep your likes coming in. We're trying to get to 1,500. Keep your votes coming in. We're trying to get to 15,000. We're at 1, 2, 4, 9 at the moment in regards to likes. So, as we said, keep those likes coming in. They're greatly appreciated. The very next fight that's coming up, is Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva. Get your thoughts in. They're just showing his resume, Silva's resume. 34 wins, 11 losses, 1 no contest, 23 knockouts, 10 successful title defenses, longest championship reign in UFC history with 2,457 days, longest win streak in UFC history with 16 wins in a row, and the most knockouts in UFC title fights. Most knockouts in title fights in UFC history, 7 Anderson Silva. The only thing you've got to remember, though, is that striking is not just with the hands. I mean, there were lots of kicks in there. The front kick to the face of Vitor Belfort is definitely one of the best I've ever seen, but that was with his legs, and that's kind of something he's famous for. Obviously, you can't do that in boxing, so you do have to remember that wasn't always with his hands, but he definitely did get knockout wins with his hands. I'm thinking most notably against Forrest Griffin, but he did also get put away. I am thinking most notably about Chris Weidman. But we are just seeing Jake making his way down to the ring. I think last time, was it, when he was in there against Woodley? I think, was this the Woodley 1 fight? Woodley 1 fight, that's 29th of August. This is when he was in there with Tyron Woodley the first time. Again, using that overhand quite a bit. It was quite low volume, in all fairness. Quite low volume. But, yeah, there was definitely some skills on display. More noticeably in the second fight, to be honest. I thought Jake made big improvements from the first fight to the second fight. Certainly in regards to his footwork. Certainly in regards to, like, the fact that he was getting center ground a lot more. He, in the first fight, was always on the outside. In the second fight, you could see that he was moving into the center a lot more. And that's really important because you don't want to be getting backed into the corner, backed up against the ropes. You don't want to limit your space. And Jake gave himself a lot more space in that second fight by going back to the center and having that space around him. So, and they're just showing that knockout. Absolutely amazing. The Collier said, imagine thinking that a 47-year-old Silva would win. Ollie said, has it happened? It's not happened yet. No, we're still working our way towards it. Who do you think won? O'Malley versus Jan. I thought it was a draw. I thought it was a draw. I thought that they were... Yeah, I'm sure I thought it was a draw across the 5 rounds. And I didn't hate the result, to be honest. I know a lot of people think it was Jan. I actually thought it was quite close. And we did our live watch along for that. Blake said, can you answer my question? Blake, what's your question, dudes? I will try and answer it. Yell it again. When does it start? We don't know, but it's the next fight. It's Cozy said, when does it start? We don't know. It's the next fight. LFC Rico said, Jake is going to knock out Silva. Summit says, hello. Twitter DMs if you can, says Niall. I haven't really had a chance to jump onto Twitter today. I mean, we have done 8 hours, 14 minutes of streaming right now. We have been streaming for over 8 hours, and we are only now at the main event. Robbie said, Silva F's up Jake for 8 rounds. It was 3 rounds, said Tomas. You are right. It's me, Pablo said, if he knocked out Tito, he could possibly knock out Paul, said It's Me, Pablo. George Foreman beat a young buck. That is true. I mean, George Foreman in his 40s obviously went on to have another world title. But I don't know that we can compare that to this. But Anderson Silva is definitely a threat. The one thing I would say is I do not think he's got 0 chance here at all. And actually, we're at 13,890 votes 13,890. It's still 47. Nearly 4,000 votes have come in, and this has just been stuck. I don't know if you lot are doing this on purpose or something. I have no idea. But how are we still at 47% for Jake and 47% for Anderson Silva and 6% for a draw? It seems like every time someone's voting for Jake, another vote comes in for Anderson Silva. It's amazing. It is amazing. But we are continuing to work our way towards this main event. Hopefully by the time it starts, that will have separated. But I'm really losing confidence because it's been that way for quite a while now. It seems like you lot can't make your mind up as to who is winning this. Who wins? Jake or Anderson Silva? I'll give you an answer. I think it's Jake. I think Jake wins this. Who do you think wins this? Are you from Liverpool? No. I'm from Birmingham. Nothing but love for Liverpool, though. Z Plum said, I don't think Anderson will be as motivated as Jake. I agree. Anderson has seen it all, but Jake now has a chance to beat a proper striker. I think Jake by knockout in the 4th round. I do agree. I mean, look, this means everything to Jake. This is Jake's biggest moment of his life. You know, this is his hero. He is stepping into the ring with one of his heroes in a boxing match. And he's undefeated. And if he can continue winning, it's just bigger and bigger fights that await. There is obviously a concern that if he loses, most notably gets knocked out, I think the interest in his fights will decrease. I think there's a lot of people that tune in hoping to see Jake get knocked out, right? That's part of his appeal. He heals it up. And I think people, I certainly think that's why Dana tunes in. But if he gets knocked out, I think that his impact would be lessened in the pay-per-view market. I don't know by how much. He's still going to be a massive draw, but I think it would go down. This is everything to Jake. This is everything. Like, he can't afford to get knocked out. He needs to get the victory. It's against his idol. He's undefeated. He's got massive fights coming next year. The whole narrative of his career could potentially change if he loses tonight. It could also change if he wins. Whatever happens, we go down a different path, right? He's been talking about wanting to be a world champion. If you can't beat 47-year-old Anderson Silva, then I think you can forget world championships. So, yeah, he needs this win. I completely agree. Jake is going to be more motivated for this than what Anderson Silva will. This is like a hobby for Anderson Silva. This is a hobby. This is something to do, right? This is nothing for Anderson Silva. This is absolutely nothing. So this is just a payday for Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva's already said if he loses, it doesn't affect his legacy. The way that he's looking at it, if he loses this, it's just not the end of the world. It's not a problem. He's been saying that he knows that his legacy is safe. I do think it's a problem if he gets knocked out, to be honest. I think if he gets knocked out, that's a problem. I think he needs to avoid that. But I think if he just goes to decision, then honestly, I think it's all right. There'll be a bit of banter by people. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think this will be a problem if he loses. We are just seeing a video of Anderson. So Anderson is at the press conference. It feels like they might be making us wait till 4. So they might be making us wait another 12 minutes. We've already had 14,100 votes. We are going back to the arena, and it does look full. It does look full. It's hard to see in the upper stands if there's any empty seats, but certainly in the lower section, there's nothing at all. Up in the upper stands, I think there are some empty seats in the upper stands. Just trying to have a look, and I think in the far distance, there's some empty seats. So don't know that it's sold out, but some of them could be like corporate, that, you know, the seats were never actually for sale. They get given out to people. There's a lot of like corporate comp tickets and everything. So either way, I expect this to do quite well in regards to pay-per-view buys. I think that this is one that's really grabbed people's attention. There's certainly a lot of sports stars there, a lot of celebrities there. There's a real buzz around the arena. It's been a pretty decent undercard, actually. Obviously, Silve just really grabbing the headlines with that co-main event. But I thought the Chris Avila and Dr. Mike fight was all right. Santiago as well against Neves. I thought that was pretty fun. And I thought Uriah Hall against Bell was pretty awful. To be honest, I wasn't really feeling that. But either way, pretty fun main cards. And we are just seeing backstage that Jake is waiting. Jake's ready to come out. He's got his gloves on. Looks like Jake is going to be in white and black. That seems to be the theme here for this one. I'm just having a look. He's got white and black. Yeah, he's got white and black gloves. His shorts look to be like white and black, one half white, one half black. I don't know that he's got, he used to have like LED panels on his shorts. I don't know if we've got any LED panels. I don't know if I can see any of those, but yeah, he's taking a bit of a breather at the moment. We've got potentially 10 minutes to go. Jake Paul is going to take a canvas nap soon, said Fast Eddie. Blake said, would you like just say yes, like in the watch along? What do you mean, dude? What time is it over where you are? It is, I don't know, actually. I know that sounds crazy, but the clocks went back an hour here in the UK, and I don't actually know if my clock's gone back or not. It says that it's 3:51 in the morning. So right now, 3:51 a.m. here in the UK. But I know the clocks at some point go back, and they might have already gone back. If Jake wins this, is this a fight we should get respect from the Furies, said Wrestle Buzz. If not, what opponent gets the respect? I think that it some of it is down to who he beats, but some of it is down to his performance. And to be honest, I give him props for the improvements that you can see. And you can do it yourselves, as I said. Watch the first Woodley fight and then watch the second Woodley fight, and you will see improvement from Jake Paul. Jake Paul is showing better footwork. He is staying in his stance a lot longer. He's taking the center ground more. We're just seeing like some really, really good improvement by Jake, which is not surprising. He's got an incredible team around him. The amount of money that he is spending here is incredible on like all of this. He's taking it super, super serious. We are just seeing a message there. Logan reading out a message to Jake. I don't know exactly what he was saying. I didn't know if the audio was there, but it wasn't, unfortunately. But Logan just read out a message to Jake. Jake took it on board. He's trying to get himself into a certain mindset. So the answer, to answer your question, will we give Jake props for this? I would give Jake props for this. Anderson Silva is a legend, one of the biggest names, maybe the biggest name in the history of UFC. He's known as a striker. He's got knockout wins. If Jake can knock him out, I feel like if Jake knocks out Anderson Silva, we're done with UFC fighters. The only ones I'd be interested in would be Nate, Masvidal, or Conor. Like, that would be it. Nate Diaz, Jorge Masvidal, or Conor McGregor. Outside of that, I think we're done with UFC fighters. And it does make it a bit tricky to know what's next then, because you can do KSI, but I think everyone's going to give Jake the advantage in that. Jake, I think in most people's minds, is ahead of KSI. Big fight, one that would grab the attention, obviously, of social media. But I feel like Jake should go into that as a heavy favorite. And then who else do you do? I mean, like, you really are starting to look then at boxers. You've got to go into boxers. But the problem he's got is that anyone that's got a record that's going to be comparable is not going to have a name. You're going to have to build someone up. Like, Tommy Fury is only an option because of the Fury name. If Tommy Fury didn't have the Fury name, he would not be in the running. It's the Fury name that got Tommy in the mix. So that's his problem, really. This is why he's taking on old, washed-up UFC fighters. Because, if he takes on boxers, it's a gamble. And also, the shows ain't going to be as big. And, none of those fighters can bring fans because they're making their own names. So I don't know if we start looking at washed-up boxers next. Floyd's name has been mentioned. And when I say washed up, I don't mean it in a disrespectful way. I just mean that they're not in their primes, you know? Clearly Anderson Silva is not in his prime here. He's not even in his own sport. So this is why I'm leaning towards Jake getting the victory here. We are 600 votes away from getting to 15,000. So make sure that you are leaving a comment. We are 180 likes away. 180. Make sure that you are continuing to leave likes. It makes a massive difference. We are seeing Anderson Silva in black and gold. Mainly black, actually, with gold highlights down the side. He looks really good. Anderson Silva down on his knees. He's got black Adidas boxing gloves on. Jake has got white and black shorts. Seems like there's some kind of things dangling off it. So looks like it's got some pattern on of some description. But either way, we're having a look at the weigh-in now. They're making us wait. I think they definitely are going to make us wait another 5 minutes here for this one. Tyson 2 fights on the day. Casso Crime, shout out to you. Char and Jake Paul on the same day for Tyson Fury. William, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Connor needs 6 months of USADA testing, said Miss Vicky May. B10X said Tyron Woodley and Nate Diaz were in a brawl against Jake Paul's team. Is Tyron Woodley there, is he? Has that footage come out, is it now? I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. Nate Diaz getting into a brawl will surprise nobody whatsoever. But yeah, I'm surprised if Tyron Woodley's there and he's been involved. So B10X, shout out to you. YouTube said, I don't care if Silva loses, he is a legend. Johnny the sports guy said, are you near Kent? Don't believe so. I think Kent's down south, isn't it? So no, I am in the Midlands over towards the west, over towards the Welsh border. What are you watching on? I'm watching it on Fight TV. So watching it on Fight TV here in the UK. Summit, hello Summit, said Arnold Allen tied Volk for a 10-win streak today. Did you know that? I didn't. I did see that he'd picked up a victory. It's an excellent result. And yeah, who knows where he can go from here. But Sticky Bird, shout out to you. Drew, the YouTuber Doba is going to win, said Justin. First MMA fighter to KO Jake Paul will never pay for another beer, said VLS. Yes. Very true. Bustin Base said so many options for Jake if he wins. Props to Jake for marketing. JMAC said fight will probably start in about 5-10 minutes. It's Cozy said prediction. I've got Jake Paul. I fear knockout. God, I hope it's not. I really hope it's not. But I do fear a knockout for Jake, a knockout victory. But I do think Silva can get this. I don't know that Silva's going to find a knockout. I think if Silva gets it, then I think he's going to out-volume Jake. The volume is with Silva. As we said before, 400 punches against Chavez Jr. Not all of them landing, of course, but just throwing, working. Like, he is someone that has been the distance in boxing. He's someone that's been in there with an incredible boxer. He's someone that got the victory and threw 400 punches. This wasn't 10 years ago or anything like that. This was just the other year. I'm sure there probably is a little bit of slowdown that Anderson is going to have suffered. Maybe he's not even the same fighter that took on Chavez Jr., but even so, I think that he's going to be bringing some real skills. And here we go. We're getting the introduction for the Spider. Anderson, the Spider Silva, getting his introduction. And we're just seeing these two come in face to face. Whole world is interested in this one. You know when you've got a big fight and you know that the world is watching. It's exactly what's happening right now. I feel like the world is watching this. Anderson, the Spider, Silva, we're just seeing him doing some training. He's got a lovely home. Lovely, lovely home. Andrew Tate versus Jake Paul, said Summit. I honestly don't know that. I don't know that they would give Tate that kind of platform. Apparently, Logan was interested in facing Andrew Tate. He said that on his podcast, but he said that he doesn't want to give Andrew Tate a platform. He's been banned and kicked off a lot of platforms, and he doesn't want to give Andrew Tate a platform. So I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know if he wants to give him that opportunity. I don't know if Jake would do the same. Jake's obviously a very different person to Logan, though. Maybe he doesn't care. If he thinks that the money's there, perhaps he'll do it. It's an option. I don't know it's an option he should pursue. I think there's lots of options for Jake. We are 400 votes away. Keep your votes coming in. We'll have a look at the poll. As soon as we get to 15,000 votes, we will take a look at the poll. Keep your votes coming in. Keep your likes coming in. We are at 1,379. Keep those likes coming in. It's greatly appreciated as Anderson, the Spider Silva, is getting his introduction right now. We are seeing, here we go, Anderson coming out with his team. Ring walk time. Anderson Silva, man. It doesn't matter if he is 47 years old. It doesn't matter if he is 97 years old. He is still one of the greatest combat fighters, one of the greatest mixed martial artists that has ever walked the planet. This guy is an absolute GOAT. If you've never watched MMA and you've heard everyone talking about him and you've heard everyone singing his praises, it is all true. It is all true. He is the man. There'll be people out there that say John Jones. There'll be people out there that say George St. Pierre. For me, it's always been Anderson Silva. And I think if Jake Paul gets a victory over him, he's got props. But I think Jake's slowly gotten props anyway. I don't think people treat him like the same kid that first arrived. You know, I think people are giving Jake props now. I think that knockout against Woodley, I think, changed people's perception, you know. So not the longest ring walk. It took the Minion a long time, but it didn't take Anderson Silva very long. Anderson Silva is here for a good time, not a long time. He's made his way down to the ring. And so we are just waiting Jake and Jake's entrance right now. Keep your thoughts coming in. Jake said, I put 5K on Jake knockout first round. Let's go Silva, said Captain 41. They're both juicing. Duck YouTube said 47 is the new 18. First MMA fighter to knock out Jake Paul will never have to pay for another beer. Captain 41 said the GOAT of MMA. Sonny says, I'm going to cry. Do it, Sonny. If you're going to do it, now's the time to do it. As the problem child gets ready to make his ring walk. We've got the Stars and Stripes, the American flag, showing on a screen as Jake's making his way out. He's got a tactical vest on. I think he's wore this tactical vest before. It's half white, half black. Jake Paul stepping out. We've got the two Jake bots following behind him. So Jake Paul making his way down, and it's a full-on circus that comes down with Jake Paul. We've got quite an army of people, and we've got two giant Jake bots as well, or whatever they're known as, Paulatrons. Making their way down. Jake Paul ring walk right now. The GOAT of MMA, I don't see GSP. He's there, actually. GSP's there. He's on the commentary, I think, I don't know if he's on the commentary or doing hosting duty, but he is actually part of this broadcast. We're nearly at 15,000. Nearly at 15,000. Duck YouTube said, I'm so pumped. Jake will win. Jake is inside the ring. It's not the most, it's not the biggest entrance we've seen from Jake. He's in there. I think he's very focused. I think this is one that he is really, really focused on. Anderson Silva, 10 centimeter inch advantage. Let's have a look. It's not moving. We're going to end the poll. End the poll. There we go. Anderson Silva, 46%. Jake Paul, 46%. Draw, 6%. 15,000 votes. A big thank you to everyone that voted. Keep sharing your thoughts. The time for talking is almost done. It is time for the main event of the evening. Jake Paul, Anderson Silva, both fighters are inside the ring. Both fighters inside the ring right now. How long is this fight going to go for? This is our featured bout of the evening. Both fighters getting their introductions. How is this going to go? How is this fight going to play out? Mauro Ranallo is on commentary here in the US on Showtime. Michael, shout out to you. Love Mauro. Yeah, we don't have Mauro here on Fight TV. Lee77 said, thank you for what you do. Roll on, dude. Lee, appreciate the support, my friends. Appreciate the support. I think by the time this is all said and done, I reckon this stream's going to clock in at well over 9 hours. We're already at 8 hours 36. We were prepared for this to be a long one, though. And oh my God, I wouldn't miss this for the world. Anderson Silva, Jake Paul, both in the ring right now, both getting their introductions. Randy said Jake Paul, second round knockout. Jilly, shout out to you. Justin said Paul versus Silva. Let's get ready to rumble. Michael said, how many rounds is this? It's 8 rounds. Duck YouTube said, I'm feeling it. Tim said, what's Rose doing? What? Rose Namajunas? Don't know, but I hope she's happy. I bet Ariel feels proud, said Aciel. Jake in round 3. LFC Rico, shout out to you. Ruxo said it's rigged. Jason wants to see Jake take on M&M. Sonny said Mr. Krabs for no reason whatsoever. Here we go, said Gabriel. Big Raw. Anderson Silva getting his introduction right now. Lots of respect for both fighters. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Spider. Anderson Silva. He seems very, very focused. This must be so surreal for Jake to stare opposite and see his idol staring back at him. It must be surreal. But we are about to get underway with this introduction for Anderson the Spider Silva. Introducing Anderson the Spider Silva. Big roar. Big roar. Big roar. It's great to see in Silva getting the respect that he deserves. Crowd loving Anderson Silva. There's a few boos, you know, for Jake here. It seems like this is an Anderson Silva crowd. Yeah, a few boos for Jake fighting out of Cleveland, Ohio. That's interesting. Lovely reaction for Anderson Silva, but not the strongest reaction for Jake. I really thought Jake would have shifted some tickets here. I thought there would be a fair few Jake fans, but seemingly this crowd is an Anderson Silva crowd. Little smile on the face of Jake. It's rigged, says Kian. Chalmers said, I've still got Jake. Boos, man. Loud boos for Jake. Loud boos for Jake. Wow. Wow, loud boos. That's probably the loudest I've heard boos for Jake. This is he's going to break a lot of hearts if he knocks out Anderson Silva, man. He is going to break a lot of hearts. He's going to break my heart. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Are you nervous? Fans of Anderson Silva, how are you feeling? I'm having to rearrange pens here. Come on, Anderson. Don't get knocked out. I don't care if he loses. Just don't get knocked out. Both fighters coming into the center. Jake looks homeless. Jake's going to get a knockout in round 3. Wow, in Cleveland, and boos for Jake. Uppercut is going to explode his nose, said Joe. Let's go, Jake, said Keith shout outs. Jake looks nervous as hell. I know how he feels. Silver triangle, said Summit, yes. Front kick to the face by Anderson Silva. Jeez Louise, man, the noise coming from the crowd. We've gone up a few different levels in volume here. This is not a Jake Paul crowd, though. Here we go. Time for talking is done. Didn't expect to ever see this, but see this we will as the bell sounds. Jake takes the center ground. Jake in the middle. Anderson Silva on the outsides. Jake doubling up with his jabs, actually. Doubling up with his jabs. Again, standing in the center. There's quite a distance between them. Anderson is on the outside, is keeping his lead hand down. And we're seeing a bit more movement here from Anderson now. Both fighters just out of range. Obviously, this first round, there's going to be a lot of downloading of information. Jake going for a jab to the body. Anderson keeping himself out of range. And we've got Jake flicking out a jab. Low volume at the moment. We're not seeing Anderson engaging. Anderson, if he can find an opening, he'll take it. Jake's got to be very careful, not giving anything to Anderson. Nice head movement there by Anderson. Anderson looking very cool, calm, collected. Anderson, though, is he's keeping this hand down. I'm really worried that Jake's looking quite lively. Lovely footwork there by Jake. Jab to the body by Jake. Jab to the body, drives Anderson back. Anderson pouring away a little bit, using that lead jab to just kind of keep Jake back. Jake's the one that's working harder at the moment. Lovely output here by Jake. Anderson not offering much at the moment. Anderson just trying to get into the rhythm of the fight. Anderson is a rhythm fighter. Oh, lovely right hand there by Jake. Lovely right hand by Jake. Jake getting low. Jake really getting low as he tries to get towards Anderson. Starting to see some footwork here by Anderson now. Couple of jabs coming in by Jake. Jake looking so much more lively than he did in that second fight and much more lively than the first Woodley fight. Jake said we would see some improvements. He seems a lot hungrier. He seems to be more aggressive. He seems to be more confident. But we're not seeing him land anything. I'd be giving it to Jake. Nice body shot there by Jake. So we're seeing Jake land a couple of body shots. Not really seeing much coming from Anderson. 50-odd seconds to go. 50-odd seconds to go in the round. It feels like a Jake round. Jake again jabbing away. Anderson coming forward. Jab to the body there by Jake. Anderson is edging forwards. Couple of jabs. That's a lovely, lovely left hand there by Anderson. That got through. Lovely left hand by Anderson. Again, trying to jab to the body there by Jake. Jake keeping his hands up. Anderson pouring out. This is like a game of chess at the moment. Couple of jabs coming in here by Jake. Anderson's like an old master on the outside. Again, just taking his time. He's not getting carried away. He's being very, very patient. He's always dangerous, though. He's always dangerous. They touch gloves. Again, Jake coming right back into the center. Jab coming in. Another jab coming in. End of the round. That's a Jake Paul round. Jake Paul rounds. They're just saying that they don't know that they've seen a less productive round for a fighter than what they just got from Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva was just very much keeping Jake at bay. He was keeping a lot of distance. Jake was really lunging. Jake was definitely the aggressor. I feel like that's a Jake round. Let me know how you're seeing it, though. Let me know how you're seeing it. I've got it being a Jake round. Anna Heel Doors, who's lovely in real life, says Jake rounds. Silva biding his time. Lakeland promoter says 1-0 Jake. Johnny said, let's go Silva. Butterstotch said Jake 1-0. Tyler's got 1-0 Jake. YN has got it as a Jake round as well. Azazel said, come on, Silva. Yep. Well, listen, first round was a round for getting into a rhythm, into a groove. Let's see if Silva can get into a better rhythm in this round. He couldn't really get into the fight. A couple of jabs coming forward there by Silva. Silva starting to show a little bit more. Jake getting backed up against the ropes. This is better by Silva. He's taken the center ground and he's got Jake over by the ropes. Oh, big shot there. Big overhand in that first round. 2 jabs to 1 to Jake Paul in that first round. That's how low the output was Again, we're seeing Silva just up in the work rate. He teased. Oh, that's a lovely shot there by Silva. Lovely work by Silva. Jake, big swing and a miss. Silva's really opening up now. Lovely uppercut there by Silva. Lovely uppercut by Silva. Jake takes it. Jake trying to get some jabs off. Jake trying to swing away. We're getting so much more action in this fight. Silva has got Jake over by the ropes. Jab coming in. Jake clinches up with Silva. Brilliant, brilliant action. Brilliant action. Silva's like, come on. Come on. Silva in the rhythm of the fight. Hands are down. He's on the outside. He's got to make sure he doesn't get caught with so much stupid. Silva dancing around on the outside. Comes in. He's found that rhythm. There were some lovely moments in this round for Silva. He's got to be careful, though. Don't get carried away. He's got Jake up against the ropes. Couple of shots coming in here by Silva. Jabbing away. Oh, that's a big, big right hand there by Jake. Left hand misses. Silva with his hands down, man. Silva with his hands down is worrying me. I think we can all remember what happened against Chris Weidman when Silva did something similar and he ended up getting caught. Silva with some head movement, getting down low. We're seeing real unorthodox. Look at this from Silva. Look at this by Silva. Jake getting backed up. Jake getting backed up. Silva with his hands down. He's making Jake look like a right fool. He really is showing up Jake. His hands completely down. He's absolutely ghosting him. Jake back in the corner. Big shot there by Anderson Silva. God. Hands down, proper, just absolutely taunting Jake. When do you see Jake getting taunted like this? Jake's normally the one that's bragging and taunting and showboating. It's not normal that you see this from, you don't see this from Ben Askren. You wasn't seeing this from Tyrone Woodley. Amazing, amazing by Silva. Silva is in there having fun. And that one feels like a Silva round to me. That one feels like a Silva round. 1-1. My God, Silva, let's go. There were some brilliant moments. That is one of the hardest rounds that Jake has ever had. Backed up in the corner. Silva is finding ways through. There's a couple of shots, though, that Jake has landed. Silva's chin is being tested. And this really, really is living up to the hype. We wanted a classic. We're getting a classic. Which way is this fight going to go? So entertaining. So entertaining so far. Anderson comes out, adjusts his belt. He is ready. I do worry about his overconfidence here. I really do worry that arrogance could sneak in. That is something that has affected Anderson Silva in the past. But either way, we are underway with round number 3. Anderson in the rhythm of the fight. Jake coming out, couple of jabs. Jake has got that right hand that he can always unload. We're seeing a lot of left-hand jabs. Nice right to the body there by Jake Paul. Coming in. Anderson has driven Jake back against the ropes. There's a dig to the body by Anderson Silva. Referee comes in, looks to separate them apart. Referee separating them. Anderson Silva again on the front foot. Jake's having to operate on the back foot. He doesn't operate as well. Power punches. 8 by Silva that have landed. 7 by Paul. We've got this 1-1 at the moment. Silva is the one on the front foot. Uppercut. Jake gets out of there. Jake is getting caught by these shots. Oh, that's a lovely left hand there by Anderson Silva. Lovely hook shot, but Jake comes back with some strikes of his own. He's got Jake Paul up against the ropes. Dig to the body. They tie up. Nice hook shot there by Anderson Silva. This is a real war for Jake. This is a real war. He's backed up in the corner again. That's a lovely left hand by Anderson. Anderson again covering up, taking the fight to Jake. Jake is backed in the corner. He's trying to throw big shots, but they're not landing. And they tie up. Referee having a look. Little uppercut just misses by Anderson Silva. Jake Paul having a little look. We're in the center of the ring at the moment. Couple of jabs coming in. Right hand gets through by Jake Paul. Overhand gets through by Jake Paul. Silva eats it. Another right hand by Jake. This feels like a good little spell by Jake. Silva, though, goes right back to the center. Hands are down, bouncing around. Nice right hand jab coming in there by Silva. 1-2 by Silva. Jake on the outside. Jake constantly being driven back here by Anderson Silva. Silva having a little bit of a look. Feels like there might be some damage on the nose of Anderson Silva. I feel like some of these shots from Jake have definitely got through into the clinch, over by the ropes. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Jake goes back to the one side, Silva in the center. Silva coming forward, jab, snaps back Silva's head. Couple of jabs coming in, doubles up on the jabs. Hooks to the body by Silva. Hooks to the body, into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them apart. We've got less than 30 seconds to go. Silva in the center. Silva coming forward. Oh, the big right by Jake. Couple of shots getting in. Silva's chin is being tested, but he's eating them. He's eating them. Jake coming forward. He's landed some big shots, and Silva is eating those shots. Lovely left hand there. Uppercut by Silva. This is easily the most entertaining fight that Jake Paul has ever been a part of. This is easily the most entertaining fight. It's not even close. You could add all the other fights together. The 3 rounds that we have had so far have been absolutely captivating. Absolutely captivating. That is a really, really close round. Both guys having their moments. Let me know how you are scoring it so far. Let me know how you are seeing it. Let me know how you are scoring it. That round was close. That round was close. That round was close. 2-1 to Silva. 2-1 Silva. Who's winning? That round was close, man. I think you could go 2-1 Jake. I think you could go 2-1 Silva. I think you can go either way. I feel like it's definitely 2-1 to someone. I feel like it's definitely 2-1 to someone. That round is really, really close. 2-1 Silva, 2-1 Jake, 2-1 Silva, 2-1 Jake. People are really torn on how that round went. Both fighters coming back into the center. Both fighters coming into the center, and Silva moving forwards. Jake edging forward. Nice shots there by Jake. It's a really good fight so far. Silva, I think he's got some damage on his nose, and the commentators are just talking about that. Right, total punches through round 3. Jake, 27. Silva, 21. Silva has landed 26% of his strikes. Jake has landed 22% of his. So Jake just slightly ahead on the scorecards. I think it's 2-1, and I think it might be 2-1 to Jake, and there is blood pouring down the nose of Anderson Silva. There is blood coming down the nose of Anderson Silva. He has been clipped by something with Jake. That might make the breathing very, very difficult. Hands down here by Jake. Jake really in a war here. Jake is really being tested. Anderson being tested as well. Anderson, both guys in the center. We knew this was going to be close. The people in the chat couldn't separate these two. People on commentary saying that could be a broken nose. I think it is. So it looks like Silva might have broken his nose against Jake. Big shot there by Jake as Silva is coming forward. Nice hook shot. Lovely uppercut by Silva. Body shot coming in. Jab coming in by Jake. Silva's not going away, though. He's putting the pressure on Jake. Jake on the outside. Nice shots coming in. Swing and a miss there by Silva. Jake, again, got his hands down. He's looking. He's trying to find a way through. Silva responds with some dancing of his own. I think Jake has tried a few different tricks. Nothing seems to be working. That's a big uppercut that just misses by Jake Paul. Big, big uppercut. Whistles past the face of Silva. Jab to the body there by Jake. Silva coming forwards. Couple of shots coming in. Silva eats those shots. This feels like it might be another Jake round. Jake backing up a little bit. Silva needs to do something here. We got 40-odd seconds. They clinch up. I think the nose is causing a lot of difficulty here for Silva. I think the nose is causing a lot of problems. We are seeing Silva bouncing around in the center. Jake on the outside. Jab coming in. Blood coming down the nose of Anderson Silva. 25 seconds to go. Jake going down. He goes down and then swings his hooks high. So he tends to go down. You don't know if he's going to the body. You don't know if he's going to the head. He's definitely caught Anderson with shots, and Anderson is still moving forwards. We got 10 seconds left in the round. They clinch up. Hook shot there by Silva. Jake on the outside. Nice combo. 1-2. Anderson has got Jake up against the ropes. Uppercut. Big shot at the end there by Silva. Big shot at the end by Silva, but Jake survives. We're going to go into round number 5. I give that round to Paul as well. I've got it 3-1 Jake right now. I've got it 3-1 to Jake. 3-1 Jake. Hamza has got it 3-1 Jake. Kyle thinks it's 2-2. I've got no arguments for anyone that's got it 2-2. 2-2, 3-1. I've got it 3-1 to Jake. This is such a fantastic fight, though. I do worry about the nose of Anderson Silva. I think he's really struggling now to get oxygen into his body. I think there is a breakage there. And I think that that's going to prove to be very problematic as we go into these final rounds. So after 4 rounds, I've got it 3-1 to Jake. We are at the halfway point of the fight. Jake has been tested like never before. We are underway with round number 5. So Jake in the center ground, Anderson Silva on the outside. Desert Diamond Arena commentators saying that it's close. Nice head movement there by Jake. Anderson Silva on the outside, bouncing around. They said that if Jake's going to take over, now would be the time to take over. He's going for some big body shots. Anderson trying to cover up. Anderson trying to cover up as he goes over to the corner. Jake couldn't find a way through. Anderson right into the center. Jab coming into the body. Hook shot coming in by Jake. Anderson just standing there. Little bit of a punching bag. Jake on the outside. Jab coming in there by Jake. Anderson coming forwards. Shots coming in. He's taking it to Jake. Jake trying to clinch up with Anderson. Anderson looking for an uppercut. Jake on the outside going over to the corner. He's backed in the corner. This is a good place for Anderson. He's got Jake against the ropes. Jake showing great head movement, though. Great head movement by Jake. Gets caught by a couple of shots, though. Anderson trying to dig into Jake. Uppercut coming into Jake. Jake is working. He is scrapping. I think he's going to get some respect from this. That's a big left hand by Anderson. Big left hand. And he's got Jake over by the ropes again. Anderson again. Big hook shots coming in by Jake. Trying to work on the insides. Anderson, couple of jabs coming in by Jake. Anderson's got Jake over in the corner. Trying to land some big body shots. Digging in a shot there. Jake taking a deep breath. Halfway through round number 5 at the moment. Right hand comes in by Jake. I think we're seeing nice head movement there by Anderson. The tying up, the clinching up. We're not seeing anywhere near as many clinches as what we did when Jake took on Tyron Woodley. Jake on the outside. Anderson bouncing around in the center. Anderson edging forwards. Jake trying to find a way forwards. Trying to jab to the body. Anderson is still in there, though. He's given a good account of himself. Anderson edging forwards. Casuals will say this is rigged, said TCB. It's been brilliant. It's been so enjoyable. So enjoyable. Shot to the body there by Jake. He actually went with a right to the body and a left hook upstairs. Jake over against the ropes at the moment as Anderson is edging forwards. Jake getting caught over by the ropes quite a bit. I think what he's showing in this fight is that he can counter. And I think he's showing that he can take punishment. And I think he's showing loads. He's showing that he can be engaged in a war. That's what he's showing. And that's exactly what this has been. Couple of jabs falling short. Uppercut there by Anderson Silva. Silva trying to find a way forwards. Jab coming in there by Silva. Big left hand. Jake over by the ropes. And end of the round. End of the round. Let me know how you are seeing it. Let me know how you are seeing it. Notorious Burin has got it 3-2 Silva. I think Silva might have just edged that. I mean, I feel like he's driving Jake back at times. I've got Jake winning this fight. But let me know how you are seeing it. How many rounds? Said guitarist 6494. There's 8 rounds in this fight. 8 rounds in this fight. We are going into round number 6. We've got 3 rounds to go. 6, 7, 8. How are you seeing it? How are you seeing it? 3-2 to Silva, 3-2 to Jake, 3-2 Silva, 3-2 Jake, 3-2 Silva. People are split, man. They're saying that Silva's looking like a boxer. Silva's looking really good. He's got good boxing skill. The only concern will be if he starts gassing out, to be honest. He comes out, though. He's still got a nice bounce in his step. He's still got a nice bounce in there. Round 6 out of 8. Jake Paul standing in the center. This has been a real test for Jake. It's been a real test for Silva, in all fairness. Jake is the one that's jabbing away. Silva on the outsides. Silva has landed 11 jabs. Jake has landed 19. Nice shot there. But Paul has thrown a lot more, actually. Uppercut just misses by Silva. Shot coming in there by Jake. Silva standing his ground in the center. Nice head movement there by Silva. Jake trying to get a jab off. We're seeing Logan on the outside talking to someone next to him. And into the clinch. I think Silva not happy there with something. I don't know if there's a slight clash of heads, but they break apart. Back into the center. 1 minute gone in round number 6. We're not seeing much out of either guy. I think there probably is some fatigue that's setting in here, but we are... Oh, that's nice by Jake, though. Jake still unloading. You can tell that... nice hook shot there by Jake. You can tell that Jake's putting the work in the gym. You can tell that he's got cardio. He's still looking. He's still having a look to see if he can find a way through. Anderson standing his ground in the center. Jab coming in there by Jake, just falls short. Again, Jake feinting. Uses those feints a lot. And we're seeing Silva on the outside. Jab coming into the body there by Jake Paul. And Silva just moving around on the outside. We need to see some output here by Silva. We need to see some output. This is probably the least active round that we've had so far. Oh, that's nice by Jake. Bang, bang, bang. It's about a 4 fights, 4 punch combo there by Jake. Finishes it off with a jab to the head of Anderson Silva. Shot coming into the side of the head as they were in the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them apart. We've got 1 minute left to go here. 1 minute left to go. We've got Anderson in the center, throwing out a straight right hand. Jake standing his ground in the center as well. Feels like this is a Jake round to me. Feels like a Jake round. Not seeing much from Silva in this round. Not a good round for Silva, the commentators just say. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Jake covering up over by the ropes. And Silva needs to make some account here. But Jake lets his hands go. They're quite close. Little uppercut there by Silva. Such an enjoyable contest. Silva is taking this round to recover, said Justin. The KO is taking long, said Rookie. Oh, nice head movement there by Silva. Big, big power shot thrown by Jake. Silva's got Jake over by the ropes. Jake is showing that he can take punishment. Jake is showing that he can take shots. He's trying to cover up. He's trying to swing away. Silva with a big uppercut. Big uppercut by Silva. Cut right at the end of the round. Jake takes it. Jake takes it. Wow. That uppercut at the end. Big, big uppercut by Silva. Wow. Still a Jake round for me. But I think he really gave Jake something to think about. I've got it 4-2 to Jake. I've got it 4-2 to Jake. Let me know in the chat how you are seeing it, how you are scoring it. 3-3, 3-3, 3-3, 4-2 Jake, 4-2 Silva, 4-2 Jake, 3-3, 5-1 Silva, said return of the Rusty Spooner. 6-0 Jake, 3-3, 3-3, 3-3. Yeah, I've got it 4-2. I think if you've got it 3-3, I totally understand why. Totally understand why. Right, here we go then. Round number 7. We got 2 rounds to go. Silva came out a bit early. Referee pushes him back. 2 rounds left. It's been a fantastic fight. It really has been enjoyable. Easily the best fight I've ever seen from Jake Paul. Not only from an entertainment point of view, but from a skill point of view. Shot coming into the body there by Jake. Silva standing his ground in the center. Silva having a little look. This one feels like it could be going the distance, but of course we've still got 5.5 minutes to go. Power punches. Silva has landed 50.
Jake has landed 31. Silva has landed 19 more power punches than Jake. Silva on the back foot here. Silva taking a look. That's a lovely right hand there by Jake. Jake is pouring forward. We're not seeing loads of activity. 1-2 here by Silva. Silva with a jab. Silva again trying to find a way forward. Jabbing away at Jake. Jake on the back foot. We're seeing lovely jabs here by Jake. Silva again moving forwards. That blood still coming down the nose. We're seeing good output here by Jake. We're seeing good output. We're seeing him being very, very busy here. Jake, very, very busy. Jake on the outside. Silva in the center. Couple of jabs coming in. That's lovely combos by Jake. 1, 2, and to the head. Jake really, he's still got stuff in the tank here. We're in round 7, and we're seeing Jake taking the action to Anderson Silva. This feels like it's absolutely a Jake round. I feel like we might be sneaking to the point where Silva is going to need a knockout. I know many of you have got this as 3-3 going into this. I think it's undeniable that this is a Jake round. We're not seeing much coming from Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva driving forward. He's got Jake up against the ropes. He's really struggling to find that knockout blow here, Anderson. He's really struggling. We've seen some great head movement by Jake. We've seen great heart by Jake. Oh, big jab there by Jake as well. Right in the face. Big right hand. This definitely feels like a Jake round with 30-odd seconds to go. I think if Anderson can find anything significant, he's got to land it. Couple of shots coming in. That's nice by Anderson. Anderson Silva, 1-2, straight down the middle. Jake grabs a hold of Anderson. Referee knocks both guys back. 18 seconds left on the clock. Anderson Silva on the inside with Jake in the center. 10 seconds left to go. Silva's not looking to come forward. Jake is the one that's throwing out jabs. Hook shot does not connect. And that is the end of the round. We've got one more round to go. One more round to go. I've got it 5-2 to Jake. I've got it 5-2 to Jake right now after 7. I think that this could be Jake by decision. I think it could be Jake by decision. But there's some people saying 4-3 Silva, 7-0 Silva, 3-3-1 draw, 4-3 Jake, 4-3 Jake, 4-3 Silva, 4-3 Silva. Silva has got to knock out Jake to win. I've got it 5. I've got it. How many? How have I got it? 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got it 5-2. I've got it 5-2 to Jake. So the commentator just said on my scorecard, Silva's going to have to knock him out. I've got the same. I've got the same. Here we go then. Final rounds. Final 3 minutes. Anderson Silva really needs to do something in this. At the very least, I think we can agree he's got to win the round. Lovely movement by Silva, and he's driving Jake back. It seems like he's been saving stuff. Digs to the body. Uppercut here by Silva. Silva is after Jake. Shots coming back. Oh, Silva goes down. Down. Jake knocks Silva down. Silva's on one knee. He's going to get back to his feet, though. It's a knockdown. All that good work by Silva. Looks like Silva's going to be able to continue. That was a lovely combination by Jake. Jake's going to be looking for the kill now. And Jake might have just won this fight. I think that it was momentum with Anderson Silva. Lovely head movement there by Silva. It's a knockdown by Jake. We're seeing some impressive skills here by Jake Paul. We are seeing some boxes being ticked. Silva has got Jake over in the corner. I don't know that Silva's going to have an answer here. He's taking some deep, deep breaths. Silva seemed to be saving his energy for this final round. That knockdown is a big, big moment, though. It's a big moment for Jake. Anderson coming forwards. He's got Jake over by the ropes. It doesn't seem like Anderson has got much snap in his strikes anymore.
It doesn't feel like Anderson is carrying much of a threat anymore. Anderson trying to come forward. That's a lovely right hand by Anderson. We got just over 1:15 to go. He's got Jake over by the ropes. He's continuing to come forward. Silva seems to have recovered from the knockdown. He's got Jake over in the corner. There's a big right hand there by Silva. There's it's another big shot there by Silva. Right in the center. There's not been too much to separate them. I had Jake ahead on the scorecards. Big knockdown for Jake. In this final round, we got 40-odd seconds to go. Bino said, this is crazy. Jake will knock him out. It's going to be rigged. Well, if it is rigged, Anderson got back up. Knockdown in the 8th, and Anderson got back up. We're seeing Silva in the center. Jake on the outside. Jake trying to find a way forwards. Crowd on their feet. It's been a wonderful spectacle. Silva having a little look. Trying to find a way through the klaxon sounds as we're into the final 10 seconds. Shot coming in. Silva coming forward. Jake backing up in the corner. We're going to go to the judges. We're going to go to the judges. Jake puts his hands in the air. Jake thinks he's done it. I think he's done it. What do you think? Ribby, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Jake thinks he's done it. Silva wasn't celebrating. Knockdown in that final round for Jake. I had it 5-2 for Jake going into that final round. I think he's going to take that final round. Let me know, though. Let me know. How have you scored it? What have you seen? Just Nick said Jake won that. 4-3, Jake. Logan said that was un-effing believable. It was. It was very impressive. It was very impressive by Jake. Jake's gone over to Anderson bowing to Jake. Jake bowing back. Yeah, it's very impressive. He's just gone 8 rounds, 8 hard rounds with Anderson Silva. 4-4, it's a draw. He's done it. He's beaten a 50-year-old, said John. Come on. You beat him. I think that's his dad's. Sounded entertaining. Oh, it's great. It's the best Jake Paul fight. It's the best Jake Paul fight. It's not even close. It's not even close. Obviously, we need the decision. We're waiting to find out which way this has gone. It's not even close. It's the best Jake Paul fight. Keep getting your thoughts in. I think Jake's going to win it. I think Jake's going to win it. Look at that. We're just seeing the end of the knockdown. Silva was never out. He was still fully conscious. It's a knockdown, but he's not out. Put respect on Jake's name. Good job. You beat a 50-year-old retired MMA fighter. It's a red letter day, man. It's a red letter day. In the Paul family household, it's a red letter day. Listen, do you know what's undeniable, though? Look at the improvement from Jake. Big questions about his chin. Those questions have gone. Those questions have gone. Big questions around his cardio. Those questions have gone. I mean, Anderson gave him a proper test. A proper test. How does Anderson win? I don't see it. If Jake didn't get the knockdown, it would have been a majority draw, said Justin. Jake wins 100%, but he needs to stop fighting UFC fighters. Stats. They've not shown any. It's not like UFC, unfortunately. We don't tend to get them. So we are waiting. We are waiting. Waiting for the scorecards. I expect it to be unanimous for Jake. 7-0 Silva. Otherwise, it's rigged, said Aaron. 75-73 to Jake. Frank, shout out to you, my friend. There's no way KSI beats Jake. No. No way KSI beats Jake. Where is KSI now? This is embarrassing, said Austin. Somewhere Dana is crapping his pants right now. Silva wasn't Usyk, said Jada. Great point. Right, here we go then, my friends. Big thank you to everyone for joining us. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's get these scorecards. We're not running anywhere. I want to hear what Jake's got to say, but 77, 74, 78, 73. It's unanimous. Still undefeated. It's Jake. Jake wins. Jake Paul has won. Jake Paul wins. 77, 74, 78, 73. So there we go. It is a win for Jake Paul. I feared that it was going to be a knockout victory. Anderson Silva loses, but there's no disrespect. Silva's legacy is 100% intact. No one can talk about you, said Silva. Silva giving Jake respect. Big smile on the face of Jake. And you knew there was going to be a lot of respect between these two afterwards. The respect has been there all along. That's big, man. That's a big win for Jake. He's ticked a lot of boxes. It's a hard fight. He's been worked, but he's come through it. He's shown great heart. He's shown great technique. He's shown a great chin. Not rigged. Who won? That was horrendous. Jake Paul beats Silva by unanimous decision. So the result has come in. It was 77-74, 78-73, 78-73. Is Ariel? Ariel said you beat one of the greatest MMA fighters of all time. It was very clear. Jake said, I want to say thank you to Anderson. He was my idol growing up. And if it wasn't for him, there wouldn't have been a fight this year. A legend. Nothing but respect for Anderson. Chase your dreams. It's never too late. Jake said, I just beat one of the greatest ever because I am obsessed with this. Jake said, if you're watching at home, just work your ass off because it doesn't matter if you've got talent. Doesn't matter if you haven't got anything. Don't let anyone tell you you can't do something. It's a nice message. Canelo, please knock out Jake. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. That was a 5-star fight, said Justin. Jake said he took so many hard shots throughout that fight. Jake said he's the toughest guy in the world. I swear to God. What are they going to say now, Jake? Said Ariel. Jake said they'll always find, all the haters will find something to say, like fight a real boxer. Well, I tried. Jake Paul would absolutely destroy Tommy Fury, and deep down Fury knows it, says Forever Red. To be honest, I have to agree now because I think the Jake that we're seeing is just that Jake compared to the first Woodley Jake is not the same animal. Nate Diaz, fight me. Canelo? He calls out Canelo. He calls out Nate Diaz. Anyone, anytime, any place. Anyone, anytime, any place. Anderson Silva's coming in, so anyone, anytime, any place. So Jake Paul said, I had a bet. We will partner now to work together to improve MMA fighter pay. Is Silva. He said, I worked hard. Thank you, everyone. That's the game. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. I'll continue training hard. I'm born for this, said Silva. So he's thanking God, he's thanking his friends, he's thanking everyone for coming. He looks really dejected. I go back home, I go back to training, said Silva. Did you think you did enough to win the fight? Silva said, I think the judges got it right. Silva said, I got in here and I fought with a young kid and I tried to do my best. I trained hard. I'm a warrior. I gave my best job. No one can stop me except God. Ariel said, do you want to keep fighting? He says, absolutely. Going to go into a jiu-jitsu tournament. That'll be nice. Yeah, what next for Jake, eh? What next? So we see Jake and Anderson hugging at the end. I think that this is going to be one that really opens people's eyes to Jake. There's some real skill in there. There's some real nice combos. He gets hit. He weathers pressure. Good chin. Constantly moving forward. Shows that he's got counters now. I think there's some things there that Jake just showed us that really open people's eyes. Really open my eyes. There's stuff that we've seen there we've not seen from Jake before. And we talk about how he's improving all the time, and he talks about it. It's one thing to talk about it. It's a very different thing to actually step into the ring and show those improvements, you know? And I think that's exactly what we saw. 77-74. Uh, 78-73. Fair play. 77-75, Paul. Jake Paul versus Vidal Riley. If Jake Paul fought Prime Silva, it would be different. 22 years difference. Yeah, I mean, that you can't escape from that. I don't want to take anything from Jake because I am seriously impressed with what I've just seen. I think he did a fantastic job. I think it's, I mean, look, Silva was not giving him an easy ride. That was a war. There's lots that we've just learned. But I think, people are going to be saying that stuff. People are going to be saying there was a 22-year difference. There was a 22-year difference. And that is a factor. He has just been took to his limit by a 47-year-old guy. So for me, the next step now is I think Jake's got skills. I think that he showed those skills. I think that he should have a bit more confidence in himself. And we need to see him now going up against someone closer in age to him now. We need to see him taking on, we need to take away that final doubt. There's always a doubt with Jake's opponents. So, do you know what I mean? He goes up against, Tyron Woodley. Well, Tyron Woodley, this isn't his sport. He goes up against Anderson Silva. Well, this isn't Anderson Silva's sport. And he's 47.
I don't want to say that to take away from Jake, though, because what we've just seen from Jake is absolute improvement. Jake looked good. He looked good. I gave him 6 rounds to 2. 6 rounds to 2, I had it. So I feel that Jake looked really, really impressive there. Don't want to take nothing away from him. Oh, he kills KSI. KSI does not stand a chance against Jake Paul. I would actually fancy him over Nate Diaz as well. I'd fancy him over Nate Diaz. I don't know who you put him in against, though. Who's like in their 20s or 30s that's an actual boxer that's going to be a credible opponent. Who is that going to be? Put him in there against Ashton Silve. That's what I want to say. The dude that was in the co-main event dressed as a minion. Put him in there with him. That's the match. Jake Paul against Harry Maguire. Jake would smack Harry Maguire and Maguire's head would just absorb the punishment. That'd be no problem for Harry Maguire whatsoever. He's got no offense, Harry. But you ain't putting Harry down. It's like Joe Joyce. You ain't putting Harry down. Jose, let's let Jake fight Usyk or Beterbiev, and we'll see if he's real. I mean, there's levels to this game, and he's not that level. Katie Taylor. Mr. Hogg said, how good can you look against a 50-year-old? No doubt that Jake's been hitting harder in sparring. Silva did great, but definitely has lost power in his age. That is very true, actually. That is very true. I mean, we saw an Anderson Silva just flick out a jab against Forrest Griffin, and Forrest Griffin went down, and that was it. I mean, it's one of the most incredible knockouts ever, to be honest, seeing him flick out that jab and drop Forrest Griffin. I mean, he was throwing and landing on Jake. I'd love to see the stats. There's no information as to how many shots were landed and all that kind of stuff, so it's really hard to know how many shots Jake had to eat, but he had to eat some shots. There's no denying that. And I think you're absolutely right. You know, if he was in there against like someone that wasn't 47, someone that was 27, someone that's got a bit of pop in their shots, there's every chance that that does not make it to the judges. Rein it in a little bit. But I think I don't want to run the risk of sitting here and doing that, because I'm at the point where I give him props for that. I give him props for that. There's definite improvement there. And I think that we've got someone here that can look after themselves. We've got someone here that can put combos together, that's got a decent chin, that's just been in a war, shown great heart, gone the distance, easily won that fight, in my opinion. And considering that beforehand, our chat, we had 15,000 votes. 47% of you said that it was Jake that was going to win. 47% of you said it was Silva that was going to win. 6% of you said it was going to be a draw. And look at what the end result is. Look at where we are. Where we are is a pretty convincing win on my scorecard for Jake. And actually on the judges as well. 77-74, Jake by 3 rounds. 2 judges had it 78-75. They had Jake by 5 rounds. So, yeah, you know, quite a gap there. And as I said, you know, I had him up by, I think, 4 rounds. And so I think that it was, a good performance. But you do have to just factor in the fact that Anderson Silva is 47. You are right. You are right. So good. It's a great point. It's a great point. Let's try and get to the chat. I want to try and get to a few comments before we run away. I can tell you the coverage has now ended. But Mr. Hogg, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that's joined us. Got to think that for 2 rounds, Anderson didn't throw any punches, said Paranormal Presence. Gutted overall with tonight's fights. Thank goodness Arnold Allen won, said ACL Handpans. So impressed that Jake won against a man who qualified to receive retirement checks 13 years, said Mr. Pineapple. Sonny, shout out to you. Gary said Anderson's not a boxer. Jake already surpassed Ali. Do you think it was rigged? I don't think it was rigged, no. Curtis said, all I'm saying is that anyone to think Silva's not a GOAT, for him to come and fight a man 22 years younger is impressive. Duck YouTuber, shout out to you. Trent said Canelo or Triple G are the only
credible options for Jake right now. Do you know what happened with Nate's crew and Paul's crew backstage? No, I don't actually, because that wasn't obviously covered. And I think there is, I was told, footage that was either emerging or had emerged that was doing the rounds on social media. I'll have to have a look, see if that is the case. But Nate Diaz, we're just seeing some backstage footage here. Don't know what this is. An altercation involving Nate Diaz was shown shoving a member of Jake Paul's team. Is that all it was? He just shoved someone. It's hardly the most graphic of moments. Is this what it was? So we've got like Jake Paul's team here, and we've got Nate Diaz over there. It seems like there's a push. There you go. There, apparently there's the altercation. So shocking. I don't know how any of us are going to sleep after seeing that. But that's, unless there's other footage, I have no idea, but seems like it built up and got to a little heated moment, but calmer heads prevailed. So, Nate would be a horrible matchup. Mike Tyson would kill Jake. Did Jake beat him? He did, yeah. He won by unanimous decision. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Gary said Jake against Kimbo Slice. I can see one problem with that match. Jake against Boris Johnson. The one I saw was a brawl. Oh, okay, perhaps there's another bit of footage doing the rounds. I did see from another view, there was a few punches thrown, said Gary. Mr. Pineapple, shout out to you, my friends. Did you really think this lot hurts Silva? No. In a way, he is helping the sport by helping Jake start an MMA Fighters Association. He is giving back to the sport he loves in MMA. I don't think it hurts him at all. Zazel, shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate it. Pink Villa said Jake Paul versus Ryan Garcia. They're both YouTubers, so it works. Ben said it's going to end up being another bore fest for Diaz for cash. Jake versus Bisping. I think he's ahead of Bisping. That's too quick for Bisping. And Bisping's only got one eye. Paul will keep fighting old MMA guys, keep the hype going until he has a real boxer, and then it's all over. Jake versus Prince Harry. Let's do it. Jake Paul versus John Jones. Jake versus Tyson. Jake versus Hasbulla. Finally something that looked like a real fight. Kasor said a Bray Wyatt stream tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow, I don't know. My plan is maybe a Crown Jewel prediction stream on this channel and then a Bray stream on the second channel. But obviously we are just over 9.5 hours into this stream. 9.5 hour stream, man. 9.5 hour stream we've just done here. I'm amazed that I can still talk. So God only knows what I'm going to sound like tomorrow. So yeah, we will try to do some streams, but this has been a big one, man. I no longer want to see Jake Tyson. I don't want to see him knocked out. Wrestler with Andy said Jake is the only man that can dethrone Roman. Just Nick said Jake did well. He impressed me, but Anderson is 47, not a boxer. Could Jake beat a prime Anderson? I think the point is a good point. Good point. But I think that for me, the bigger takeaway is we're seeing the improvements from Jake. I think that if you look at Jake's first fight against Tyron Woodley, compare it to what he just did against Anderson Silva, it's a completely different fighter. Forget the Nate Robinson, forget Ben Askren, right? I mean, he is a completely different fighter now. He is someone that is just got more confidence. He's got some counters. He's got combos. He's got hand speed. We know that he carries power, although I do think it's very interesting that he wasn't able to put Anderson away. He said that he hit Anderson with some heavy shots, and Anderson just didn't move, didn't go anywhere. He said, I swear, he's the toughest person in the world. I'm putting people down in sparring with some of these shots, and Anderson went nowhere. Although he did go down, he did get knocked down, he did take one knee in the 8th. And, I think Anderson really did get a busted nose. He got put down. But it does come back to the fact that Anderson's 47 years old. But we've got to remember it's Anderson Silva as well. He's a GOAT. I know not of boxing, but of combat. So, yeah, it is true. Look, Anderson is in there with kids. Jake is someone that wants to go on and be a world champion. I mean, Jake's talking about being a world champion. He's 25 years old. He's just stepped in there with Anderson Silva, and Anderson Silva's took him 8 rounds. I mean, Anderson Silva's a GOAT. I don't lose respect for Anderson after this. I gain respect for Anderson after this. I do wish he hadn't been knocked down in the final round, to be honest. I hope that's not something that gets held against him. I don't think it will. I hope it isn't. I'm just so, I just didn't want what happened to Woodley to happen to Anderson Silva. And I'm just so relieved it hasn't. I mean, honestly, I'm not saying it. The nerves were genuinely real as that fight began, because I just didn't want to see that moment. I didn't want to see Anderson Silva getting knocked out. It's always painful, man, when some of your heroes are, maybe carrying on a bit too long. And Anderson's doing it because he enjoys it. And he will have got a nice payday from this, but God, the nerves were real there. And maybe there's a little bit of relief here that it didn't quite go that way. Jake still gets the win and he deserves it. But I think there's a bit of relief that Anderson didn't get knocked out. In all fairness, I mean, look, Dana was sat there not long ago and going, Jake, how about you face Anderson, Jake? Well, he has, and he beat him. And this is why I don't want to come across like I'm not giving him props, because I do give him props. And even getting a victory over 47-year-old Anderson Silva, it's still Anderson Silva. But I don't disagree. Let's not get too carried away. He needs to face someone that's closer to his age, someone that's that same size. I think that as his skills are improving, he should have the confidence to do that. He should have the confidence to be going up against proper boxers. He tried to get Tommy Fury, in all fairness to him. I think he'd be a heavy favorite over Tommy Fury now. It's going to be really hard for him to find opponents that people are going to believe have got a chance against him, to be honest now. Now that he's beaten Anderson Silva, is Nate Diaz a step up from Anderson Silva? I would argue not. I would say not. I don't think Nate Diaz is a step up from Anderson Silva. So, yeah, this is going to be a challenge for Jake, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes and who he finds. And Jake versus Nate will be next. I agree. Keith, shout out to you. Right, Big Bad Wolf Gaming, shout out to you as well. Yes, I think we are done, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, I so appreciate the support. I don't tend to stick around and do 9 hour 40-minute streams. There's no way we would be doing that if people weren't joining us. So for you lot to stop by, it's down to you guys that we do these streams. Really, really appreciate them, as you know. And hopefully you will hit subscribe, join us again next time. Of course, we're going to be back next weekend. We've got some pro wrestling coming up. But, of course, we've got Deji against Mayweather coming up. We've got Tyson Fury taking on Chisora coming up. So we've got those fights on the way. I feel like we've got other fights as well. I feel like there's still actually some big fights on the horizon. Fury against Chisora. Deji against Mayweather. There's definitely something else that I'm forgetting. But, yeah, there's a few big fights still to come. So even though 2022 is winding down, we've still got plenty to look forward to. So, yeah, big thank you from me. Appreciate the support as always. And hopefully I see you again next time. Bye for now.